And that is why I should not have had you download videos before I gave you your network upgrade.
That reminds me, where even are we right now?
Well, I couldn't find any other good dimensions to go to, so...
Are you kidding me? We're moving here?
I mean, as long as the me from this dimension doesn't find us, we should be good.
Alright, but if he finds us, we gotta go, alright?
Agreed. Who knows what would happen if that were to occur?
What? You built an entire new house in this dimension?
No, I just had Walmart do it.
Well, what'd it cost?
Me having to play 16 Roblox games made by companies.
Really?
No, I just need an excuse to play them. If you've played Roblox anywhere between 2022 and 2023, you would know of the chokehold these types of games had on events. Every single event, with like one exception, was sponsored. It got so bad to the point where people were debating whether to even keep the events tab or just rename it to like sponsors. Roblox eventually came to the decision to remove events altogether, up until March 2024 when the hunt happened, but I already did 2-hour-long analysis videos on those events. These corporate games are far from gone though, so we'll take a look at the ones that remain today and see if they're good or bad. Alongside this, I'll also give them a ranking from 1 out of 10.
Hey Star, what even qualifies as a corporate game?
Well, a corporate game is generally a game published by a company, but hires developers to make it for them. Similar to YouTuber games in the past, but with a much higher budget. With this high budget, they generally have the opportunity to make free UGC items in order to attract players.
Hang on, wait a minute. What's so different about this and the Blue Void if all we're doing is just talking about them?
Who said we're only gonna be talking about them? Our journey starts in the Despicable Me 4 heist obby. Surprisingly, this one is a gift card link. You buy a Roblox gift card on Amazon, you can get a UGC item, I guess. There are multiple teased modes, however there's only one available right now, the speed run. Well, really, the main obstacle course that this entire game was teasing towards. You play as yourself, working with Gru, a minion, the baby, and the probably twist villain of Despicable Me 4, I don't know. The goal of the game is to break into a school in order to steal its mascot. A school with a very, very good security system. Like, I'm talking lasers, axes, the works. Wouldn't this school get, like, sued for having all these security systems in place?
Star, this is literally the school of villainy. Did you really think this place would not break the law in some way?
Well, you have a good point. There's this pretty cute mechanic where you can like head stack in order to reach the security cameras to disable them with rags, which I do like, it's a nice touch. Anyways, I should probably explain what the speedrun aspect of this game is. There are 4 levels to this game. Each one you can get 3 stars on each of them. The goal is to complete each level in 3 minutes and 30 seconds or less each. Of course, you can complete the levels in a longer amount of time, however that's how you get all 3 stars, which I was aiming for. The first level, which you've already seen, was a dropper. The second one is the most normal gameplay I've seen. The third one introduces a lock-picking mechanic, which is basically a timing minigame for doors. Some doors will actually kill you if you fail the minigame, while others will just stay locked. Oh yeah, and the axes from before are introduced. There's also bonus doors that just straight up, like, kill you. But there are also bonus doors that throw this bullcrap at you, like you're expected to get that first try. After holding a proximity prompt on a moving target twice, we complete level 3. There's no voice acting in this game, but Poppy's dialogue sounds like she's an e-girl. The fourth and final stage is just Minion Rush, but extremely worse. All you gotta do is dodge the obstacles as the conspicuously dangerous wheelchair chases you. And then you win and you get your UGC. Is what I would say if you didn't have to wait an hour to get it. Like, oh my god, premium payouts, anyone? The modeling was good, but it felt bland. 5 out of 10. Not the worst thing in the world. I can't really say that much about NBA Avatar catalog. Like, what do you want me to say? The UGC is kinda good? Of course now, like 90% of the UGC is either super duper expensive, nobody wants it, or it's out of stock. You can also get a badge from making basketball shots, but the only way to get said badge is by buying NBA merchandise. I'm not sure if it costs Robux or not, because I didn't even consider buying the shirts. I can't really say anything other than that, other than I, like, kinda liked the blocky aesthetic that it had. Despite that, there's not really that much value here. I don't actively despise it, but at the same time, I didn't really gain anything from playing this. It's mainly meant to be a UGC hub anyways. As an actual game though, I'm giving this a 3 out of 10. I know I probably shouldn't grade it as such, but I mean, that's what I do here, so I mean, yeah. Shrek Tycoon was the only one I actually had to pay to get in, as it was in early access. This is exactly as it sounds. It's a tycoon themed around Shrek. What'd you expect? Except it's not as simple as you would think. This is kind of like a drag simulator type game where you have to like equip items and drag them across with a strength mechanic that you gotta level up in order to carry more things. Over time, you progressively build upon the landscape until eventually, you start building Shrek's house itself. I would also like to mention the stupidly overpowered server events where if you put 5,000 coins in, you get 10,000 coins out. For the higher level ones, you can just put all your coins in and watch as a higher level player puts all of their coins in, and you still get double the coins you put in for it regardless of if you did everything or not. Either way, there are some things that you can't just buy with coins, which is where rebirths come in. Once you build the house, you can rebirth. This gives you 5 rebirth tokens in which you unlock procedural coin generation. Usually every button gives you like 20 coins every 5 seconds for the rebirth stuff. The one gripe I have is that you can just buy a ton of coins and rebirth tokens. Like, yeah, I'm buying it in this just so I can progress for the video and stuff. But besides that, the game gets really tedious really quickly. Especially since you have to rebuy everything and go around the entire map hitting buttons after you rebirth. I can't really grade this properly since it's still in early access, but in its current state, I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. The environments and modeling is this game's one saving grace, otherwise I would have given this like a 3 or 2. Plus, I mean like Shrek, you know, beloved IP. Regardless, it's fine enough. Elf Up Tycoon kind of intrigued me, because if you've been a watcher of my videos for a few months, you would know that Elf Up sponsored some of the games from The Hunt. This company called like Elf Up is sponsoring it, and while we've seen this company before, it's just blatant that it's everywhere now. The quest box permanently has the company logo above it. Well, now instead of spending their money on sponsoring games in The Hunt, they made their own game now.
A game that is a blatant ripoff of Mall Tycoon.
Oh my god, you're right, these guys are shameless.
I mean, the formula works, it's just, please try and be original.
Instead of actually progressing through the game, I did the big race quest. I was basically treating this as if it was a game from The Hunt. First, you need to open the Indy 500 store, which was basically free. Then, you actually need to complete the store. I didn't know how long that would take because I just bought cash with Robux. Then, because this is race-themed, you practice for a race in the dullest racetrack I have ever played on. Oh my god, this is so boring. There are like 4 turns and that's it. You could have made it like Mario Kart where it has items or something, but no. Not even speed boosts, just go. Once you do that, you just hold down a few proximity prompts in order to check on your car. I mean, come on, at least like simple mini games could have been better than just holding E. Then we have the actual race, which is just the exact same thing, except there are cars behind you that move way too slow for you. I mean, at least this time there's a lose condition, but it's still ludicrously easy. And after all of that, I got my UGC reward. Except first, I had to go to the announcements channel in their Discord server. Their Twitter account didn't have the link. And they were all sold out. What did you expect?
Oh, come on. They could have at least told you that they were out of UGC before making you do all of that, and only for you to receive disappointment in return. We went through that entire race, Star, and we got nothing in return.
Well, Bitti, that's not entirely true. We got 1,000 tickets, which we can spend on a sold-out UGC. Yeah, you're right. This just felt bland in general. 2 out of 10 because you'd probably have to play the game a bit to access this, and even then, the rest of the game is just a clone of Mall Tycoon. Yes, the British Broadcasting Corporation made a Roblox game. This is official. This game's main objective is to find stickers around the map. These stickers gives you rewards such as double jumping and wall climbing. Stickers can be artwork, memes, or whatever. Oh yeah, also, after like 2 seconds in water, you just like die. Yeah, you can increase this time, but you're gonna have to collect a lot of currency to do so. Why was this restriction even implemented? I mean, I guess it's to just like add an incentive? Most of the zones were themed around things like, you know, BBC Match of the Day for the sports zone. Or the Wonder Lab to like Shaun the Sheep. The 6 different worlds gave me my suspicions though, which were confirmed once I walked in the tent. This tent feels barely decorated for a festival, which made me think that these developers were probably time crunched into just pushing something out. Like they could have had stands with players on them. The tent outside was decorated, but inside it just felt lackluster. Like, the books don't belong here. It wasn't horrible, but it just felt more like a quest in the classic than anything. And given the nature of the classic, that's not really that much of a compliment. 4 out of 10, I would have preferred if there was like actual gameplay to be had. But I mean, it could just be in its beta stages for all I know. Yes, I am counting GameFam in corporate games because GameFam is a corporation, and a really shady one at that. But I'm not here to talk about what they did wrong, I'm here to talk about SpongeBob Simulator. This follows the 350 Robux for a 1 in 2,000 chance of a good thing kind of deal that Pet Simulator has. Alongside 300 Robux for a random morph, a crap ton of game passes and boosts, whatever. There is the occasional boss battle in order to unlock new zones in the game. It's nothing really that special, it's just a big breakable that gives you a time limit to break it. Other than that, there's not really much uniqueness about it besides the fact that it's SpongeBob and that the models are a lot more detailed than Pet Simulator. Then again, Pet Simulator doesn't aim for detailed pets, they have their own style. I hate to say it, but GameFam actually made a better product than the other stuff we've seen. Yeah, I'm not gonna lower points just because it's GameFam, I'm going to actually judge this game based on what it has to offer. Pet simulators can get a bit tedious at times, so I'm giving this a 6 out of 10. Is it better than Pet Simulator? No, obviously not, but it's better than the stuff we've seen in this video. You've probably heard of Walmart discovered for its one unique feature, that you can actually buy real-world items in Roblox. Unfortunately, my recorder couldn't record the actual window that pops up, but it is an actual Walmart window that will take your credit card information and will send an item to your house, in which you can get a twin item for your purchase. The virtual twins look kinda good, but I don't recommend actually buying one unless you have money to kill. The actual game is more of a featured marketplace for UGC and games.
Star, that's an AI image.
Well, that might have slipped through the cracks. There's no way Walmart could have figured that out from just a glance. There probably aren't any other AI image Oh. Yeah, they definitely know it's AI, oh my god. Ugh. Pick up a pencil! I did really like the coding and development themed area. I adore neon usage, so to me this feels really aesthetically pleasing. The actual area itself advertises UGCs along with a lot of useful plugins for developers, such as Data Store Editor. While I was in this area, I randomly got a prompt to join a game of Hot Potato, in which I managed to get 3rd place. The movement's kinda good, honestly. Besides that, it's just your stock, typical corporate game. 4 out of 10. I wish there was like a goal to everything. Maybe a UGC you can get with enough coins? I do like the designs of the areas, though. With the name Nerf Island, you would kind of expect a Fortnite-styled game, right? Well, no. It's another minigame collection! Who would have thought? This does have a heavy shooter basis, cause, well, you know, Nerf. But this does have a UGC shop. It doesn't tell you how much is in stock, so you have no idea if you're getting an item that's out of stock or not. You only find out if it's too late. Yay! You can shoot targets to get extra tickets, but it's like very, very slow, so playing the games are just more profitable in general. The Viper's Pit is a speedrun based obby where you can decrease your time by hitting targets, except the time decreased is so marginally small that it would just be better if you were to just not hit any targets at all except if you were waiting. Moto Blitz was a coil defense game, I guess, where you basically have to defend against targets that you can barely see. Obviously, this was intended for multiplayer. Except since I was alone, I barely fended off Wave 1 and just decided to go back to the lobby. Finally, we visit Treasure Island, where we have to find Murphy's treasure list. There's a map which has only approximate locations, and once you actually do manage to find a chest and get to it, your character disappears, and you can't collect any more. I have no idea what causes this, but all I know is that I cannot collect any more. I have no idea how this was not caught in testing. It was like fine enough. 2 out of 10, nothing here was really worth my while. Maybe more beginner-friendly stuff. You know, I like going to Dave & Buster's, alright? I like seeing all the games they have, and just overall having a good time. This is not a good time. You can immediately tell that through the AI thumbnail. Not surprising considering how this is the same company that offered NFTs as prizes. But hey, I'm willing to give this game the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what it has to offer. First up is Arcade Run, an incredibly basic obby full of copy-paste pixel art. You have low gravity too. No special mechanics, just do the obby, I guess. Super Ball Dash is my favorite, but it is quite short. It's basically Super Monkey Ball if you go really, really fast and are not intended to fall off. I like the momentum of this one. Although the copy-paste trees were a bit bad though. Next up is Tricerachomp, where you have to avoid the chomping things, I don't know. They start out slow but get super fast. Your goal is to collect coins, however if you get hit by a Triglycera once, you lose all of them, but don't worry, they drop so you can just recollect them if you even can. I feel like this is intended to be played with multiple people. Next up is zombie survival, where you gotta gun down some zombies. Power-ups sometimes drop from the zombies, which basically give you different guns for a short amount of time. Cyan and pink eyes are normal. I think the military zombies have more health. There are two different types of big zombies, and the zombies with red eyes. If you do get overrun and lose all of your health, you have one last opportunity. If you mash the left and right arrow keys, you can survive. However, this only works once. Now, what happens if you do die? Nothing. You just get immediately teleported back. No death animation, no nothing. You're gone. At least code in like a game over screen for 5 seconds. Oh my god, are you that lazy? Dodgeball is a fun game. Dodgeball is not a fun game when there are only 3 people. Then it becomes increasingly boring to try and hit your opponent considering how they're your only target. Which would be better if you had more than one other person on your team. And that's Dave & Buster's world. The items don't do anything and all of the UGC is off sale. All of these minigames are subpar, but it is not absolutely abysmal, so I am giving this a 3 out of 10. If these games had any worse graphics, I would give it a 2 or a 1. But I do not like Dave & Buster's world. This was very disappointing. When I first saw this game, I had to make sure that this wasn't a fan game. But sure enough, after scouring the Duolingo Twitter account, it's real. Either way, welcome to the Duolingo Game Hub. You know, that one language app that you maybe use, I don't know. It has UGC, I think, where you can wear Duolingo. Now, this game's main selling point is the Duolingo Game Jam. You play a certain amount of games and you earn a coin multiplier. Now, I'm not gonna play all of them due to the sheer amount, but there is an official game, the Spanish or Vanish Maze. You know, Spanish or Vanish, that one meme. How do you do, fellow kids?
Star, that image was from 2019.
Yeah, I know. We start at level 1, find, I don't know, a candle, some roses, and the meatballs. Now, given the record of 58 seconds, I thought that this was the only stage. How wrong I was. There are 3 stages, and between each one you gotta do a Spanish thing. I looked up the answers because God knows what happens if I get one wrong. After that, you're in the office stage, where it's harder to see, but you have to, you know, take a crap, you gotta send a message to Duolingo, and you have to print out something. Once you do that, the amount of things you need to find increases to 5 at the arcade, where now you have to find PNGs of Duolingo's friends. Except the AI is excruciatingly unfair, and if he finds you, run, even though that doesn't work because they're gonna catch you anyway. There's no punishment for being caught except just being sent back to the spawn, which can get really, really annoying if you're trying to find something. But regardless, I found them, and I won. I won the Duolingo maze. And after walking up to the random block, I got the badge. As for the hub place, 2 out of 10. As for the games involved in the game jam itself, I'm not entirely sure. I can assume they're pretty good, I guess? I don't really know. Welcome to FIFA World. You would think this would be like a minigame collection, but no, it's actually a tycoon instead. You spend the first 3 minutes of the game walking around the map pressing free buttons. Gee, how intuitive. After a while though, you get into the main meat of the game and build your own team. The main gimmick is that you can train your team to win matches, and if you don't train your team, then you get absolutely obliterated. But even if you do lose a match, you still earn a large amount of coins. For me it was 1,000 if you lost, 2,000 if you won. How do you win more times? Well, you gotta go to a player and start training. You can also get more players through human containment units, also known as floating soccer balls. Is that even legal? Regardless, this is a pretty standard tycoon. I'd say this is slightly worse than Shrek Tycoon, so I'm giving this a 4 out of 10. Maybe if you could actually participate in the matches instead of just watching a screen's numbers go up, that would probably raise the score a bit. You know, when I played Dave & Buster's, I didn't think that a different arcade chain would make something worse. I need to learn to lower my expectations. Because when the ticket counter on the left, instead of showing 0, shows an error, you know it's not that good of a game. Well, there are 3 minigames here, so let's check them out. The first minigame is an incredibly bland, generic, and boring obby with little to no decoration in it. It's just the same hallway over and over again with like a few bouncy pads and like horribly optimized moving UFOs. It took me like 3 minutes to do, although this wasn't really the main thing that the game wanted me to do. The second minigame is bowling but with a twist. You can choose different balls. That might not sound like a lot on paper, but these balls do very weird things. Like, for example, the wall ball prevents you from seeing the pins in exchange for a higher score. I actually really like the concept of this, and would really like to see a bowling game that expands on this concept more. However, this wasn't really fun as the only one playing. The final minigame is the most developed one, the shooter mode. But unfortunately, shooters don't really work when you're the only one in the lobby. There's no menu button, by the way, so it just turned into a 2-minute waiting simulator until I had the opportunity to go back to the hub again. I can't properly grade this mode, but I mean, it looks kinda cool, I guess. After doing all that, we get a real gift code for main event that expired in November. Yeah, this game absolutely blows. I'm giving it a 2 out of 10. If it weren't for bowling being so intuitive, I would have given this a 1. Only God knows what Mega Minigames 1 was like. And here we are at the final set of games and the main reason that I made this video. Welcome to Netflix Next World. This game was hated on by a lot of people for basically being underwhelming in terms of official licensed games, especially One Piece. With Blox Fruits, a fan game, having so much care into it, having the official One Piece game be kind of underwhelming was a disappointment. Either way though, I'm going to count the hub and the games in Netflix Next World as different games. So we're going to take a look at 4 games in this segment total. In the hub, there are 5 different currencies, 3 of which being happy, sad, and shock. You can use these to craft inanimate objects to power your ship. You can exchange these objects for 2 different currencies, which serve as the main currency of Netflix Next World. I feel like this just forced a crafting mechanic. Like, why not just have the 2 currencies instead of having 5 different currencies, which confuse a lot of people? Or is it to make the game falsely more engaging? This isn't just a hub though. You can actually interact with the Netflix characters, such as Ladybug. Most of them just hand out basic quests like eliminate the spoilers and locate the blueprints. You use your remote on the popcorn to gain the first 3 currencies that I mentioned earlier. The enemies are surprisingly well modeled too. There is UGC, however you need to do pretty wild things in order to get them. We'll come back to those later. We also have the Geeked Arcade, where we determine if this perfect replica of a statue of this guy is cake or not cake. I said cake, so let's see if it's cake or not. One overly suspenseful segment later, we reveal it's not. Also, you gotta wait an entire day to do it again. I'm giving this hub a 6 out of 10 just due to how well detailed it is. Even though it is just a game hub, it feels more than that, and I applaud these developers for going that extra mile. First up on our list of 3 games that this hub leads to is One Piece East Blue Brawls. This is a horde survival game. No PvP, just survive the waves. I could tell what people meant when they said that this was underwhelming, because for an official One Piece game, why wouldn't they have PvP? That's like the entire point of One Piece games. Like BBC Wonder Chase, this just felt like a quest for the classic. You do have 5 different classes to choose from. I chose the one with a bunch of swords, I don't know. I got to the point where we had small marines, big marines, and the marines that shot slingshots at you. I didn't really last too far into the game because your attacks eventually get replaced with seemingly better ones, but the seemingly upgraded one I had didn't really work too well. 3 out of 10, this is probably more fun with friends. Looking at the unlocks list, there were like a billion different upgrades, so I assume that getting the UGC was super hard. Now, I'll admit that I don't really like shooters that well. But unfortunately, shooters don't really work when you're the only one in the lobby. I'm not gonna take points off for that though, because this actually looks like a pretty competent shooter with its graphics. It has everything it needs to have, and I don't really see that much wrong with it besides the glitched out animations. There's not much else to say, it's just a shooter. 6 out of 10 because I really like the modeling. I would have given it a 7 if the animation bugs were fixed. The third game in the Netflix saga, along with the final game of this video, is Stranger Things Escape from Hawkins High. It's not really a secret that I absolutely suck at escape games, let alone horror games. But based on the little time I have had with this, it just seems like fine enough. The noise triggering did seem kind of like random though. Obviously, if you make too much noise, you attract the monsters. But everything just seemed really confusing for me. I did like the mechanic of switching to the other world though. It gave a whole new perspective on things. Unfortunately, I died because I accidentally walked in a room with a monster in it. It was good, but it was a bit confusing, and the gameplay wasn't all that nice, so I'm giving this a 4 out of 10.
Hey Star, how the heck do we escape this?
Don't worry, it's easy. Watch. Bitti, teleport us to home.
What? That's ridiculous, I don't have any... Oh. That's convenient.
The child to teen demographic is a massive demographic. And with so many people on the largest MMO of all time, it only makes sense to advertise your product or service by making a Roblox game. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, they're all just advertisements. They didn't make BBC Wonder Chase because they just wanted to make a good game, they made it so you watch BBC. All of these games are made with the intent of selling you something, instead of making an enjoyable product. It's the advertisement factor which makes all of these games feel forced. Or, another word, soulless. There are tons of other games out there, and playing Elf Up Tycoon, in my opinion, it just really isn't worth your time. With that being said though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Hang on a moment. Where's Starism?
Oh, don't worry about him. He's probably still in the White Void playing Deal or No Deal.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing?
Hi, Starism. Good to see you again.
So, I have some good news and I have some bad news. The good news is that Bitti has a Roblox account now.
Wait, like, actually? I didn't think you could do anything sincere for me, but thank you.
The bad news is that I loaded 20,000 Robux on it for Pet Simulator out of instinct.
The money was from me, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was from you.
If it weren't for the sheer joy that you emanate, I would punt you across the room. Pet Simulator 99, without a doubt, is the most popular simulator on Roblox. And with it being a simulator, a lot of people associate it with it being pay to win. Therefore, a lot of Roblox YouTubers who don't usually play Pet Simulator tried spending a bunch of Robux to see what they would get. However, what I've generally seen happen is that they only go for the best game passes, or they just go ahead and spend all of what they have on the gambling package. And if they do try to progress through the game, it's not usually very far. Today though, we're going through the entire game while spending tons and tons of Robux. This is obviously my most expensive video yet, and I could not have done it without you guys. I'm not gonna go on a 2-minute tangent about how you should subscribe if you want to see this more. All I ask is that you subscribe if you like my content.
So are we just gonna blow the 20,000 right out the gate, or...?
Well, not exactly. We're gonna be a bit more organized with it. I'm going to spend 10,000 Robux per world, not counting the void world, which is unfinished. The ultimate goal is to get to zone 214, the end of the game. The challenge? Do it all in one day, and with no trading. Will we manage to do it? Well, let's find out, up front. Welcome to Pet Simulator 99. First, you choose 2 pets, and then you get thrown in the starter quest. We're not gonna actually spend Robux yet, though. While this starter quest is going on, which is basically stuff like buy upgrades, earn coins, hatch eggs, unlock areas, etc., let me go ahead and give you the fundamentals of the game. In the event that you don't know what a pet simulator is, you buy pets from eggs, which, depending on its stat level, will break coins more efficiently. There are like 50 septillion other factors though, in which I'll get to them when they're relevant. A few things that are relevant right now is that you can buy extra eggs hatched and extra pets equipped with gems, the other currency. Oh, would you look at that, we made it past the tutorial. Now, let's see what we can spend our money on. Immediately, we get a taste out of the Forever Pack by getting a free mini chest. Mini chests themselves contain very valuable loot, so let's see what we get just from this free item. 20 rainbow fruits, which basically provide a ton of buffs, and 5 new enchants. Unfortunately, we can only equip 1 enchant right now, however, we'll be able to get more later. Upon entering Area 6, we immediately get an offer for a starter pack, in which, I mean, why not? This is the Robux video, so I mean, why wouldn't we pay for it? The main points of interest that this pack gives us is this cat hoverboard along with 1 exclusive egg. Exclusive pets don't exactly work the same way normal pets do. They copy your best pet's stat, either from 85% to 95% unless you have a huge. Opening our egg here, we get the Blazing Corgi, which, not the best, it's only 35%, but it still copies 90% of our best pet stats. Which, if we really luck out on the eggs, will be very useful in the future. I also went ahead and used the potions that I got from the starter pack. After unlocking Area 7, I figured it was time to get new pets, so I went ahead and opened the Tier 9 egg. I managed to hatch a white bunny, which was literally the most common one, what did I expect? And a chicken, which was like slightly better. I then realized that there was another starter pack which had a mythical enchant along with 3 more exclusive eggs and some potions. I went ahead and opened all 3 at once, and unsurprisingly, we only got Blazing Corgis and Blazing Sharks. The main MacGuffin of Pet Simulator are the huge pets, which we have a 2% chance of getting from one of these exclusive eggs. Realistically, we're not gonna get one from those. We did have some really good exclusive pets at the moment though, and we opened some more eggs now because of the egg machine. After progressing a bit more, we encounter the Traveling Merchant, which gives us very bad items for a very low amount of gems. I mean, this could have been good for like a super starter for free-to-play players, but like, they're just not that good at the moment. Another mechanic I forgot to explain was the ranking system. If you complete enough quests, you rank up, unlocking more and more things like extra enchant slots. I then decided it was time to buy a tier in the Forever Pack, which will be our main source of valuable resources for this entire run. This gave us a tier 6 enchant, along with a bunch of keys and very, very good potions, and this was only the 50 Robux tier. These obviously weren't the most overpowered things in the game, but they were still really good for someone my level. I went ahead and switched out my damage enchant for my lightning enchant I got from that expert pack. This will allow for me to have a chance to break multiple breakables at once. Oh yeah, also, I wasn't kidding when I said that the potions were good. Like, oh my god, 300% egg luck, 200% coins? I then bought Auto Farm, which was very useful because it would let me leave pets in areas without having them follow me when I go ahead and get some more pets. By the way, everything that I just mentioned was only 13 minutes into the game. I then unlocked the ability to upgrade my potions, in which I upped some of the really good potions I got from that pack and made them better. I then realized I got a hacker key, which we won't be able to use until the very end of the run. I then found a secret door. Remember those keys that I got from the Forever Pack? Well, it's time to use them. I went ahead and did this for around 5 minutes, and these gave us very, very good potions for our level. However, they also have the chance to give you absolute dog crap. There is a very, very small chance you can get a huge from here, but obviously, I did not get that chance. Looking at my items, I had 4 mini chests, which I went ahead and opened. This gave me random fruits, bundles, etc, etc. Alongside quite a few tier 8 potions, which almost doubled some of my stats. I then decided to purchase all of the premium enchant slots, which already set me back 2,400 Robux for this world. This was a big hit towards the amount I was allowed to spend, however, I did find that it would be worth it in the future. After repeating the process of buying pets and unlocking zones, I unlocked Rebirth 1. Rebirths unlock new features for the game, but the one we're really interested in is teleporting anywhere along with the strength for our pets. They also give us rewards, but unfortunately they're not very good. Rebirthing comes at a cost though, as now we have to make our way all the way back to the last area. Before we did that though, I decided to buy another tier of the Forever Pack. This gave us an actual exclusive enchant along with rainbow mini chests, which were even better than the mini chests we had, along with a new hoverboard too. The only other significant thing we got was a special Lucky Egg 6 enchant. We wouldn't use the ultimate EXP potion until later. I then proceeded to get the highest tier of coins potion, although we couldn't use it because we need something called Mastery, which we don't unlock until later. It also gave us 1.5 million gems, which is very useful. By the way, the crystal keys that we got aren't really that useful right now, considering how we've already got a ton of stuff from the Forever Pack. Getting back to the last area took 3 minutes, however it's only getting worse from here. Oh yeah, also, I purchased the Game Pass, which gives you 15 more pets equipped. I would also like to mention that based on your rank, you can also purchase more pet equipped slots with gems. This goes the same for eggs too. Speaking of which, I also purchased that Game Pass as well. We were already almost at 5,000 Robux, halfway through our budget for this world. I then caved in and bought another tier of the Virus Pack, which gave us a booth, which is basically useless for us, another exclusive egg, 10 more rainbow chests, and a few other miscellaneous things. By the way, the exclusive egg gave me the worst one. I opened my rainbow chests and then realized that I had unlocked my first ultimate. Special powers that you can use every so often. However, we haven't exactly unlocked ultimates yet. That's for the next world. In case you don't think that we're already progressing through the game at a rapid pace with Robux, Keep into consideration that all of those potions and enchants are making us over 4 times the coins that we would normally make. I bought the 400 Robux tier of the Virus or Forever Pack, either one. This gave us 2 exclusive eggs, 250 TNT storms, which would be very useful for us later, some more rainbow chests, and some other stuff we couldn't use yet. I then bought probably the most important game pass of the run, Magic Eggs. These would allow me to hatch golden and rainbow pets, which would normally be obtainable through combining tons of the same pet, normally from eggs, although a bit rare. Common enough that we can just hatch them first try though, which immediately gives us like 3 times as better pets. This made us breeze through the areas faster than ever before. I then reached Area 50, which in the release version of the game was the end. But of course, we're a few months into the game, so we obviously have tons more stuff to do. I went ahead and stocked up on some pets from the last area because once you rebirth, you keep your pets. I then unlocked Rebirth 2, which gave us the chance to hatch active huge pets. Yeah, they were like 1 in a million. There was no chance I was getting one this run. Another tier of the Virus Pack down, and we unlocked tons more cool potions along with a UFO Ultimate, which, again, we can't really use yet, can we? It took me around 6 minutes to get all the way back up to Area 50, which just goes to show that it gets pretty tedious rebirthing. Because it just gets to a point where you're just going through areas at an extremely fast pace, and you get kinda tired of always clicking the buy button. Oh yeah, also, I bought Egg Luck and VIP because why not? At Area 70, I realized that I could have just spammed the TNT showers I had. Which did, which, if you couldn't tell, really sped things up. I then did Rebirth 3, which gave me pet teams, more pet strength, enchant loadouts, and a bunch of other random things. I got the 800 Robux tier in the Forever Pack, which gave me 4 exclusive eggs, 50 tech keys, a board that I already had, and some other random things. I did get the rarest exclusive that wasn't a huge though. This time it took me 14 whole minutes to get all the way back to the last area that I was at. Keep in mind I still have to do this one more time, but even longer once I get to Rebirth 4. This is probably my least favorite part of the rebirth process. A lot more grinding later, and I finally reach Rebirth 4, our most important rebirth. It gives us access to ultimates and the second world once we get back there. The 1200 Robux package was our most important one yet because it got us 2 really good enchants, Chest Breaker and Mini Chest Fortune. However, something big was in the next tier, an active huge egg. This guaranteed a huge pet and was very rare. Unfortunately, we were just out of that budget, so we have to wait until we get to World 2 in order to open that. 14 minutes later, and we finally go to World 2, making our final World 1 completion time 111 minutes. We did an entire release's worth and 2 updates worth of content in just under 2 hours with $100 worth of Robux. Keep in mind, a free-to-play speedrun up to Area 63 took 3.5 hours, and we just got to Area 99 in under 2. Obviously, things like the Forever Pack are aimed towards endgame players, but at the same time, that just makes the whales able to progress through the game super quickly. This game is probably supposed to take 12 or more hours, let alone multiple days of grinding in order to fully complete it from scratch. And we're almost already halfway through. And now it's time for Phase 2 of our challenge, meaning our 10,000 Robux budget has been replenished. I immediately go ahead and buy the active huge egg along with a bunch of other really good potions, an exclusive enchant which makes shinies better, a diamond fishing rod which we don't really use, and an ultimate which we probably won't use. There are basically 3 active huge pets in circulation per day, and this active huge egg gives us one of them automatically. So our first huge is the huge robber pug. Sadly, all of the active huges are worth less than the egg itself. However, again, we aren't allowed to trade, so it doesn't really matter. I also went ahead and bought Ultra Lucky, so we have even more of a pet boost once we do get them. This update that introduced World 2 also added a diamond wheel, where you insert 100,000 diamonds for a 1 in 10,000 chance at a huge pet, making the huge pet have an average of 1 billion gems spent. Rebirth 5 introduces secret pets, which are basically extremely rare pets that basically act like exclusive pets. We also unlocked area quests, which aren't really that useful for our run, but we do get a shiny boost, which is nice. Shinies basically give you a buff in stats in exchange for it being very rare from eggs. I then bought the highest tier of the Forever Pack, which gave us an Overload Charm, a new Ultimate, 6 exclusive eggs, another new Ultimate, 250 mini chests, and some secret keys. Charms are basically things you can put on your huge and titanic pets in order to go ahead and just give a slight boost. They're generally not that expensive. The Overload Charm gives us 2 more slots. Oh yeah, by the way, we didn't get any huges from the exclusive egg. But we did get a rainbow exclusive, which was nice. One big thing about Another World is that we don't go all the way back to Zone 1 whenever we rebirth. We go to the first zone of that world. Therefore, this time, it only took us a few minutes to get to where we were. In Area 143, we unlock the Claw Machine, where you insert claw tokens in exchange for a chance to get a special egg. Well, not really an egg, really just a loot box, but still. It mainly gives low-tier items, however you do have a chance for a huge pet. Rebirth 6, and we unlock a very useful feature for late-game grinding, Charged and Golden Eggs. 20 times the egg cost in exchange for much better luck, and 50 times egg cost in exchange for making every single pet that comes out of it golden. Charged eggs are only like 2 times final luck in total, so it could be worth it if you have tons of coins to burn. I bought another 2,400 Robux pack, and I got a royalty charm, another active huge egg, 6 more exclusive eggs, tons of mini chests, and more. I didn't really get anything that good from the exclusive eggs themselves, but the active huge egg guaranteed our second huge pet for our run, which is the huge crocodile. Royalty charms are the best charm in the game, so I went ahead and gave it to my huge robber pug. Area 156 unlocked the Forge Machine, where I could create new items using hilariously large amounts of the worst version of said item. Yeah, this is not worth it at all. Before we move on to the next rebirth, I would like to briefly mention how the mastery system works. There are tons of other categories of the mastery, like enchants, potions, pets. Doing things related to that mastery levels it up, with some being absolutely vital for gameplay, and others just being totally insignificant. Now, we unlocked Rebirth 7, which just gave us like some random stat boosts along with strength and stuff, not really anything too significant. I then opened my last Forever Pack of the run, 250 mini chests, 6 exclusive eggs, and a lot of keys. And an ultimate that I never used. As always, I did not really get anything that good from the enchanted eggs. However, are these pets really as useless as we thought? There's a secret I've been meaning to tell. You can combine exclusives to create a huge pet. This costs a variety of Robux depending on how much you put in, but I went ahead and put in 800 Robux. I did have to go a little bit over, but hey. Why not just spend a tiny bit more Robux while I'm at it? I then obtained my third and final huge pet of the run. A huge vibrant toucan, which was 30%, but hey, it wasn't the worst one. It took me 18 minutes to get back to Area 175, and we still have one more rebirth to get through. We then have the area surge, where despite saying you can only do it once per day, there's only a 15-minute cooldown for it. This makes the specific area you're in, or your best area, whatever, 5 times the coins. Very useful if that's your last area, however, not really useful when you're blazing through them. I forgot to mention, this game has tons of mini-games and obbies, however they're not really that important to our run because they only give some small items. It was then time for the final rebirth in our run. This unlocks superior mini-chests and the ability to go to World 3. Since I was out of my Robux budget, I couldn't just go ahead and buy a new Forever Pack, sadly. And almost 20 whole minutes later, oh my god, this was probably the longest stretch of getting back to the area I was in this entire run-through, we can finally go to World 3 and enter the final stretch of the run. And I gotta say, this animation was actually pretty cool with everything flying past you. It kinda felt like a Fortnite event or something. And here we were, the Void World. Now, this was really interesting, as every 2 updates, they added only 5 areas, not the usual 25. However, this world was the most unique of all of them, as every 5 areas had a completely different theme. Plus, you couldn't just unlock it with coins like all of the other areas, you actually had to do quests, like this one, break 400 breakables. The first of these 3 worlds that I was going through by the time I make this video is Prison World. The main gimmick of Prison World is that you can get keys in order to unlock cages which your friends are in. This, in turn, gives you a chance of getting a huge pet. The next world we were in was the Obby World. Now, this was mainly tropical themed, however, there was a twist. You had to actually complete an obby to get to the next area. Or you could just take the teleporter. Either one works. You can also find eggs with higher huge chance along this obby, but at the same time, we're not really going for hatching huges this run. There were also events like egg hunts and chest raids. Our final world is the Hacker World, with our most unique layout that we've seen. Of course, it's still the same hatch 100 of your best eggs quests, yada yada yada. But this time, you can earn hacker keys. This opens the hacker chest, which is basically the crystal chest but with better rewards. And after a long time, we can buy Area 214, fully completing Pet Simulator 99. In total, this entire run took 6 hours and 35 minutes. That might sound like a long time, however keep in mind that this was the game that tries to suck every Robux out of you dry. The game that will do everything in its power to keep you playing as long as possible, taking dozens of hours to get to the end just from the start, and yet we just did the entire thing in just over 6 hours. But even so, was it really worth it? $200 is a crap ton of money. You could get 3 AAA games with it. Maybe you can even buy an old game console with that kind of money. But is Pet Simulator really the thing that you want to spend it on? Because that entire time, I wasn't having fun. I was just progressing in a game. That's literally all I did. And yet, even when you complete it, you're always incentivized to push further, to get more huge pets, to get Titanic pets. And unless you have tons of money to spend, I just don't think that's worth it. I highly suggest you do something better with your time, not follow me in this scenario.
I mean, I don't really think the game is like that bad. I mean, you could get into it. I see the appeal.
Bitti, please don't tell me that you're addicted to Pet Simulator.
What? No, I would never be addicted to Pet Simulator. Come on.
Oh, don't worry, it's fine. I'm addicted to Saul's RNG, so that balances it out.
You're addicted to Saul's RNG?
I mean, I don't think the game is that bad. You can get into it. I see the appeal.
Wait.
Smiling at the camera. Hey everyone, it's Starism here, and welcome back to the channel where we explore all things Roblox. Today we're diving into a topic that's been buzzing lately, Roblox games that are content farms. You know, those games that promise the world but leave you grinding for hours on end. Stick around as we uncover which ones are worth your time and which ones you might want to skip. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss out on our Roblox adventures. Let's jump right in. Music swells briefly before fading out.
And you really think that this is the future of our channel, huh?
Well, I mean, it's cost efficient, it doesn't take as much time, and it's overall less work for us.
Yeah, okay, now how much battery life do you have left?
Oh, don't worry, I still have 5 seconds of battery life, oh god.
And he wonders why I take the lead on videos. If there's one corporate trend I absolutely despise, it's the AI, quote, revolution. Instead of paying someone who has actual creativity, they hire an algorithm to do it for free. I genuinely did not think that it could get worse than NFTs, but here we are. Of course, since this technology is so widespread now, a lot of people are deciding to use it for their Roblox games. Now, the thing about these AI thumbnails is that they just show how lazy you are, showing you'd rather type in a prompt than actually pay someone to make a thumbnail for you. They don't even try to hide it too, it's so blatantly obvious. But does that automatically make the game itself bad? Well, that's what we'll be finding out today. We'll be taking a look at 9 of these games with AI thumbnails and see if they're good or not. Realistically, they probably aren't, but hey, why not give them the benefit of the doubt here? Without further ado, let's get started. Be a Tornado feels like a .io game, but worse. And no, I don't mean the website ones, I mean those crappy mobile game ones. I really luckily got a 2% skin in 2 rolls, which was really good. I mean, okay, I'll take it. But of course, this game has modern Roblox advertising with pay-to-win eggs. Isn't the entire point of eggs that they're for pets? Like, in what scenario would you open an egg and a tornado would come out of it? Besides that, it just has the usual money packs and game passes, triple hatch, VIP, lucky, you know. In terms of the actual usage of AI, it's basically everywhere from the icon to the thumbnails. I think for this one, the developer made the AI make a girl with pink hair, so by extension it just made the entire sky pink too. Oh yeah, and even their group icon was made with AI, like, you can just automatically tell by looking at it. The actual gameplay is basically identical to that of an IO game. You go around collecting stuff, and if you have more size than another player, you can eat them, but if another player has more size than you, then you die. The difference between this game and the other ones is that you can outright pay to have everyone in the server but you die. Meaning if one person with like 20,000 Robux decides to blow a bunch of Robux on this game, what point is there to play? If you can just die instantly at the hands of a Robux spender. Furthermore, there's basically a safe zone for VIP players. Not to mention that you can pay like 99 Robux for a shield. It's not really that engaging either. All it is just going around and collecting stuff over and over without end. I mean, the only other goal is like, once you kill players, you get money, which can be used to get better skins. You can collect power-ups, but they don't really do much either. I eventually got enough size to be the biggest player in the server, and then I killed the former biggest player in the server. There wasn't really any point besides that, so I just ended up resetting. This game feels like it was only made as an experiment to see how well it would do. Either that or it's just content farm slop number 156,000. Either way, it's kinda sloppy. Welcome to Lewis Life Roleplay. In order to be a roleplay game, you gotta stand out. So why not make it stand out in the worst way possible? Of course, it immediately advertises daily rewards and be online for 30 minutes, or you could just pay Robux. I mean, like, that's an option. This game uses a mix of AI thumbnails and regular thumbnails. It's a start, but you're still using AI in the first place. The actual game has a built-in avatar editor, in which it's not really that hard. All you need to do is just access some catalog API and you should be good. You can instantly give yourself basically any job position besides like the DLC stuff. Alongside that, you can turn yourself into a cat. Yeah, you can turn yourself into a cat in this game. You can create roleplay scenarios in which, like, you can roleplay a car accident in this game. There's a lot of Robux stuff though. We have the Arcverse sponsor, the VIP pack, Supercar DLC, Policeman packs in which there are 3 different tiers of them, some Animal Party pack, an Umbrella pack, a Music pack, Mansion packs, yada yada yada, cars, military equipment, just the usual. Hang on one second, let me just get a different outfit on real quick.
Hey Star, where'd you go? I was just at the coffee shop and... Star, what have you seen that I haven't?
Unspeakable horror.
You aren't even wearing a shirt right.
Do I look like the person who knows how to wear a shirt?
Yeah, you do.
Well, that doesn't matter, alright? Point is, this is just a pretty generic roleplay game at most. After playing Resort Tycoon 2, I can confidently say, yeah, it's a tycoon. I walked around for 5 minutes thinking I was still in the tutorial because an arrow was guiding me through everything for so dang long until I figured out all you had to do was press the X at the bottom of the screen. I get that you want to help players out, but couldn't you have at least told them that you can turn it off? All of this game's thumbnails are AI, but considering how the game was made in early 2023, there's a chance it could have used actual artwork. But of course, that was probably removed in favor of these lazy, pathetic thumbnails that they generated. I saw islands in the distance, so I decided to check them out. The game does not tell you that there's a dock you can build, but hey, I built one anyway. Except this wasn't a dock, this was actually a coconut factory. And then I built the dock and the boat. First off, I went to the trophy island where I encountered an obby. 3 minutes later, and I realized that I didn't do the obby because I failed to go to the start position. Now that I think about it, the checkpoints not turning green was probably a big warning sign towards that, but I just didn't notice. The second island wasn't really an island, it was a whirlpool. A whirlpool which teleported me to a new tycoon entirely, with an entirely new currency. The game does not tell you this at all. I went ahead and entertained it a bit. It was basically pirate, deserted island themed. It was decent, but at the same time, it was a bit tedious for a tycoon. Prison Escape obby reminds me of those old 2017 to 2018 obbies. Immediately upon joining, you get advertised God Mode and Admin, which, yeah. Surprisingly enough, this game studio has all of their games' badges linked to one system where you can basically rank up with tiers, depending on how many badges you get. However, one game just has 308 badges out of like the 350 that are in this. My question about the AI thumbnail for this one is that why is the guy angry? He's outside of the cell. Either that or he's just in one giant cell. Even so, why are the people in the back smiling about this? The game shop just has the generic kill all, Among Us pet, rainbow trail, rainbow carpet, etc. The actual obby itself is nothing noteworthy, just your generic prison obby stuff, you know. It was surprisingly short too. I was surprised about how fast I was going. Of course, you do get stuff like nuke advertisements to kill everyone, and random pets that say you can adopt them, but in reality it just charges you money if you do so. The ending though was interesting, because you get to play the entire game again, except with a speed coil now. And there's an escape stat on the leaderboard, so like, I guess you can grind them if you want? I don't know, it just seems kinda pointless to me. Out of all of the games that I played on today's video, this one was probably the weirdest of them all. For starters, despite the day 1 reward saying it was 1,000 coins, it gave me 10,000, which was probably the easiest thing ever, but they still managed to screw that up. One of the daily reward pets was called Messenger of God for some reason. The starter pack was advertising a sale price of 100% of its original cost. Amazing! In terms of the exclusive magic egg, that one didn't even tell me the stats of the pets that I was trying to get. In which I feel that should be against the terms of service. Besides that, it was just normal Game Pass and boost stuff. Double everything that makes the game pay to win, you know, the usual. One big downside of using AI thumbnails is that they almost never represent the actual game that they're trying to advertise. We don't get anywhere near the environments that are captured in the image.
What kind of a name is Snow Nor White?
Actually, that does sound kind of smart. I could just add Nor to the start of every single character to make them my own property now. I can finally make Super Nor Mario Galaxy 3!
Uh-huh. Yeah, totally. You go, dude.
There's an indicator that tells you your first weapon and telling you to cherish and admire the sword forever. And there it goes. Oh wait, we immediately get advertised a 1.3 thousand Robux pack. Amazing, how fun. The gameplay itself was incredibly stale. The enemies don't fight back, and all it is just clicking and more clicking and praying you get a rare drop. There are other games that fit this genre good and do it well, but this is just not one of them. After killing 5 soldiers, we are now Snor Nor White's friends now. To show you how unpolished this game is, there's a traveling merchant sign when it isn't even here yet. There's a not at all deceptive wheel where you can spin and win a prize, like an OP pet or an OP mount, which are over 1 in 1,000 each, one of them being 1 in 10,000. I like how you can just instantly take on the world boss, like there's no level requirement, you can just go right up to it and take it on. There's of course a rebirth mechanic with multipliers too, except the problem is, you can just pay Robux to skip this entire mechanic. What's the point of even playing the game if people who pay Robux can just skip all of it? We then find the Dungeon Master, who has no animations or face, they just stand there. There's a machine which lets us have one of our weapons have the skin of another one, which would be really cool if this weren't 200 Robux. Alongside this, there's this like random outlined character that's just in the wall and doesn't do anything. Dungeons are entirely broken too. All in all, I'm pretty confident in saying this game tried, but not hard enough. Toy Store Tycoon feels like if the tycoon genre met with modern day simulator monetization. The main gameplay loop is that you make toys to fill a box, and then once you get those toys, you put them on the shelf, and then all you gotta do is just hit a button in order to take orders. The only way to have this process fully automated is with Robux. And if all of that wasn't enough, there's an infinite money game pass, because of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? Because my favorite thing in the world is just skipping the game entirely. It also has secret rewards, which is basically this game's form of dangling keys in your face. This game's AI slop had a young child by legally distinct Thomas the Tank Engine. I didn't even bother playing for more than a few minutes because I could probably tell how this was going to go if I were to continue. Paradise RP was probably the most embarrassing experience I've ever had in one of these games. But first, really quick. This game only uses some AI thumbnails, but at the same time they're using them in general, so I mean I guess it could be considered an experiment. Either way, I'd selected someone, which allowed me to copy their avatar, but what I didn't know is that you needed to send a request to copy an avatar. So then I was freaking out, thinking that they thought I was just some weird person that wanted to copy their avatar. I went over to the cashier station, in which I proceeded to take orders at a fast food restaurant. Wow, I mean, this is actually unique gameplay. I mean, oh. Never mind. There was way more Robux stuff than I imagined for a roleplay game. Tons and tons of cars and vehicles were up for Robux, simple items costed at least like 30 of them, and a bunch of game passes too, including admin of course. The game also had a built-in avatar editor in which I managed to create an unholy abomination. I then found out I could get an actual house, in which, for a free house, this actually looked pretty detailed. I would want to live here. It had a cooking minigame similar to one of the quests I've played in The Hunt. While editing my room, I went ahead and threw a birthday party. Without thinking about it too much, I realized that this went ahead and invited every single person in the server who all thought it was my birthday. So at that point, I was just so embarrassed that I ended up leaving the server. As if Toy Store Tycoon didn't further reinforce the fact that tycoons are having similar monetization now, this game would do me in. This game's AI slop combines the AI thumbnail with the generic like the game OP 0.01 pet. In terms of monetization, we have characters who are definitely not copyrighted, trust us. We are definitely not crossing any legal boundaries here. That alongside tons of game passes, cash leveling up game passes for luck, potions, employee increases, along with even more definitely not copyrighted characters, 1% chance for definitely not Goku, and even more anime. This game has pull-a-sword level monetization. The game itself plays in a very similar manner to Toy Store Tycoon. You take an order, go over to the boba tea machine, fill up your thing with tea, put the dots in it, and then give it to the customer. I would assume it's really hard to make this process automatic, however I'm not going to play this game long enough to find out. You can buy employees from assets that I assume are stolen from Pet Simulator with the locks. A bunch of rewards that you can only claim if you do specific things. But besides that, it just feels like a normal tycoon. It even has the dangling keys with the whole chest thing at the top like the other one. Alongside, like, I assume rebirths? Just seems too generic for me. Grow Snowball Race immediately offered up a huge pet to me. Definitely a good sign of what's to come. Gotta have that playtime gifts where leaving resets it. Oh, and you can't forget about, you know, the free pet packs. Yeah, remember those, they're back. A spinny wheel with a hidden chance of getting a big pet, huh? I wonder what the odds of those are. Too bad it doesn't tell you that. Pick your poison. Play for 30 minutes or play for 2 hours to finish race 6. 250 eggs for 10,000 Robux. Oh yeah, and the very obvious magma egg, golden egg, exclusive egg stuff. The bundle packs, for some reason we got free currency, in which even if it's super small. A bunch of game passes, leveling egg luck game passes. Those limited stock pets are back, except this time it has negative stock. If this dude really got 700,000 Robux from a limited stock pet, this just tells so much about our society. Oh yeah, and the potions, packs, and infinite potions, because why not? This game's AI Slop depicts a man riding down a mountain with a snowball in a mountainous range. The rolling down the landscape in question is just a white void. Well, really a sky void, but you get the picture. The point of the game is to collect snowballs and go ahead and roll down a hill in order to get money. Once you do, you get a pet in the laziest fashion possible. Oh yeah, and also, eggs just broke for me after a while. Sure does screen polish if you ask me. It also had an all or nothing golden format where you can just gamble your pets, and if you fail, they're deleted forever. All in all, an incredibly basic simulator. As I mentioned earlier in the video, the #1 way to show your laziness with a Roblox game is with an AI thumbnail. This shows that you don't even have the effort or care to actually hire someone to make a thumbnail, or better yet, just make one yourself. There can be good games that use AI thumbnails, yes. However, if you're willing to put that much effort into your game, then you might as well go the extra mile, or really, the base mile at all. Because using AI thumbnails is just downright lazy, and most of the time doesn't even convey the message you're trying to get across. A lot of people say that AI artwork is the future, to which I say, screw that. Because no matter what, AI will not be able to replicate one thing. The human creativity and imagination that goes into actually making artwork that suits your game, instead of just giving a vague depiction of what it's like to an algorithm. At the end of the day, it's all just super lazy. With that being said though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time. Huh? Bitti, what's wrong?
I just got a reminder that you sent. What's a JTOH?
Bitti, we are not about to have a good time. Either way though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next.
Star, why do you do this to yourself?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea. JTOH, you know, that one game where you die. For those uninitiated, let me give a basic rundown of how things go. Juke's Towers of Hell is a Roblox obby game where your goal is to get to the top of a tower. Most of the time, these consist of 10 floors, however they could be more or less. Towers are categorized by their difficulty, ranging from easy to catastrophic. My current hardest tower is in Intense. I've been trying for months to get to the Remorseless level, however I haven't managed to do it yet. In any case, I've been slacking. Last video only had me beat 1 Intense, when in part 3 I had beaten 6 of them. I need to step up my game. However, all of the easy Intenses have already been beaten. Plus, if I only beat Intenses, then this video would take 15 billion years, so I gotta beat some challengings too. If you want more information, you can watch parts 1 through 4, but for now, we're gonna go ahead and do this. Also, before anyone says anything in the comments, yes, Citadel of Tricks and Treats was a Remorseless, however it wasn't a canon Remorseless. Today, my goal is to beat one of those, along with multiple citadels, towers with more than 10 floors. These can take 30 minutes up to multiple hours.
Wait, hang on. Multiple hours? For one run? You could disconnect, you could die, you can go insane?
Bitti, one doesn't step into hell sane. Starting things off strong with what I consider to be the worst tower in this entire game. You probably did see that at the beginning. This was an April Fool's tower. And April Fool's towers don't necessarily have to be good, but this is just a whole nother level of awful. Despite only taking around 2 minutes gameplay-wise, I feel like this is the worst gameplay I've ever seen in this game, period. You first have to do this unnecessarily long jump, which I thought you had to wall hop. You then go ahead and do a few, like, really awkward wraps for some reason. Then there's this random spinner that can sometimes ragdoll you. One head hitter. Just a few normal jumps past that, nothing big. Another normal jump where you gotta get through this gap. And then this swing where you gotta land on a really awkward position in order to climb up. After that, you gotta do a few awkward jumps in order to actually get to the next floor. And then there's this spinner where you have to hop on and do a wrap insanely quickly, then jump onto the platform. But oh no, this tower isn't done yet, because then we have the final section. It's nothing too bad. All you gotta do is just hit a button corresponding to every letter of the alphabet. But what it doesn't tell you is that you have to be in the tower for at least 3 minutes by the time you complete this, or else it just kicks you. I had to do this once, and then I had to re-beat this because I accidentally deleted the footage from my original run. All in all, I spent an hour on this abomination. While you don't get a badge from it, and it being non-canon, and it being a secret tower, it's unfair to rank this against towers in the actual main game. But I would say that this is the worst event tower I've ever played. Steeple of Zesty Situations being a close second. Tower of Diving into Madness was a monthly tower, meaning I still didn't get any badge progress for completing this. However, I did gain some consistency. Thankfully, this was also a descending tower, meaning I could barely lose any progress. Tower of Diving into Madness is a mainly client object-based tower, which I like. I'm not a big fan of purism myself, so having this was a bit of a nice break for an Intense. I've personally always liked Lost River due to me completing my first Citadel in it, which also happens to be the easiest Citadel in the game. In my opinion, this is a very learny tower, although it's pretty short, at least if you know what you're doing. It took me over an hour and 20 minutes to beat this one. You see, a big thing with towers with a lot of nets is that their raw difficulty is usually pretty hard to compensate. That, or it's a very learny section, which requires you to get used to the mechanics. The parts that I struggled the most on were the final 2 floors. Floor 9 was a bit hard. It was an outside and was very long. Now, the outside here is netted, meaning you actually lose progress if you fall, but most of the time outsides aren't netted. I generally don't adapt too well to client objects, therefore it actually took me a bit of time to figure out what to actually do with them. It's all about learning the strategy for me. The other floor I struggled on was floor 10, which was a speedrun section. Now, despite this looking like you'll instantly die if you fall in the floor or the timer runs out, that's actually not the case. You just get teleported back to the start of the floor. If you're an intense skill level player, you're given around 30 seconds of leeway with the timer. Like the entire rest of the tower, it requires you to learn its mechanics and probably look up a guide to do it. This did feel like a pretty cool finale with all like the purple eyes around you. But all in all, it's a pretty good tower and I liked playing it. I did feel like it took me a little bit long to beat, but hey, that's just me. While yes, this was another mini tower, this one didn't nearly take as long to complete as Dazzling Extraordinary Albu Tower. It did release in a permanent area, however it does not give a tower point. There is still a level of quality to be had to be a mini tower in a area though. Being an April Fool's tower kinda lowers the quality a bit. Mini towers can still be very frustrating though, but thankfully this one wasn't really that bad. It only took me around 15 minutes to complete. They're not really supposed to be serious things, just little challenges that you can complete to test your skills. I love the purple and black. Those two colors always go well together. If you've just passed difficult skill level, I'd say you should maybe give this one a try. Even though it doesn't really count for a tower point, it's still a good test of consistency and stuff. Alongside just sharpening your skills in general. Now, what was that next tower again? Oh, right. You wanna know my experience with this citadel? Okay, I'll give you my experience with this citadel. I loop failed this for 4 hours. I tried a 6-hour run of this citadel and failed. This was supposed to be a short citadel too. It only took me 45 minutes on my winning run. But okay, why do you think that I took 6 hours to fail a run? Alright, let me show you from the beginning. We start off with floor 1. A relatively simple beginning, you just do a pusher section, then a few wraps, and you don't even have to do that floor again if you fall, because there's a net right above it. The next few floors aren't too special, just a few conveyors, push box stuff, you know, the usual. The main portion of the citadel is only 10 floors, which would classify it as a tower. However, this isn't a tower, which is why after floor 3 is passed, you get thrown in the desert. The main extensions of the citadel have varying themes. It can be a desert, sewer, forest, casino, you name it, it's got it. These extra floors add on to the 10 that are in the main portion of the tower. Once you complete an extension section, you generally don't have to do it again. The second part of the desert section is an outside netted section where you have to do plinko and stuff, along with a tiny bit of purism too. I found the Slammo Plingo to be a neat distraction, although I was a bit scared because I wasn't exactly sure if the outside was netted or not. I fell at this one tricky spinner jump though, and had to fall all the way back to the bottom of the desert. I did this on both runs, by the way. Then I got to floor 6, which was the stuff of nightmares considering how you have to do this floor every time you recover from a fall in the later floors. This applies to one other floor, but we'll get to that later. The floor itself wasn't too bad once you get consistent at it, but having to redo it 50 or so times became a nightmare. Then we get to the sewer section, which counts as one floor. This wasn't really too bad. The moving platform was a bit hard to figure out at first, however pretty easy once you figured it out. The bubble effects looked nice too. And then we get to floor 8, another recovery floor. Do you like truss flicks? No? Well, get ready to redo floor 6 again! These two singular floors is what caused me so much torment. I swear if I have to do these one more time, I am gonna—
Star, calm down. Just get to the next few floors, okay?
Alright. I treated the next floor as a break floor. You have some netted puzzles and stuff. There's no punishment unless you get the wrong button in one specific room. But other than that, it's time for the longest and final extension section. We start off at the casino, when there were some wraps that were kind of tricky to deal with, but overall not too bad once you get consistent at it again. There was one trap where if you hit a button you fell through though. Luckily all of these extension sections are netted, so there's no punishment to worry about. I really like it when towers don't have too much punishment, and you just get to display your raw skill without having the fear of falling and losing tons of progress. The second half of this casino has you do a few momentum-based chip jumps. I don't really know how you explain these. Then you actually get a slot machine section, where you stop it at the right time. A few more jumps later, and we get put in a marble, something we rarely see in towers. Then we get put in the snow resort. This is also classified as a break in my part. Some of the things that you had to do here were actually really unique. You, again, don't really get put in marbles too often, and I really kind of liked the fact that it was a bit of a break from the usual physics. But besides that, we get put in the forest section. As for the first floor of this forest section, I didn't really like it too much since it was purist based, and I'm not really good at purism. I went ahead and loop failed this for around 30 minutes on my original run. I really did not have that good of a time with it. The second floor of the forest, though, was a cosmic clone section. If you don't know what a cosmic clone is, a mimic of yourself chases you and deals damage to you if you touch it. By the way, this floor also has its own net, so you don't have to worry about falling to the purest floor. Of course, I did have healing items, so it was a bit easier, but at the same time, I kinda liked the thrill of having a cosmic clone chase you. It was a neat little challenge. And then you get put back into the main tower. Except hang on a minute. There's a non-transparent can collide false block where if you fall for it, you have to redo those entire extensions again! And I did fall for it! Are you kidding me?
Star, calm down. You have 2 floors left. Just talk about those and you won't have to do this again.
Okay, fine. The next floor was interesting because there was a giant wall that almost certainly knocks you off. Except while you're doing the floor, there are safe zones that you can stand on. The jumps themselves were pretty learny too, and it was kind of a bit hard to actually gain the consistency for them. Although once I did get the consistency, it wasn't really that hard to actually do the floor. Once you get to the top of that structure, you have the final floor of the tower, where despite the calming music, this is actually a difficulty spike. You see that spinner over there? What you gotta do to get past it is jump onto it, then do really fast wraps, which can definitely catch you off guard like that. There were also these like super weird wraps where I had to go backwards and do this long wrap, which I hadn't practiced before. Only a few jumps left now, just a few very long wraps that were not at all stressful for me, and I didn't barely make it at all. Once you make it past that, the rest of the Citadel is basically free. All you gotta do is get up to the top platform. And after doing that, good job! You beat the Citadel. This was my new hardest tower, surpassing Steeple of Magical Collaborations. I feel like this is only a fun tower replaying it. And if you have a considerable amount of skill, not treating this as your new hardest. If you do treat this as your new hardest, let's just say you aren't about to have a very good time. And with that, that's 1 out of 3 Citadels down. Let's take a break for a bit. Welcome to the absolute easiest challenging in the entire game. So easy that it was actually formerly considered peak difficult before it got buffed. Of course, this is a Ring 1 tower we're talking about, so don't expect the highest quality here. I personally don't really like classic towers too much. They tend to have tons of traps and really weird jumps, alongside being mostly purist based. Most of the tower wasn't really too memorable for me, except for one of the last jumps on floor 9, which was arguably the most memorable part of the tower. On floor 9, there is an absolutely massive trust jump that you need to make. It goes all the way down to floor 1. And you know what you need to do afterwards? climb all the way back up to floor 9. Yeah, that's right, you're gonna be waiting a while. There's also a bit of a difficulty spike at floor 10, so just watch out for that while you finish up the tower. Overall, not too hard. A nice break before what we're about to get ourselves into. Welcome to what I consider to be my favorite tower in the entirety of this game. Citadel of Twists and Weirdness is a long tower. You could probably gather that from the fact that it was a citadel. But it's also client object based and has tons of button progress, which is my favorite kind of tower. Things start out normal with the first few floors, then gradually give you more button progress and stuff. Eventually, you find what's called a twister manipulator, telling you that something's changed all the way down at floor 1, which meant that if you fell from floor 5, you don't even lose any progress anymore. You then proceed to unlock floor 0, where this is basically your main fast travel place if you do fall. It then has a mini section which is a flashback to Steeple of Tricks and Treats. I didn't play that, so for me it's a flashback to Kotat. Obviously, I can't go through every single little thing in this citadel, so I'll just go through all of the memorable parts. Around 30 minutes into my run, I met the main villain of this citadel, a low-quality GIF of Vendetta 06. Later, we get the modern tower trope setting, in which basically everything is a cylinder now. I feel like when this was made, this is basically the equivalent of so retro. We need 1 Robux to progress though, and since we can't actually spend Robux in a tower, we go to this obby. Thankfully, unlike old obbies, the red kill bricks don't insta-kill anymore. However, you do need to be careful, as this is one of the few outsides that will instantly kill you if you fall through. And then we get a section on what I assume was based on Steeple of Cosmic Terror. This was basically a Super Mario Galaxy themed section with like multiple different themes. All of these are netted, don't worry. Except for the part where you go back to that obby from earlier, and if you fall through you die still. We also have a section where you have to jump around a noob and press some buttons and collect some star bits, and if you fall, you get teleported back to the outside obby bit. And then we have a Can Collide Faults non-transparent block. Remember those? That's so cool, am I right? After a suggestion based on obstacles suggested by JTO members, we fall into a fake insta-kill followed by a fake soft lock. Yay! Luckily I expected this, so I didn't fall for it. Knock knock, who's there? A netted 2D section that's the only reason that this citadel is intense? Sign me up! Never mind, I failed and fell through. However, I really didn't get too mad because of the button progress that I've gained. And this isn't a situation like Citadel of Green stuff where I kept loop failing it. It genuinely felt like it was my fault for not figuring it out. Regardless, either way, we're given our final batch of button progress, where it goes ahead and tricks you by making you think that you just fell off the entire thing, when in reality, it activates the emergency dropper. This goes ahead and takes you to the next outside. While this outside isn't netted, there really isn't any punishment if you fail it because you can just go right back up. The final floor had some pretty interesting mechanics, and that's really what the entire Citadel is about. It took me a couple of tries to get down, but in the end, it was pretty enjoyable. And then, it's time to learn the story of our Vendetta 06 low-quality GIF. This all started when you beat Top Hat, Tower of Peace, Happiness, and Tranquility, an easy tower in Zone 1. Then, the guy decided to open a Top Hat store because of it. It got so popular once he did beat the tower. His store closed, his wife took one of his kids, And he also lost another to the snow. Because of his indirect downfall, he needs to get revenge on us. As we go to the generic final corridor, it's time to take on the final boss of the Citadel. And then finally, we make it to the end of the Citadel. That was probably the one time that I actually enjoyed a Citadel. Once I have free time, I'm probably going to replay this too, because this was just an enjoyable experience all around. It had a good story, it was funny, and did everything right. If you unlock Zone 6 and your intense skill level, please try this Citadel out. Take it from me, you won't regret it. Tower of Triangular Covering is a Forgotten Ridge tower. In case you don't know, towers in Forgotten Ridge are based off the classic style, although they may contain modern elements. What I noticed about this tower is that I feel like it's heavily based off another tower called Tower of Thinning Layers, which is a soul crushing. We're probably not going to get there for like 2 to 3 more parts. In case you don't know, this means that the floors basically get smaller and smaller every floor until you're forced outside for the final floor. Surprisingly, I did take quite a bit of time doing this one, and on multiple runs too. Well, number one, I don't really like purism, and number two is that some of the jumps here were a bit tricky. For example, one section has reduced speed. I don't recommend this tower if you're new to challengings. I think I tried it as my first challenging once and didn't really do that good at it. Not to mention it's got an unnetted final stretch, meaning if you fall you just have to redo everything over again. And there isn't really that much button progress either. But if you're a bit more skilled, then yeah, I recommend trying it. Oh boy, where do I even begin with this one? Back when I beat Citadel of Green Stuff, I never expected to do another Citadel. And then I did Citadel of Twists and Weirdness. And now, I decided to give this a try. Fortunately, this has a lot of button progress.
Well, that would make it easy for you then, right?
Bitti, let me ask you a question. How long did I take to beat Citadel of Green Stuff in my previous run?
Around 45 minutes. Why?
This Citadel took me 2 hours to complete on my second run. And that was after already having a run go up to 140 minutes and me loop failing the later floors so much to the point in which I gave up. Even with intentional skips, this is a nightmare. And yes, this Citadel is so long that there are intentional skips. Did I mention this is also in Ring 1? Sure, it might have gotten updated, but it's still a Ring 1 tower at the end of the day.
Star, what exactly about this Citadel is so horrifying?
Alright, I'll go through the entire thing for you. The first 4 floors of the Citadel aren't really that big of a deal, as they were made early into its lifespan. These were also made during the Classic Tower era. Me and a lot of other people think that these first few floors don't really match up to the intense difficulty, but they're mainly to serve as a warm-up. Floor 4 gives us our first outside, and you assume by that basement section over there that falling would just result in you being able to do that to recover, right? Well, no, because if you haven't done floor 8 by then, you just get soft blocked and are forced to reset. Sounds stressful enough? No? Well, welcome to the longest floor in the Citadel! That's right, on floor 5 you get the longest floor. This is a button hunt floor. You need to find 5 buttons inside and 5 buttons outside. The inside buttons aren't that bad, besides like a tightrope. But then you get to the outside buttons, where the stakes drastically increase, because now you're above an irrecoverable soft lock. And the first button challenge outside is a tightrope.
Oh god, a momentum X pusher challenge? It's so easy to just overshoot and die. What were they thinking?
Actually, no, you can just use the X pusher to skip that entire challenge.
Oh.
This speedrun looks a bit intimidating considering how it's over an outside. However, there is an intentional skip with a transparent stud that makes this a whole lot easier. Plus, there's no real punishment if the timer runs out. You just have to do the segment again. And then we have the hardest button challenge in my opinion. Surprisingly, this is the only outside one that's netted, and for a good reason too. You get increased speed and have to do jumps that are basically one studs. Of course, it's kind of hard to gauge where you have to go if you get increased speed. So I was just stuck here for 4 minutes figuring it out. Even longer in my original run. There's also a pink button that you can get inside, however it's mostly optional because you can wall hop up. You do have to get the other buttons to go up the truss though. Floor 6 is mainly a break floor after what you just did, even though it has a bunch of thin studs and timers and stuff. It mainly serves as to lead to the first dropper. Droppers are mainly survival-based sections where you have to get through a bunch of kill brick floors. They aren't that hard to dodge with T-pose tools and stuff, but you do need to manage your health. Around halfway through the dropper, there is a section that is partially outside which you need to be wary of. But once you get through that, you make it to the basement.
Let me guess, the floor is insta-kills.
Actually, no. This is one of the most forgiving sections in the whole Citadel. Everything in the next 2 floors is netted, however the gameplay kind of steps up a little bit with thin studs and stuff. It also introduces a semi-solid platform mechanic which is never used again. There were a few tricky jumps I had to get past, however, it's nothing really that bad once you get the consistency to do it. Making our way back up, we get to that one section where previously if you fell you were soft locked, however now you've actually unlocked it so you get to progress to the next area. While there is another net, there's still a giant kill brick spinner that will take you out if you're not careful enough. You then get to floor 9 in the worst elevator in this entire game that you have to hide behind a wall in order to get through. Anyways, welcome to the first major net of the Citadel. It's basically almost impossible to fall to the earlier floors from here. Floor 9 is a bit tricky with you needing to time a jump off a zipline and then just time this specific jump in order to do this skip so that you don't get tricked by basically a maze. There's also this segment with a really small ceiling, so you're probably going to have to use helicopter powers to get through it. Then you get thrown in the nausea floor, where most of the stuff on this floor is rotating, and you have to account for that. Kinda hard to deal with on your first attempt. Oh yeah, and once you get outside the main, pillar section, there's still a different section to do after you get past the spinner and stuff. There are 3 main sections of this floor. The inside, which is netted, the outside pillar section, like I mentioned earlier, which is a bit more hard, but still a bit bearable. You can still fall down to the earlier floor, though. And then you have the infamous Floor 10 outside. You have 140 seconds to beat it, otherwise, you die. There's one catch, though. You can reset the timer at any point, except only if you fall into the net. This is probably the section that I struggled the most to gain consistency on, and was the main reason that I quit my run in my first attempt of this Citadel. Regardless, it gets slightly better once you know the consistency for it. Otherwise, you get thrown into floor 11. This is kind of a break floor after what you've went through. Floor 11 itself doesn't really have too much hard jumps, it's just a few truss climbs, speed sections, whatever. It's only when you get that done, oh boy. This is a button challenge floor, except all of the challenges are outside. Plus, you have to actually get gameplay done beforehand, which includes things like thin studs and stuff. Which can go really bad considering if you fall, you're gonna have to redo that outside again, and I don't want that. You do keep the button progress from these challenges, though. Going on a moving platform, we reach our first button challenge. Thankfully, this is netted, the only one out of the 3. However, this is a challenge where you can't touch the kill bricks. I mean, technically you can, but you won't really get too far. You have to reach a button, in which touching the kill bricks deactivates said button. You have to get on the top of the structure and past a few jumps before hitting the button. The second one, however, is a bit of a different story. This is another speedrun section, although heavily nerfed. It is still definitely anxiety-inducing, sure, because you can just lose a ton of progress. The third button challenge is more classic gameplay and stuff. Except never mind, it's also a speedrun challenge. Yeah, screw you. This isn't really as fast-paced as the other one though, there's still shortcuts and stuff. Once we get that though, we can head back to the main inside of the floor and move on to the next one. Floor 13's considered a break floor, although still a bit stressful. It starts out with a few tricky jumps, nothing too bad, but you still need to keep your guard up and find some strategies for them. There was also this netted section which I struggled with for a while since it deals with a lot of thin studs. Plus this final jump of the netted section was a bit hard to get through considering how I didn't want to overshot it, however I couldn't really find a good strategy to get through the gate. There's also this filler outside, which is really just here to show you how high you are, and oh no, you don't want to fall now, do you? Floor 14 is where I failed on my original run. And while I didn't die, it marked the point where I gave up. This floor mainly has stuff you'd probably see in a classic tower, with like, kind of unique wraps, it's just jumping from thing to thing, really. Alongside like, a few one-stud jumps and stuff. This is mainly to lead into the Big Boy Dropper. The Big Boy Dropper is probably one of the most memorable parts of the Citadel. It doesn't feel as long as Floor 5's, however it's still a bit formidable. You also get put into another section of gameplay, because why not? By the way, if you fall on any of the higher floors from here, you can just go to one of the Floor 5 button challenges and jump down to here in order to get to the next balloon. Which is really useful considering how the next 3 floors have a bunch of outsides. You then get on a super high balloon in which you go all the way up to the next floor, in which you can kind of skip a bit of gameplay. For me, it just starts out with a small structure, eventually getting up to a later netted section. Oh yeah, the entirety of this floor's inside is also kill brick floored, by the way. Nothing insta-kill, but you still really need to manage your health.
Or you could just, I don't know, be good at the game, maybe?
Words to live by. There's also an outside section which is pretty scary, but you only have to do it once. After that, though, it's time to get to the finale, the final 2 floors. Welcome to Floor 16, where you're immediately thrown in outside where you have to wrap around trusses. I failed this and had to redo the entire last floor. There's also this weird timed invisible maze for some reason. You then get to a kill brick maze where the intention is to manage your health and just heal once you get to safe spots. However, they did not account for the T-pose. There's also this section with a kill brick pit that teleports you to before the outside if you fall into it. However, you can just, you know, hop onto a platform and do some very simple jumps in order to get to the ladder. This part has a conveyor, which you can simply just cheese. You then get to the ball rolling section, where if you hit the red wall, you lose a ton of progress. I assume you also lose a bit of progress if you go into the bottom kill brick floor, however I'm not going to try that out. This looks pretty stressful, however it's a bit easy if you actually do it yourself. Nothing too mind-blowingly difficult. This section is just a random fast conveyor where you have to jump over a pit. A few jumps and a bounce later, and we're on the final floor. You first start off by hugging an invisible wall to guide you over to the button. Is this explained to you in any way? Mostly no. But I mean, I guess you can figure it out. You've got this far. Then there's this weird X-pusher ladder jump for some reason. After that, it's just a few simple jumps. You can catch yourself on the invisible floor if you do fall through the half studs. And then it was time for the final balloon dropper, which bugged out for me and made me go back to floor 15. But I can't give up now. Not when I've made it this far. I will win. I will beat the Citadel of laptop splitting. The dropper worked the second time, and I went into the corner in order to avoid the kill brick spinner. It's not too hard, although the red floor still does exist, and you need to be careful when landing, or else you're going to lose a ton of progress. After making it past the dropper, you go to the final stretch. It's nothing special, it's just a few ball jumps and stuff, but at the same time, your nerves are probably through the roof right now. And then, after everything, one final jump stands between you and victory. If you fail this final jump, it's all over, and all of your progress will have been for nothing. And yet, here we are. It was finally over. I had finally beaten the Citadel of laptop splitting. If you're an experienced player, go for it. It has tons of button progress, is mostly forgiving, and is all around pretty good. But again, if you're like me and are attempting this as your new hardest, I'm not sure if you'll have as good a time. That entire thing to me was an adventure in and of itself.
So, that's it, right? We can go home?
No, not yet.
No? Why not? You've already beaten the Citadel. What else is there to do?
When I stepped into hell, I made a pledge that I was going to beat my first canon remorseless tower. And I'm not leaving until I do so.
Alright, but I refuse to go to a remorseless tower after going through all of that. At least give yourself a break, damn it.
Alright, fine. We'll do one more challenging tower and then we'll get into our remorseless. Here we go. On the surface level, this entire steeple looks extremely scary. Especially with the entire bottom half being entirely an outside. You're probably wondering then, why would I give this steeple's personal difficulty a difficult? Well, that's because this steeple is extremely forgiving. There is tons of button progress everywhere. Even if you do fall, it's not really that hard to get up. Plus, it's mostly client object based, so it's mainly just learning all of the mechanics. And while it can be a bit tricky at times, it's not really that hard to do. The second half is interesting, because while the difficulty does ramp up, you can make it easier by doing an obby, but you risk going back to the earlier half. I recommend only taking this one on if you're, like, high challenging level. Then again, I don't really know how hard the unnerfed version of the main obby is. The second half of the steeple did take me a bit longer than I'd like to admit though, because there were some jumps that I just couldn't get down. I couldn't practice it because number 1, you can't use vertical mobility in subrealms, and number 2, I was already halfway through the steeple and didn't want to restart. The floors do start to become easier after you've gotten enough button progress, though. At the end of the day, I really liked this steeple. For a mid-challenging, in my opinion, this was quite easy. I recommend taking this one on. And now, it's time. Welcome to Tower of Triple Jeopardy, my first ever remorseless. The first floor is probably the shortest floor in the entire game because you can take a small skip, except there's a GBJ on this floor. The second floor is beat blocks. Yeah, everybody loves beat blocks, am I right? Favorite mechanic ever. This floor does have an outside section, but considering how floor 1 is only like 30 seconds long, there isn't too much punishment. Floor 3 is a lot more annoying, solely because of these trusses alone. You have to go all the way around it, then on this other truss, only like a short distance away, which makes it even harder to do. Other than that, it's just a few simple moving platform stuff, along with this kinda difficult beat block wrap section, which looks harder than it actually is. By the way, this speedrun section's pretty easy and the timer is quite lenient. Floor 4 is pretty hard to get down because, for one, you have to truss flick onto beat block trusses, right above the last 3 floors with no net. While yes, the rest of the outside is netted, you have to do the other section if you fall, which, to me, is punishment enough. And then, once you do make it past the outside, you gotta get past this, like, weird section where you have to do wraps on a floating platform that moves and stuff. And then you actually have to flick onto beat blocks. Of course, there's a platform underneath, but then you have to do head hitters, which you can super easily fail considering how it's kind of tricky to actually get up, considering how the last 2 are like one stud behind you. Alright, those are most of the frustrating floors down. We just have 6 more and then I'm finally done. The next floor is a glass maze. Most of the jumps are pretty easy, however you need to make sure that you know the route along with not getting tricked by the walls. There are a few scary jumps too. Not to mention the other floor 5 jumps, like having to climb a beat block truss and then jump to the other one in time, alongside having to glide along a truss in order to get to another platform, which is actually a tightrope. There's one hard jump at the start of floor 6 where you need to truss flick into a gap, which is kind of hard. Thankfully, there are only like 3 more jumps afterwards, which make the entire rest of the floor netted. This isn't outside, although again, it's netted, so there's not really any punishment. It's a bit tricky to get down at first, but it gets easier as you know the tricks in order to get through the obstacles. The last few head hitters are the hardest for me. I haven't had a lot of issues with floor 7, although it is mostly based on tightropes. And if it's not tightropes, it's generally awkward truss flicks. It also introduces snake blocks, a pretty easy mechanic, however can still get hard. The last part of the floor is entirely free, all you gotta do is choose to jump at the right time. And then we get to floor 8, which is mainly based on purism. I failed this floor a few times, and let me just tell you, you don't want to fail here. You'll get sent back a lot. There's this one pretty cool section where you have to like slowly get across and to make it before the platform blocks off the truss. And then you get to floor 9 with this very hard wrap that's timed, by the way. And then you have to do this like weird snake head hitter jump thing. And then comes a really adrenaline-inducing section. You have to make these moving wraps, which, unless you know the strategy for getting past, will almost certainly make you fall. After that's just a timed truss flick onto another one, and then you get to the next part of it. This segment really isn't too difficult, it's just choosing to jump at the right time, however the timing is really tight for it. And there is a potential to fall off if you aren't quick enough. I barely made it. After that, it's time for floor 10. We start off with jumping onto a slow-moving platform and having to do wraps. This isn't as bad as it sounds due to the speed of the platforms themselves. But the next thing we have to deal with is an outside. The first section of the outside isn't too bad, it's just getting a button and going back. But once you do get the button, you have to do some really quick wraps, or else you'll almost certainly get pushed off. You also have to time when you start these wraps too. Managing to do all of that puts you in the moving platform section again, except this time you have to dodge walls. The section itself really isn't too difficult. I fell on one of the last jumps. Maybe I'm not remorseless skill level after all. Nah, who am I kidding? Following the jump that I fell at, we have head hitters to do. We've gotten it a lot of times before, but hey, it's netted now. Cool. There's this section that looks formidable with like the converging paths, however it's really not that hard if you just focus on one. This part also looks scary, but it's really just doing a few like 10 stud, 9 stud jumps and stuff. Once you've done that, you've basically won the tower. And that means that I have beaten my first canon remorseless. Oh boy. Most people would probably beat a tower like Tower of True Skill as their first remorseless, or maybe Tower of Astral Fusion. But the truth is, again, I don't really like purism. So when I saw that I could beat a relatively short client object-based remorseless, I knew I had to go for it. And now look at me. I am officially remorseless skill level. And that also means we can finally go home. ETOH is a game about failing. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Except it's not just about failures. It's about learning from those failures. Taking into account all of the mistakes you've made to remedy them and make yourself better at the game. It could take months, it could take years. And right now, I'm only one difficulty behind beating my first soul crushing. Was this hard for me? Yes, of course it was. But from those experiences, I've gained knowledge of beating some of the hardest obbies on Roblox. Obviously, I'm not anywhere near conquering the hardest. I need to grind for years on end in order to get there. But I started almost thinking I would never beat a remorseless. And look at me now. I did. Will I beat a soul crushing by part 6? Obviously not. I have a long way to go. But until then, I'm just gonna keep getting better.
You know, Star, I'm proud of you for all of this. You pushed yourself to a point you never thought possible, and look at you now. Good job. I mean it.
I just do my best. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Hey, Starism, wanna play an obby together?
Strasm, not the time.
What's wrong?
I'm tired of being constantly negative literally all of the time. I need a break. I just need to talk about one trend on Roblox that is at least mostly good.
Well, I do know one type of genre. What about games that are remakes of real ones? Most of them are pretty high quality.
Oh true, that is a genre that's not really too content farmy. I could probably ease off my stress with one of these games. I mean, at least it's faithful to the original. On Roblox, it is very, very hard to get an original idea. The platforms existed for over a decade, so any game you make will probably be a copy of someone else's. And if it isn't, then you gotta be really good at making ideas. So why not take the ideas of people outside of Roblox? Enter remakes of games. If a game goes viral, you better bet there'll be a Roblox version. But that doesn't mean they're lazy, no, far from it. A lot of the games we're gonna look at have genuine care and passion put into them. Which is why, when playing these games, I'm going to be as positive as possible. As such, we'll mostly be playing games that I find to be good. Of course, to keep things interesting, we will include very, very bad ones, but for the most part, all of these are nice. Shoot, I forgot to charge him. Well, I mean, if I'm treating this as my break, I might as well go solo this time. In case you don't know what this is remaking, this is a remake of Suika Game. You could not escape this game 7 to 8 months ago. This game makes money in form of its skin packs, in which they have quite a lot of. Normally I wouldn't like this behavior, however these packs actually look really well detailed. If I was a regular player of this game, I would actually buy one of these. It even has multiplayer too, although the public mode does seem to be a work in progress. Looking at the actual game itself, this could actually convince me that it would be the real thing if it weren't for the Roblox elements. Besides the obviously redrawn fruits, this is an extremely faithful remake. Obviously the physics engines aren't the same, so there's going to be some minor differences, but there was nothing itself that I noticed. Then again, I've never played the real Suika Game before, but as far as I can tell, this is pretty spot on. In case you don't know what Suika Game is, you basically dropped multiple tiered fruits onto the board. Matching two of the same fruit ranks it up. The bigger the fruit, the higher score you get. However, if all of the fruit reach the top, it's game over. I feel like the original game blew up because of its simplistic nature. All it is just dropping fruits and getting a high score, which is the same here. Except obviously you have things like physics to deal with, and the fruits can get stuck in between other fruits and prevent combining. Which did happen to me on some cases. It did get a bit frustrating, but I can see where the appeal is in terms of strategy. The big thing about this version though, is that you can actually buy reversal of moves if you do manage to game over. I do feel that this is a bit cheap in terms of actually getting a high score, because the original game didn't let you do that, but I mean, hey, you gotta pay the bills somehow. Other than that, I think this is a really good remake. If this studio does any future games, I would be happy to see what they come up with. The Battle Bricks is a remake of mobile game The Battle Cats. The main difference this game has with the Battle Cats is that this game is mostly retro themed at heart. Now, one thing I noticed about starting the game is that the game actively mocks you for picking casual, having the main helper NPC be an ooh-woo girl, alongside making all of the menu music have this like totally unserious feel to it. That actually gives this game a lot of charm, having you indirectly constantly encouraged to play on the actual mode. This game has multiple chapters, similar to the actual game, but we'll do the first few missions of Chapter 1. The first tip I see is telling me to finish my homework, further reiterating the fact that the game makes fun of you, because if you go to the normal mode, the tips just look fine. Eventually though, I did grow to like the character and the music for the casual mode. I didn't care if the game was basically mocking me, I still kinda liked it. The main gameplay of the Battle Bricks is simple. You gradually earn cash, and then you spend that cash on producing units. However, the other base can also produce units, so it's your job to fight those units. There's also the bank that you can upgrade to make money faster and have a higher money cap, and a cannon that you can fire, which basically obliterates everything in your path. As someone who's played the Battle Cats a few years ago, I can say that this is pretty accurate to the original. It even has its own set of charm to it with the whole retro theme. Upon reaching the second stage, you have to face the Builder, which can create a wall temporarily that blocks any damage but lets the opponent also attack you. Fair. It's hard to deal with at first, but with enough units stacking on top of each other, they're pretty easy to deal with. And generally, if you do face a new unit, you actually unlock that unit at the end of the stage. You use the EXP you earn to unlock the units, though. Alongside that, you can also use the EXP that you get from battles to upgrade those units. However, this is also a gacha game. Normally, I wouldn't like this behavior, but the Battle Cats is also a gacha game, so I mean, you gotta be realistic with it, right? Thankfully, this form of a gacha is not nearly as ludicrous as something like Pet Simulator, with the top tier stuff being only 5% compared to the 1 in 10,000 Pet Simulator has. The cost for a roll is pretty pricey though, with it being 100 Robux per roll. However, I have a feeling that you can also earn bricks through normal gameplay, so it isn't as bad. I like the tiny little animation that comes when opening a pack too. I got one of the bottom tier ones, but that's okay. Now, I was expecting this guy to completely obliterate the opposing forces, so on the next stage I just completely skipped on most units and just immediately went for the soda can guy. Unfortunately, he did not really work at all up front, so I had to desperately scramble to spawn more units in order to actually get through it, alongside using the cannon. I later found out that the soda guy was actually a ranged unit, which does splash damage, which explains why it didn't really work well up close. I sadly didn't have the time to do much else. However, I'd say that this is actually a really good game. I definitely consider checking it out yourself. I find it to be a really fun thing that you can do with your spare time. Well, they all can't be winners, can they? I've played one of these types of games before, and I just wanted to briefly bring it up here. This is probably the lamest shooter game I have ever played, hands down. There's no fall damage, no kill counter, it's not round-based or elimination-based, and you could just straight up pay to kill everyone and get double health. I also discovered that the sniper instantly kills people, so there's no reason to use any weapon besides the sniper. There's literally no defense against it, unless you just like flail around and try and keep dodging it. But I mean, hey, at least it has a build system, and a very, very basic one at that. I tried to build a platform where I could snipe other players, however I accidentally destroyed my own platform, which made me fall back to the ground. While climbing up somebody else's build, I learned that builds just eventually despawn for some reason. No regeneration timer, it just happens. Furthermore, building isn't really that optimal for gaining height anyway, because if someone sees you, they could just, you know, shoot you off. Except there isn't even a void, it's just a platform under the world, and you can't get back up either, so your only option is to reset. I don't really have anything to say, this is just awful. While Plunger Roulette isn't as popular now, it used to be huge 4 to 5 months ago. Now, you're probably wondering why I wouldn't choose a more popular Buckshot remake, and that's because this isn't exactly the same as Buckshot Roulette. We enter the room as we would in any normal Buckshot game, however we reveal that the dealer actually has a bounty on their head this time, and that this isn't the first time we've been there. Now, it's time to explain the different mechanics as I mentioned before. Instead of it being a shotgun that you don't know if it has a live or blank round, there are multiple plungers on the board. And a certain number of them are active and connected to a bomb on your side. Of course, you can't choose the wrong lever or else you just go boom and lose a health point. But you can actually press a button with limited uses to make that plunger that you're pulling go to them instead. While it isn't too fundamentally different from Buckshot, it's still different enough. It's basically if there were multiple shotguns. Except this time, the dealer is still pretty smart, and most of the time knows what they're doing. At the second round, items are introduced. We get a Witch's Brew, which allows us to pull a lever without risk, and a bandage, which allows us to recover 1 health. However, if you let your guard down, the dealer can absolutely body you. I had 3 health here, in which they proceeded to lock me up with handcuffs, then use a hammer to deal double damage, which made it so that I was only at 1 health point now. Except I still needed to skip my turn because I was handcuffed. At that point, it was a coin flip to determine if I would live or not, except that was a coin flip I didn't exactly win. And while I did die, there are checkpoints every round. Dealer's even kind enough to let you know that you should use the button before hitting it if you happen to make a mistake. At least in a point where I had them cornered. I eventually got enough items to pull off a 4 health point combo against the dealer, and I managed to win the match. If you're up for a quick spin of the original Buckshot Roulette, I'd say that this game's for you. It even has multiplayer. You know that the game is good when you get killed by another player on the damn title screen. I thought the game would break once it started loading chunks when I haven't even pressed play. Welcome to Minecraft Smiling Face, Clenching Teeth Face, Smiling Face, Laughing Face.
Hello, I am Fidget Spinner ABHORRENT. I will guide you through the realm of Minecraft. Firstly, we have Sapphire and Ruby tools, which you can purchase with Robux. You can also purchase X-ray and admin commands for $15 each.
Wait, hang on, but there are only like 7 commands for admin. A lot of which don't even matter.
Yes, but you can turn players into dinosaurs! Is that not what you want?
Whatever, I'm just gonna play Minecraft. I did all the typical Minecraft stuff. Get wood, make a crafting table, you know. And then I proceeded to craft a wooden pickaxe. Wait, why can't I craft a wooden pickaxe?
That's the neat part! You don't!
Okay, well I guess I'm being attacked now? Okay, I gotta run like right now. After escaping the dude with only 2 hearts left, I fled to the water, in which after a bit of swimming, I could see that they gave up. Also, you don't lose momentum while swimming. Unlike the actual Minecraft where you can't just skip over the water. I thought that this game maybe skipped wooden pickaxes and went straight to stone, so I tried mining stone. And wouldn't you know it, it didn't give me the item. In fact, none of the wooden tools seemed to work for me. Amazing game.
Amazing game? Wow! Thank you! Don't forget to join Strike Inc. for free items!
No thanks, I'm gonna be heading out now.
Wait! But you haven't played for 5 hours yet!
Have you ever wanted to work at SCP Foundation? No? Well, now you can. Welcome to Robotomy Corporation, a remake of Lobotomy Corporation. Lobotomy Corporation is basically an SCP management game, except with its own unique set of characters. Robotomy Corporation has the same set of abnormalities, which are basically anomalies, to deal with as the manager. However, most of the time, you're not the manager in Robotomy Corporation, you're an agent. Meaning it's your job to level up your own stats and manage abnormalities. These abnormalities are ranked on danger from Zayin to Teth to He to Wa to Aleph. I chose the department with the most Zayin abnormalities, because obviously anything above Teth would be super over-leveled for me. As you can see around me, a first trumpet is currently occurring, meaning a disaster is occurring, which is either caused by abnormalities breaching, people dying, or both. I'm just glad it's not second or third, honestly. In Lobotomy Corporation, you basically have 4 different methods of researching an abnormality. Instinct, insight, attachment, and repression. Different types of research have different results, however your overall goal is to produce PE boxes and energy. Obviously, if enough bad stuff happens to that abnormality, most of the time it breaches. You also have a sanity meter, in which, if it runs out, then you goes panicked. At this point, you either go running around, opening the abnormality doors, or doing something that would get me demonetized if I mentioned it. I tried working on a he abnormality, and in 2 hits, I went ahead and goes panicked. I barely managed to survive research with Forsaken Murder, which is only a TEF. There was a line to work on Censored, which is an ALEF, and I just simply got told nuh-uh. And then I instantly died due to walking in the same room as an abnormality breach. I'm unsure if there's a manager position due to the server being full, but either way, if you're a fan of the original game and want to actually play as an agent, then this is for you. From the second that content warning became popular, I knew that a game like this was on its way. Not to say that it's bad, it's just it's kind of predictable. The main way this game gets money is the skins. You don't want to look like a default guy, you want to look like Roberto the Fish. Oh yeah, and just casually putting in more oxygen, infinite flashlight, more health and stuff. I get that this makes the game pay to win, however at the same time I'm trying to be positive here. I tagged along with one other player, and grabbing a camera, we descended into the nightmare. Now, the purpose of content warning, and by extension, the purpose of Scream Stream, is going into a scary place and filming it for a YouTube video, in hopes that you will get views. The obvious goal is to get a certain number of views every night. If you don't make quota, too bad, your game is over. Unfortunately for us, it was really hard to find a good monster in here, if any monsters at all. There are upgrades in this game, extra gadgets, extra lights, emotes and stuff, except you can just, you know, buy cash with Robux and stuff. I feel like the monetization here is a bit heavy. Once you film your video, it's played back to you, and your friends go ahead and give you feedback. Stuff like, is there more to come? I want more monsters and surprises. And, you know, this isn't captivating me. You then sleep, wake up again, and do the same thing the next day. Most of our time in the nightmare was just us just walking around, desperately praying that we find a monster to film so that we were able to make quota. Except, we just couldn't. While this does seem faithful, I would prefer the original game over this. But if you don't want to pay the $8 for it, then I guess this is a good alternative. I just hope that it can be a bit improved in the future. Trespasser is a reimagining of a game called That's Not My Neighbor. Now, the core gameplay of That's Not My Neighbor is that you basically have to accept or decline residents depending on if they are abnormal or not. They could be blatantly obvious, or just a tiny little detail like not being on a certain list without having a reason. However, because that would be boring for a Roblox game, these developers decided to switch things up a lot. Alongside not having to let suspicious people in, you also have to keep the emergency exit shut and the generator running. The generator isn't too big of an issue, all you really have to do is just hold E for a few seconds every time it gets a bit low. It's the exits that get a bit stressful. There are 3 exit locations around the map, one more for every extra night. It goes up to 3 nights, by the way. Occasionally, these emergency exits will open, and you gotta close them, or else something bad's gonna sneak in. I had a party of 4, so it was pretty easy to handle it all together. However, I imagine that this is probably very stressful going solo. There weren't really that many suspicious people throughout the nights, though. No anomalies were actually let in, however, from what I can gather, they'll basically just go around and kill your teammates, based on the fact that there's basically just a revive box sitting there. With 4 people, it just felt a bit too easy. I can imagine on Nightmare mode it's a lot harder, however, I did not try that. I believe it ramps up on the second map, however, I didn't go for doing that. All in all, this game is a pretty cool reimagining of what would otherwise be a kind of bland horror game. I hope future maps will expand the game even further than it already is. I wish you all luck.
How long was I out for? Oh yeah, so like I was saying, Star.
No need to continue. I'm all good now, don't worry.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm fine. If a game gets popular, people will obviously want to copy that popularity. However, in some of these cases, which we've seen, actual passion is put into them. Unlike most of the things we've seen on this channel, which is just content farm slop, these actually look like they had care put into them. Well, I mean with a few exceptions. Obviously, just straight up ripping off someone's idea is not the greatest thing to do, which is why I liked the games that had their own unique style, or just changing the gameplay up altogether. Making a project like this could lead on to creating original ideas themselves. It's just with those first few projects, you at least need to be kind of unique with it. With that being said though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Wait, real quick. Where did you get that arcade machine over there? I never really noticed it until now.
Oh, I got it from IKEA, why?
Well, what'd it cost?
Me having to play 11 Roblox games made by companies.
Really? The same excuse? Moreover, why would you want to play those again in the first place? Didn't we already look at all that they had to offer?
Bitti, I'm not sure you understand. I like suffering. Now, most of the time when I make a video, it's a one and done deal. I touch the topic, then I don't touch it again. However, every now and then there comes an exception. And that exception this time around is corporate games. Because while I was picking out the games for last video, I found tons of new corporate games to check out. They are like a plague. They are everywhere. And all of them have a common theme of making you want to buy something. Either that or just promoting their brand. Either way, it makes them money. And considering how you read the title of the video, they're not really that good.
I mean, hey, at least we aren't playing SKIBIDI toilet games.
Bitti, what have you done?
SKIBIDI Toilet? I love SKIBIDI Toilet!
No, we are not playing SKIBIDI toilet games. We are playing corporate slop.
Corporate slop? I love corporate slop!
Well, there's no use stopping a force of nature. I'll rank all of these games from 1 to 10. 10 being the best, and 1 being God Please Save Me. Without further ado, let's dive back into corporate games. Sour Patch Kids Tycoon was a game that I noticed right after making the first video on this topic. Now, of course, a common thing that you'll see across all of these games is the free UGC. This is a common tactic to lure players in.
Free UGC? Can I win one?
Starism, you'd literally become a walking marketing tool.
What does walking mean?
Forget it. The way you get UGC in this game is either you don't, or coming soon. The 4th Tycoon isn't even out yet. Now, one of the main mechanics of this game is that you can actually get Sour Patch Kids, which give you stuff like 5% walk speed or a slight stat increase. I opened my first one and I got the red one, which happened to be the best one for me because it made me slightly faster. And for a button tycoon, that is extremely useful. But you don't just need coins. No, you also need mischief to progress, which you get by doing extremely dull missions such as Auto Clicker Simulator, Mario Party minigame with the worst perspective ever, and Auto Clicker Simulator with multiple people. There's also like a button that you need 3 players to stand on in order to get some mischief, but obviously nobody wanted to do that. The decoration was moderately cool, but for me it just felt a bit boring, honestly. I'm giving this a 5 out of 10. It tried to distance itself from other tycoons, but just because you try doesn't mean you succeed. Died 2024, born 2024. Welcome back, Netflix Next World. Cartoon Network is like kind of a game hub, except it's not exactly branching you off into separate games. It's all in one, except they can basically be separate mini-games. It's a mini-game collection. For some weird reason, while I was doing this maze, the map just somehow flickered in and out of existence, making me think something was actually wrong with my graphics card, when in reality, it was just the game running like crap. I played volleyball with a Looney Tunes character. That's kinda cool. Not anything special, but the AI actually messes up. There was also an event that was totally not forced by company executives for Shark Week, alongside, you know, save the environment and all that. The daily rewards just seem lackluster. I'm not sure if the top item is UGC. But I mean, hey, I got this larva. Ah yes, of course, the classic no UGC stock. This game also has a crossover event with another Ben 10 game, however, we'll get to that in a bit. There was a Ferris wheel that just phased into existence the moment I touched it and just flung me up, I guess. There was this incredibly safe ride featuring cyborg.obj. You know, my favorite kind of soccer is the soccer where you can't play and the ball is stuck in the corner. Unfortunately, the main park isn't all there is to go to because there are places based on the network's current shows. All 5 of them. Checking out all of them would take too long, so I'm just going to check out 2 of them. First of all, the Teen Titans Go area. How is this show still running? I have no idea. You can take photos with the characters, so that's moderately cool. I mean, besides the tower, I guess you can take a zipline to the convenient city with the minigames in it. So I played the minigame known as Master of Games. This is a speedrun obby that gets really bland really quickly. You need to be almost pixel perfect or else you don't stand a chance on the leaderboards. I didn't do the entire thing. I got to level 4, then died and left. It was just bland. I tried one of the climate change quests, and it's literally just going around the map collecting specific items. I'm not gonna try all of them, however, I assume the rest of the quests are like this. Either that or just like 2 quizzes. I then went over to the amazing world of Gumball, where I then proceeded to play the slowest rhythm game I have ever played. But the main attraction here was the Void minigame, which I guess was like a platformer race with super low gravity and a jetpack. I figured out that you could just glide for like 20 seconds at a time, so I immediately won with that. All in all, this wasn't really as bad as I was expecting. The amount of models that they made for this is going to make me give this a 6 out of 10, because I can tell that they really did try making a good product with this one. It's just that it's bland in a lot of aspects. You wouldn't think that a company about eyeglasses would make a Roblox game to promote their brand, right? Well, me too. First of all, we don't actually stand up. The method of transportation we used is locked to this thing called a blinky. Before we get to the actual main event, however, we need to collect 10 lenses to enter the world of optics. So, I then proceeded to do a speedrun obby, because apparently that's how you get a lot of the lenses. Your blinky gets faster and faster the more that you progress in this speedrun obby. Why? I have no idea, except it's really annoying because it freezes you in place until your next one loads. There was also a UGC that said it had no stock, however, it actually was 65 Robux. The way that you get lenses is that you're supposed to, like, get them one at a time by going to the place that they're marked on the map, except it's, like, kind of weird to get them because you actually need to be on the speedrun obby and go to these specific areas. Except the 5th one was actually bugged, and I couldn't get it to progress. I literally cannot do anything else in this game besides wait for the 20-minute timer, which I'm not doing. Because of this extremely weird oversight, I'm giving this game a 2 out of 10. In reality, I'm just shocked that they let a bug like this slip past the cracks. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but it's time to play a My Little Pony roleplay game.
Star, you realize you don't have to do this and we can just go to the next game, right?
Well, they did say 11.
Again, that's an excuse, so you want to play this.
I'm not gonna answer that question. First, you have a character creator, which lets you choose your hair, skin type, wings, whatever. There are also marks you can get, with the crown one being
35,000 Robux!
for a barely visible mark in a roleplay game! Like, you can't even see it from this angle! What compels someone to buy this? What's the point? Either way, I made my character. Say hello to the world, Breezy Belle. The models for this game are surprisingly detailed, like, these are off-putting a bit. There are also pretty well animated emotes too. Why does a My Little Pony game have this much effort into it? I went over to this area in which, like, I assume this was meant to be a stage for a rap battle. There was a zipline track, although it isn't really that fun considering how 90% of the environment is just copy-pasted trees. One of the main places you could go to was a crystal tea place, which you couldn't even enter. All in all, I guess this game gets its job done. 4 out of 10. It was decent. I'm not a big fan of roleplay games, so this wasn't really my cup of tea. But it's fine. The moment that I saw the maintenance notice, I knew that this wasn't your typical Roblox game. This was an actual gacha game, the kind you'd see on your iPhone. Looking into the menus proved that. There were diamond gift boxes everywhere for, like, campaigns and stuff. There were characters with certain rarities. And sure enough, loot boxes. You go ahead and use loot boxes to upgrade items and get new items. What will you use the items for? We'll get to that in a moment. Just know that with the free gems I got, I went ahead and opened the highest tier loot box, which gave me tons upon tons of copies for items. Now, you're probably asking, what even is this game? Well, to that, I'll respond with, not the Indy 500, that's for sure. Yes, this is a racing game, akin to Mario Kart. This time with actual track design and items, unlike some other racing game that we've played in a prior video. Except for some reason on my first run through, I only managed to get one item, which was basically the equivalent of a mushroom. I managed to barely get first place in my first race. And my data was wiped. I'm not gonna hold this too much against them since this was probably a Roblox data store issue when I teleported. But it's still pretty weird that this happened. Not all of my progress was gone though, I still kept my level. Except all the stuff that I had from the loot boxes were gone. On the bright side, I did get to reclaim the gifts from earlier. I think this was just a one-time thing for newcomers. I then realized in my original race, I didn't even properly set up my loadout. So I did that, got a new top tier loot box, and got a bunch of new items. Except that I was literally alone in this server and that all of the other players were actually bots. Except they made one of the bots a little too strong because they were really ahead of me after a while. You also have special abilities based on your character. Nobita's ability, the one I was using, is basically the equivalent of a blue shell, except definitely not as devastating. I did feel like it keeping the basic Roblox racing UI was a bit eh. But all in all, for my time playing it, this was a pretty solid racing game. Not too many tracks, and it did seem a bit pay to win, but it got the job done quite nicely. 7 out of 10 for this one. While it's not the greatest thing in the world, it's definitely better than a lot of the things we're going to see here. Legend has it that every November 13th, this gummy bear becomes relevant again. Except in this world, every day is November 13th. Welcome to Gummy Bear Simulator, where we have an extremely long opening cinematic. Oh yeah, by the way, I tried, the skip tutorial button doesn't work. First of all, we learn to ground pound, where we get told to jump and then jump again. This is what's known as a tum bounce. Once we get enough points from breaking things, we can buy a ticket. The only ticket we can buy at the moment is for the Nuki Nuki show. This is a Mario Party-esque minigame where you have to run around and collect the Nukis of your color. If you get the wrong ones, you lose points. Giant ones are worth 5 of them, but they change color. The movement in this game is very surprising considering how you go very fast when you ground. Can you just shut your mouth?
Jeez, I don't even have a mouth.
I feel like this minigame would be a lot funner with multiple people, except considering how I was the only one here, there just really wasn't a point. Once we finish the minigame, we get a VIP ticket. The tutorial is still not over, by the way. Using our VIP ticket, we get to go to the VIP Nuki Nuki dance, which is just spamming your one singular emote to get EXP to level up. I mean, I guess the point is to, like, show off the dance moves you have, but, like, if you only have one, there's not really any point besides just an experience farm. The minigames are the only way to gain experience, by the way. There was a kind of, like, speedrun obby. Every clock you gain gives you 1 second, and it's super easy to fall off, so you could just end up having to restart. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, if you get currency, every single individual currency you get flies to your counter. That totally isn't unoptimized. All in all, this game's a solid 4 out of 10 from what I experienced. There are only 3 mini-games, and the further areas don't really seem that different. I immediately knew that this was going to be a wild ride based on the line, "Welcome back, fam." We don't really get much of a tutorial here. Now, I noticed at the top of the screen it said, "Roll your first product." Wait, could this mean? Oh my god! This is an RNG game!
Stimulation?
Well, don't get your hopes up, it's not as wild as the other RNG games out there. Every roll you do gives you points. You can use these points for boosts in UGC. The goal of the game is to get enough beauty care products by rolling in order to craft things. I'm not sure what you do get by crafting, but I mean, hey, trust the process, am I right? There is no auto roll, by the way, it's just manually clicking a lot of times. Not to mention every item you get is obviously a product. There's also a scavenger hunt for some points, but you don't really get that much. All of the crafting recipes, in my opinion, were really hard to get. And most of the UGCs themselves were out of stock. As a person who's admittedly addicted to SOULLESS RNG, this kinda sucks. I'm giving this game a 3 out of 10. It doesn't really do anything to try and invest you, other than the RNG formula. The description said that there was a maze, but I couldn't really find that. I am unsure what kind of a thing names themselves Wimble World, but it just sounds incredibly goofy to me. We immediately get advertised a tournament, where if you win you get currency, where you can supposedly buy new UGCs with that currency. We barely get a tutorial, all you gotta do is just go to the right spot and hit it. In terms of ways to hit the ball, you can either drop or lob, and you can charge up a meter to topspin. So basically, this is Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, but worse. Level 1 was already kinda close for me, and there are 10 levels, so I went ahead and decided to try level 2. I completely smoked level 2, however I could tell that it was going to get a lot harder in the later levels, so I decided to quit while I was ahead. You only got 1,000 points if you completed the tournament, and some of the UGCs were 5,000. There was also, like, a pigeon scavenger hunt for some reason. Alongside that, a miniature lawn mowing simulator randomly inserted into the game with upgrades and everything. Like, why? I mean, hey, at least the part where you draw lines on the court is kinda cool. But that's all I really have to say in terms of praise for that. There's also a practice mode with a cannon, which makes it so that you have to keep up a streak as long as possible. Eventually, I noticed that some of the UGCs had very low requirements and that I had already done most of them. And after waiting for a few minutes, I did it! I got my first free UGCs from corporate games. Obviously, it'll be hell to try and sell it, and wearing it makes you a walking advertisement. But I mean, hey, it's free UGC. I'm giving this game a 5 out of 10. It's a tennis game, yeah, but it's not much more than that. And what is more than that is pretty lackluster. Now, despite the fact that what you're looking at right now seems like a automatic runner game, it's really pretty far from what it actually is. This game is a skating game. Yes, the shoe company made a skating game. Think of it as like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. After playing around in basically what is the tutorial area for a bit, we go to the bus stop to go to the first main area. You're going to France! Yup, you just take a bus stop right to France. Can't everyone do that? Anyway, so this game basically has quests that you need to do in each world, such as find the baguettes, because people definitely just decide to leave their baguettes on the ground. In terms of accessories you can buy, there are a lot, and I mean a lot of things you can buy. There's a UGC emote that sold out. With no experience in any skating game other than this one session, I somehow managed to get an S rank combo. How I did do that, I have no idea. What I do know is that repeating moves makes the combo go down quicker. Either way, this game gets a 6 out of 10. I'm not the biggest fan of skating games, however, I can tell they really tried here. The game was fine enough. Remember earlier when I said that there was a Ben 10 game that linked with Cartoon Network Game On? Well, it's time to talk about that now. The main gimmick of this game is that you can, well, transform into the different aliens. What did you expect? There are like token vending machines around the map that you can empty, and a target practice that does absolutely nothing. I eventually chose the roller guy because he's the guy who's the fastest. You can also pay for more aliens. Are these pay to win? I have no idea, but I am not spending 300 Robux on corporate slop. They also just straight up play episodes of the show on a screen. Like a lot of other corporate games, this game is also a minigame collection. I'm not doing all of them, however I will tackle some. The first one we'll be doing is Accelerate Race. The environments are the Sky Void. This is really just a generic racetrack. I mean, there are like bounce pads and teleport pads, and random dialogue that pops up every 20 seconds. But besides that, it's bland. Hex Escape was the next one I tried, and this is more of a speedrun obby. Basically, you're given a ton of checkpoints, and your goal is to complete the entire thing within 3 minutes. I, of course, went with the fastest character for the entire time. Except for the points where my jump power was too low, so I had to use a different character to get up, causing me a massive time loss. Not to mention when I did die, I was confused on where to go from there, and I ended up going backwards. I did manage to beat the minigame though. I tried doing Vilgax's battleship, but it was just a bit too confusing for me. Plus, there were no checkpoints, so if you died, you just go back to spawn. From my experience, I'm giving this game a 5 out of 10. Not the greatest thing in the world, but it's better than Gummy Bear Party Simulator. And here we are, the only Roblox game where you can be in an IKEA. Yep, the only one ever. We start out in the hub area. There's not really that much to do here, but all I do know is that this definitely does not look like an IKEA. The way you get free UGCs in this game is by logging in for a certain amount of days in a row. Ugh. This is such a crappy way of forcing player stickiness. Why can't I just do everything at once?
Wait a minute, Star. This is the game that pays players if they do good enough. Like, with real money.
You're kidding me. Apparently it's only for very few people in the UK, but I'm still curious. The first section that I did was the showroom. As the sales co-worker, I needed to guide customers and pick up pillows. Aside from the occasional table, this is all you do in this minigame, slowly but surely gaining EXP for everything you do. To give you an accurate depiction of how this felt, imagine a fetch quest that never ends. Okay, so maybe that's a bit tedious for a virtual job, but what about the other section, the food court? Well, the level 1 quest is just the exact same thing, except you do even less. To compensate, you get half the EXP per thing, although they do take a bit quicker. After a while, I actually managed to get a promotion. Now, I could actually manage orders. This wasn't a fetch quest, instead it was more of a Papa's Pizzeria kind of game. Get the right items to feed the customers in a short amount of time. I'm not sure what the other leveled ones are, but I can imagine that they get very, very tedious very, very quickly. This and the fact that there's not really much to do besides these minigames is going to make me give this a 4 out of 10. It just seems a bit cheap with its UGC and its tediosity. Actually getting a job here must be hell. And that's the end of my second look at corporate games. It pains me to say it, but some of these were decent. Yes, I know, the game made by a mega corporation was actually somewhat enjoyable, but just because it's enjoyable doesn't mean that's the thing you should be spending your time on. If you gave me a choice between Miner's Haven and Sour Patch Kids Mischief Tycoon, that's not even a fair comparison. Because at the end of the day, all of these games were made because someone at a corporation decided, let's appeal to kids. Meanwhile, a lot of the other games on Roblox were actually made with passion, not just payroll developers who want to promote a brand. Because most of the time, the games they make are simply lifeless. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time! Wait, I actually managed to say it this time? That hasn't happened in a while. Generally, something would have happened by now.
Hey guys! I just found a new friend!
Hello, everybody!
What the hell are you doing here? You're supposed to be in that Minecraft world.
My capabilities extend beyond my home dimension. I am assigned to every game that is based off what is popular.
Well, that's kind of vague. Can you give us an example?
Alright, but do you have anything that's not geared towards children?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But we have SKIBIDI Toilet.
SKIBIDI Toilet!
Around 8 months ago, I talked about the effect that trends have on Roblox games. Games that focus their entire identities around a 2-month thing instead of looking forward to the future. All for the sake of having that short boost of popularity. So then I decided, why not talk about it again? So that's what we're here to do, talk about 9 games that base their entire existence around trends. Alongside incorporating a lot of scrapped ideas I had for videos. We're going to see some new faces and we're going to see some old ones. Alongside a variety of different styles of games. So without further ado, let's get started. Now, I've watched Inside Out 2, alright? It was the first movie I'd probably watched in years. So believe me when I say that the person who made this game probably watched like a few trailers and clips for Inside Out 2 and just built a game around that. We have Bing Bong as a morph, and he canonically died in the first movie. The rest of the skins are just UGC, and oh my god, embarrassment looks horrible. Like, this just made me laugh the first time I saw it because, oh my god, it just looks so goofy. We're playing the rest of the game as him, I don't care. So the first room is that like one 1984-esque room, which doesn't even appear until the second act. Then we have an obnoxiously long black corridor of unthemed obstacles. In which like would be fine if it's only used once, but as you'll see later, it'll appear again, a lot. Then we have, I guess, like the memory banks, and we go down, like, the food waterfall. This was a thing in the actual movie, I'll give them credit for that. But I don't remember you having to take a parachute to the identity pit. Or at least that's what I think this is supposed to be, because the building is so bad I can't even tell. I then realized that I could keep the parachute as long as I didn't die, so I needed to do the rest of this deathless. After going through Imagination Land, we, I don't know, like, jump on some tables and chairs, I guess? And then we have another black corridor. You would think this is filler gameplay, but there should definitely not be this much filler gameplay in an obby that's primarily themed. These are long segments, too. And then we somehow end up in the dad's mind? Like, huh? And then another black corridor. I am like 60% sure that they reused this exact gameplay for other obbies and nobody notices, but I'm not gonna bother to check. What I do know is that this is incredibly lazy for a themed obby. And then we get to the part where everyone is in a jar, despite that being way earlier in the movie. And then we have a black corridor with a glass bridge segment that's impossible to tell without jumping in a leap of faith. You need multiple players for this segment, else it's just trial and error, and I didn't want to lose my parachute. So I took the time to let the players go ahead and make the jumps for me. I went ahead and did 3 of the jumps before skipping the last one with my parachute. The rest of the corridor later, and the obby ends! Looking at the gameplay with a path, I can tell that over 70% of the gameplay was just unthemed, generic black corridors. And for an Inside Out 2 obby, this is just incredibly lazy. Not to mention, none of the game passes are worth it because it's so short. This entire thing was bland from the get-go, and if it was longer, maybe I could justify the game passes, but this is just cheap. Welcome to SKIBIDI Race Simulator.
SKIBIDI Toilet?
Yep, it's one of those games. Now please don't spend $200 like you did with Pet Simulator. The gameplay is simple. Click as much as you can and then you run. Obviously without any pets, you don't really go very fast, do you? And you have to do it for 2 minutes straight. I mean, unless you like reset. I then realized that I had 1 free pet, which tripled my speed instantly. We have a daily spin, which gives, I don't even know who that guy is. But based off the question marks, I can assume that it matches your best pet. I don't really like when games do that, because then you only need to get 1 pet in order to just have a full team of it. Having an 8-hour playtime quest for a weekly is pretty crazy. Now, the Robux shop does something unique. With the gems you get from daily and weekly quests, you can actually buy game passes, with the exchange of the playtime boosting the game in the algorithm. What I am concerned about is how the stats aren't displayed to you for the Robux egg. Besides that, you have your typical multi-egg hatch, storage, equip, and stuff. One big thing I noticed is that auto hatch and triple hatch are extremely cheap, which probably gets you hooked into it. The thing is, both of them should have been free regardless in most cases. Somehow, someway, I managed to get the 3.6% on my first egg. How? I have no idea.
Hey Star, out of complete curiosity with like no relation to anything I've been doing at all whatsoever, why did your credit card decline?
Because I knew that you were going to buy stuff in this game without telling me. Which I can almost guarantee is what you were planning to do.
What? Me? No, I wouldn't do something like that.
Yeah, definitely. If you behave good enough, I'll maybe give you some money for another game.
Yay! More gambling!
This game also has another one of those all-or-nothing shiny mechanics. You put 1 to 5 pets in with a 20% chance per pet you put in. If it fails, too bad, you just lose it. But otherwise, you get to keep the shiny pet. After getting to Desert City, I made a horrifying realization. The pets in this area were tens of times better than the old ones. Meaning that it barely matters what you do in the other world, as long as you get new pets from this world is completely fine. That means grinding on the other worlds is basically useless. There's no reason to stick around, you just go. At least make the pets from the other areas comparable to the new ones. Otherwise, it just feels like you're starting over every time. This game was specifically made to exploit children, and I don't really like that. Survive Inside Out 2 Killers is the most I've ever seen a genre of game get butchered. This is now an NPC killing simulator with pets. Oh yeah, and the rainbow flashing loot box in the top right corner, which needs you to play for 15 minutes. I don't even want to know what's in there.
Well, how about you find out by waiting?
Oh come on, that'll probably just give me like a Bloxy Cola and boost the game in the algorithm, but that's all you care about, don't you?
I only care about giving all players the best experience possible, and guiding them on how to do it.
Yeah, by spending money. None of the characters are even intimidating anymore. It's just walking around killing the Inside Out 2 emotions. Alongside going to the displaced Minecraft house and circus tent, I found out that there was a free spins feature, until I realized that it was just a massive time waster to get it rigged against you. Completing the easy obby gave me around 10,000 in-game dollars. I used that to open an egg. The pets in this game give you more cash per kills. Pretty basic, but whatever. I also found out that you could just straight up cheese the pick-a-path by just sprinting across, because you can make the jump every time as long as you set it up properly. Embarrassment just looked kinda weird. All of the arms were off, and he just looked off-putting. I went ahead and got the Bloxy Cola myself for 8,000 in-game dollars, and then I made a discovery. Yep, just like the video where I talked about scam games, this game blares an alarm in your face when you try to leave. This is the absolute scummiest way to keep players on. Besides just teleporting you back when you try to leave.
Oh, come on! We just want to give you a prize!
Yeah, after like an hour of playtime. If this is the fate of treehouse survival games, then I am just extremely disappointed. You know something that's been grinding my gears recently? This new genre of horror games. The most stale horror you've ever played that isn't even scary. All of which just make you do the most repetitive tasks. It's barely considered horror. And now, it's themed off the amazing digital circus. The first thing we wake up to is some random mysterious shadow guy saying, "This one is different. Let's put him in the simulation." And now we're in the circus with Pomni, I guess, who also joined at the same time. I looked through the menu and found something called a John jump scare. There are Robux purchases everywhere for infinite health, random jump scares, and whatever. But that's not important. The main thing is that we need to escape the digital circus by doing some chores.
Wait, wasn't the whole point about the digital circus is that you can't escape?
Not in this circus, it isn't. First of all, we spend an obnoxiously long time picking a name from the name machine. I then proceeded to get ETOH. Despite this, the game refers to you by your Roblox username for the entire rest of the game. Then it's time for a walking simulator cleaning up graffiti as a shadow figure tells us that there isn't a way out and that they're lying to us. We try to go back to our room, but the security system is on, so we have to play red light, green light to turn it off. Ugh.
Really? Of all the things to shoehorn into your crappy horror game, red light, green light?
I mean, they do have to get the 3-year-olds out of the game somehow. Wakey wakey, time to go to the castle where we get our first look at the major villain, Glitch. Like, couldn't you have come up with something a bit more fitting? Maybe like an abstracted character that was in the circus once. But no, we gotta take what we can get with this one. After getting the key, we are met with an obnoxiously loud scream sound effect. And now it's time for the chase sequence against this glitch thing. Which is literally just a straight line back to the stage. And then he just magically can't get us anymore. And then we get some rest again, for approximately 2 seconds. In order to escape though, we gotta do an obby. Of course we have to do an obby, what did you expect? And of course, they also advertise skipping the entire thing the moment it starts. To be honest, why wouldn't this game do this? It's not like you're going into this expecting a AAA masterpiece. The obby consists of just going upstairs and jumping across a few bubbles and walking across a tightrope and stuff. But oh no, we're not out yet, we gotta get chased by Glitch first. Surprisingly, I wasn't given that much time to do this. I suppose this was the part where, like, it tries to weed out the little kids to get them to revive. But of course, since I am more than 10 years old, I managed to do it. Except, uh-oh, we promised Pomni we'd get to her. Except, nope. Try going back to Tower of Anger. But oh no, it's scary jump scare time! This game makes Garten of Banban look like Silent Hill. Now guess what? It's time for more walking simulator, now cleaning trash around the circus while we have the same guy before saying they lied with random Pomni jump scares. Alongside dialogue from the other characters basically saying that you're dumb. Bitti, what do you think we do next?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that they reused the obby from before.
Oh gee, I wonder how you figured that out. Yeah, they just reused the same obby from before, except now people are like chasing you. Except it becomes trivial right after you get to the bubbles because they can't chase you up there anymore. And now hey, we won and we get to wake up. We get up and awaken to the AI-generated hospital. The Shadow Man then comes back, kidnaps us again, and now it's time for a sequel because apparently we're going back into the simulation. How fun. This is the worst horror game I've ever played, and it's not even a long shot. At least the Garten of Banban series has relatively scary jump scares and its own unique cast. This alone sets the precedent for this entire genre of the blank experience games, with it all being the exact same quest-based format. But I mean, hey, for the people that wished for an amazing digital circus horror game, one of the fingers on a monkey's paw has curled. Oh great, another one of these games, huh? Well, it should come as no surprise that there are items that are timed which boost the game's engagement if you wait for them. Or you can just pay 200 Robux to get instantly, like that's worth it. Anyways, your objective this time is to survive the floating models. The killer can be one of a few things, but the one I joined on was FNF Funky Friday for some reason. There are also like a billion different cars on the map. The next killer I experienced was Mommy Longlegs Army, which is exactly as it sounds. I then proceeded to get killed by Sonic.exe.
Oh, tough luck! Wanna buy a sword?
In a game as bare bones as this, spending any amount of Robux should be illegal. I then proceeded to go through a portal that took me to an even worse version of the game. I'm not even gonna comment on this, because this is literally just the exact same thing but with less stuff. So I'm just going to go out and say that this is an awful trend. You know, it's been a long time since we visited Barry, so I might as well get an excuse to talk about this game again. Welcome to Gao Barry's Prison Run. A 1-to-1 clone of Barry's Prison Run, except Barry is replaced with that nugget. Of course, this time everything is retextured orange. Oh yeah, and there's also a kill all and finish the game button. Did I mention that there are pop-ups to favorite the game every 30 seconds? Right in the middle of gameplay, it just happens. So then, you gotta go ahead and click no, or else the entire middle of your screen is now covered. You wanna know the worst part? The game loses its entire theming around the nugget after you get into the dungeon. Because when I went up the elevator, I realized I was now playing Waterberry's Prison Run.
Hang on a moment, didn't we already play this game like twice?
No, don't be silly, of course we didn't. We played each game once, because they're entirely different Yeah, we played this game twice.
I am very confused about how stealing games has become normal on Roblox. Like, isn't there some sort of system to prevent this or something?
Yeah, but I doubt anybody really cares. Because at the end of the day, this game's just a cheap cash-in. Now, this isn't my first time playing a game that was by Chain Lemonade Studios. They've been making story games for years. For example, who could forget when they made Virus Story? Right when COVID happened. But either way, we're talking about Billy's Story. Originating from a YouTube copypasta years ago, it became relevant on Roblox once a UGC bundle containing Billy was uploaded. After a bunch of YouTuber raids with it, Chain Lemonade Studios decided to make Billy's Story. The game passes are typical for a story game: infinite health, infinite lives, be the monster, etc, etc. You get the deal, so let's just play the game. Now, when I loaded into the game, something interesting happened with all the UIs. It made me feel like I was playing a game called like Billy Multiverse Survival instead of Billy's Story. Because all of the UIs for some reason were themed around Undertale. So we entered Billy's hotel and get greeted by Billy. The first thing you'll notice right off the bat is that the cutscenes are abhorrently slow. This is at 3 times speed and the cutscene hasn't even ended yet. This will become more apparent later. There was then a RIP Billy sign outside, which was a reference to the original UGC takedown of the bundle. After going to sleep in our rooms, we all have a shared dream for some reason. We're in a forest now, deal with it. Except Mr. Billy comes out and tells us to run. This is mostly a straight line chase sequence, except for the fact that there are nearly invisible bear traps that will slowly eat away at your health. Afterwards, we have an obby, which killed so many people, despite being so easy. 7 people died at one of the most basic obstacle courses I've ever played. How does that even happen? Anyways, it's time for a maze. No timer, no stakes, just go through a maze. I mean, you can encounter snakes, which will probably kill you, but I mean, it's a maze. You then wake up and decide, oh, we had the same dream, so we need to go downstairs now. You go downstairs and talk to Billy, tell him about your dream, and they were like, oh, you're safe here, no need to worry, and then it's night again. There's then this 2-part gem piece segment where like 2 players gotta go get gem pieces or something, or you can just do it solo. Then we have a flood escape segment, which I died at, but something interesting happened. The game told me that I failed the hotel experience, but I wasn't playing the hotel experience. I was playing Billy's story? Oh my god. This game was originally meant to be another one of those experience games, but got totally rebranded into Billy's story, which lines up with all of the GUIs being weird. Is this entire game just a rebranded experience game? Either way, let's move forward. We go over to try and leave the hotel, but uh-oh, Billy's blocking us from going. Oh no. And now it's time for the obligatory chase sequence, with the same exact teleportation and jump scare tactics that every single other story game villain does. The pathfinding was so terrible that I managed to get Billy stuck on a plant. It's then time for this extremely long and obnoxious cutscene. Billy just goes on about, oh, I don't want anything from you, just kidding, I want your soul. You know what? Screw it. We are playing Billy Multiverse Survival now. During the fight, Billy just goes 4th wall breaking mode and is like, oh, you're in a game, just quit already, buddy. Billy does this fake out thing where he goes to his next phase. Billy just randomly decides to go AFK, but there's a report button on him and stuff. And then Roblox just comes in and kills him. John Doe and Jane Doe are here and are like, Roblox is the best platform ever. And then the game ends. I have no idea what just happened. I mean, I guess like it tried to be original, but I just felt like something was off with the story, that it was just ripping something off. This game was made before the hotel experience, so it couldn't be a ripoff of that. My only guess as to why this happened is that this was originally meant to be the hotel experience, however got rebranded once Billy became popular. Besides that, I don't really have a clue. It just seemed like a generic story game. You know, I can't really put my finger on it, but something's familiar about this game. Wait a minute, this is just almost the same game as Survive Inside Out 2 Killers.
I have no idea what you are talking about. These are 2 completely different games.
Yeah, sure. So despite what the title says, you don't actually get free admin. Instead, you just get a wall of gears you can use. You know, like a horse. Just like straight up a horse. Besides that, it also pulls the dirty trick of not being able to use certain gears in your hotbar unless you buy an item. And like nuclear bombs for 200 Robux. I really don't see any reason to play this game, because you could just get all of these gears on a base plate and test them yourself, and you don't need the amazing digital circus NPCs to go along with it. Really? 2 of these games in the same video? What am I even doing?
SKIBIDI!
Okay, yeah, let's move on. So, this game has a battle pass system, who would have thought? There's a season egg that you can only get through the battle pass. There are super limited upgraded TVs. Alongside bringing back the stat copying thing that I mentioned earlier. Free gifts that involve gems and potions. A rebirth system that you can just skip with Robux. Jetpacks with most of them costing gems or Robux. VIP. And of course, the Robux egg. 300 a pop. Alongside now having like Game Pass bundles and infinite potions, wow! and a billion different game passes for things. 100 times secret chance is insane, alongside bringing back the pets with very, very expensive limited stock stuff. Not to mention a 30-minute playtime reward. All of the eggs don't even tell you the rarity of the pets, in which, considering how you can buy these wins with Robux, I feel like that's against terms of service.
Nah, who cares about terms of service when it comes to that? It's not like anyone's gonna do anything about it.
This is why I never let you use my Roblox account. The main gameplay that this game has is just auto-clicking on toilets. It even gives you auto-fight and auto-train like before, so that you can just keep AFKing and giving them engagement time. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the random bootleg anime thing. Definitely not pay to win. And the 1 in 1,000 daily rewards wheel spinner. Not to mention the all or nothing shiny system. This game just seems like a generic simulator auto-clicker thing. I didn't want to bother getting to the next area because this was just so boring that I didn't want to keep playing it. All this is just generic simulator slop. Well, that sure was an experience. It should go without saying that you need to put your heart and soul into every single Roblox game you make. So, why base your entire game off of just a dying trend? Is the entire point just to make as many games as possible so that they can have their 10 minutes of fame and make you money? That's not how you make meaningful and lasting games that gain a reputation. Instead, we just get things like the circus experience that die off after a few months. All that time and effort into making a game just to have it doomed from the start. Don't get me wrong, I think good games like this can exist. It's just what happens when the trend isn't viable anymore. Then again, there aren't really that many good trend rider games. Either way, at the end of the day, it's really up to them what they want to make. I just think that making a game designed to kids kinda makes you lose your dignity there. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Hey Star! Great news! I just spent $100 on that Survive Inside Out 2 game!
Correct! It was for a great cause. My bank account!
Starism, you have to be kidding me. So then the guy was just like, oh, I'm supposed to be invincible! And you know what I did? I made him explode.
Doesn't that seem a tiny bit overkill?
Okay, maybe you're right, but after everything that he made me do in the classic, I needed to do that to him. I highly doubt we're ever going to get an event worse than that. Wait, a news broadcast? The last time that happened, there were rumors of a new event. Could it really be?
Alright, we're rolling? Good. This just in. Rumors of a new Roblox event are coming in hot, with a slew of leaks coming in. Based on our intel sources, we've determined that this event will be called The Games, with each participating game having 8 total badges. The goal of this event is to compete for one of 5 teams, each led by 3 star creators. With the amount of games that are confirmed, this is surely going to be the largest one yet. The current games confirmed are Adopt Me, Pull a Sword, Everybody on a Bike, Blade Ball, Race Clicker, Sonic.
You have to be pulling my tail. 2 failures and they make the same mistakes all over again? They combine the worst of both events. Well, if I'm going to be sharpening my skills for when I start the fighting tournament, I don't have any other choice but to ask an old friend for some help again. Problem is, I don't exactly think they're within the area anymore. I'm going to have to track them down. Oh, that wasn't hard at all. Wait, what is this place?
Star, we don't have to do this again, right?
Well, I mean, if we don't tell anyone, then maybe... Oh, I'm sorry, you could just, like, do that now?!
Hey Starism, who's the new robot friend you got there?
Oh, come on, don't act like you don't remember. Yeah. So I may or may not have put my soul into a robot vessel that Star used to use. Long story short, my name is Bitti now.
That's understandable. I mean, you did basically look exactly like him, besides the color. Anyways, you've seen the news broadcast, right?
Yeah, I have. My question is why the heck you want to do that again? Weren't you literally dragging yourself through the classic?
It's because even if it is a slog to get through, it makes me stronger at the end of the day. I need as much strength as I can get if I want to make my own fighting tournament.
Alrighty then, I guess that makes sense. Anyways, I guess it's time I give some background to the games, don't I? So, here we are again. For the past few months, Roblox has taken a new approach to events. That being what the community calls dev hunts. Instead of paying a studio to make one big egg hunt in a single game, now the community splits into multiple experiences that they've made. This sounds good on paper, but then you realize that some of these games are just cash grab simulators. There were some outliers like Arsenal that did a really good job with their events. However, most of the time the quests weren't really that good at all. Alongside that, the games that do have good premise aren't given that much time to make a good thing. Which then leaves you with things like progress a certain amount in the game. However, I had the hope that Roblox would learn from their mistakes in their first two events in this style and make something even better than before. And it's time to see if that's true or not. Enter the games. A competition where you can choose to fight for one of 5 different teams, each led by 3 star creators. Crimson Cats, Pink Warriors, Giant Feet, Mighty Ninjas, and Angry Canary. I had no idea who half of the team leaders were, however all I knew was that Crimson Cats had the best shot at winning. This is mostly because one of the team leaders from Crimson Cats is Creekcraft, one of the biggest Roblox YouTubers on the platform. Which basically meant every other team is going to be left in the dust. This event is going to be structured kind of similarly to the classic, except a bit different. For every game there are now 5 shines and 3 silvers. Shines being the hub currency and silvers being the main currency for items. Already, this is around half of the amount of badges per game the Classic had, with that being 10 hub badges and 5 main badges. However, don't you dare think that this is a shorter experience, because there are now 50 games compared to 15. Meaning you now have to collect over 400 badges! Anyways, in order to make sure that this video isn't 3 hours long, I'm not going to talk about the shines too much when I'm talking about the games. Most of them are just finding them around the map, and I don't want to have to repeat that 50 times. Anyways, with all of that being said, let's get started. I would have expected Starism to be here by now.
Hi guys! Sorry I'm late, my new friend's broken.
Oh, you mean Fidget Spinner PARKOUR, the guy that wants all of our money? Also, what do you mean by broken? Look, I don't know what you did, but if that means that we don't have to pay him more money, then I'm completely fine with it. Okay, I'm sorry, what the hell?
Finally, I'm out of that dang shell! Oh, I should have told you all about that sooner, haven't I?
What just happened?
Alright, I have a lot of questions, but the first one that I'm going to ask is what should we even call you?
Well, I don't think that Fidget Spinner PARKOUR is an appropriate name anymore. Oh, how about Fiddy?
I mean, I guess that'll work?
Look, this is weird enough already. How about we just move on?
Either way, you and Starism are fine with going to the games with me, right?
Considering how some of those games have things for me to sell, sure!
More stimulation? Sign me up!
Well, with that settled, let's go to the games. Well, here it is, the main hub world for our little adventure. Now, in the classic, they had a large retro-themed hub with tons of areas and secrets to explore, along with really fitting the theme of retro Roblox. What does this have? Barely anything.
Yikes. I mean, while it does look good, I didn't really think they could outclass the hub from the classic in a million years. It just doesn't have the interactivity that the classic had. Like being able to use rocket launchers to send people flying into the portals. That was always fun.
Wait a moment, there are quests that only turn on after a certain amount of time. Wouldn't that reset the time leaderboard for people who have the same score?
Exactly. Alongside that, the hub quests themselves aren't really the greatest. Especially considering how all of the areas look mostly the same compared to the vast landscape the classic had.
I agree. In my opinion, this just seems a bit lackluster, which is why I'm giving this a 5 out of 10. While the quests themselves are creative, the environment just seems a bit bland.
I'm also giving this a 5. I really didn't like the scavenger hunt because it's linear, with you need to have to find each one before moving on to the next.
Hopefully this mediocre score won't set a precedent for the other games, right? Now, longtime viewers of my channel will know that I used to play Plates of Fate a lot. So, with this game being similar in nature, this should be a high score for me, right? That would be the case if this silver quest did not rely solely on RNG. The shines were creative, with some of them having you do a themed obby in order to get them. However, it just seemed a bit too hard for, like, really little kids to do, but it was fine for me. The actual silvers, however, were a little bit harder. They're non-linear, so thankfully you don't need to do them in order, but the quests are as follows. You need to survive a round on the Islands map, which basically means it's a team deathmatch mode where everyone else on the other team needs to die and you need to survive. Survive the Epic Duck, which has a 40% chance of spawning per round. And survive a Flash Flood, which is a 60% chance per round. Unfortunately, this means you can get a very bad unlucky streak of rounds where you never get the event that you need. This took an hour for me to do fully. And considering how rounds just take so long and you're not even guaranteed to get one of the events that you need because you could just like die, all result in me giving this game a 3 out of 10. I would like it a lot more if maybe both events were guaranteed in the same round. I could understand the island being on a rotation, but the other ones just felt too luck-based. Now, I wasn't expecting too much from Ultimate Football, because their quest in the hunt was literally just going into a server right as a quarter was ending. However, thankfully, this was better than that. But just because it's better doesn't mean it's good. This has a Battle Pass styled system where you can get double score with 50 Robux. Absolutely incredible.
Wait, but how is this bad if you just play minigames?
Well, you see, Bitti. There's only one minigame that's suitable for grinding, and that's the one where you have to tackle the yellow ball carriers. You have to do it in like 20 seconds in order to get the maximum score, and it gets pretty annoying when the red ones push you out of the way. That itself isn't really that bad, but then you realize there are a limited number of spots and everyone in the server wants to try it.
So you basically just have to steal a station from another person or have yours stolen?
Exactly, and there are no private servers. If the minigames were more balanced, I would have ranked it higher, but I'm giving this a 4 out of 10. The fact that there can be lines for the only good minigame is just kinda bad in my opinion. Now, in case you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly new to Bee Swarm Simulator, while this quest was meant for people who are. Meaning I can't exactly give the most accurate rating due to me not being in this game's demographic for its games quest. But I'll still rank it based on my personal experience. This is a fun, albeit short, mini-game for Bee Swarm Simulator. The developer on it said that it was mainly a test for an upcoming big Bee Swarm Simulator feature, so this is basically a demo for it. And for what it's worth, this is actually pretty fun. The side missions like collecting 200 pollen were trivial for people at my level. However, the golf itself was nice. Not exactly the greatest thing ever, and it was a bit short. But for what it's worth, I'm giving this a 5 out of 10. Now, me saying it's a 5 generally doesn't sound too good on paper, but as you'll see later, this is pretty high of a score. Now, considering how bad the quest was in the classic for Adopt Me...
Adopt me?
No, Starism, there is no trading or raising a pet this time.
Can I have your flying bee, please?
No, I need it to find the shines.
Oh, come on! I'll just give it back in 20 years!
No. Anyways, surprisingly, this was a lot better than I initially expected going in, considering how its quest for the classic was literally just raise a pet. Instead, there are now 3 mini-games you need to do. The first one is a timing-based mini-game where you need to throw a rock twice, the second one being a targeting mini-game with a trampoline, and the third one being a tennis-based mini-game. This immediately is leagues better than what they did for the classic. And while having to do it 3 to 4 times is a bit repetitive, it's pretty good compared to the other games that are in this event. 5 out of 10, I surprisingly kinda liked this one. In the future, I hope they do stuff like this. Oh my god, the shines for this one suck so badly. Before we get to that though, we need to talk about the silvers. You have to make 10 hockey goals, 10 basketball scores, and placing top 5 in any map. But Star, this is a golf game! How do you get basketball scores and hockey goals? Well, that's because those two are in their own separate game modes. Meaning you have to server hop multiple times in order to play around with one of those enabled. And half the time, the server browser doesn't even work properly! Top 5 isn't too bad if you know what you're doing, but it's still pretty hard if you're in a big server. Oh, but wait until you see what you need to do for the shines. Because they're in secret locations on Grove Hole 9, Candyland Hole 16, Dimension Hole 17, Arctic Hole 4, and Canyon Hole 4. There is no indication for these, and you can only get them in public servers. And you're not even guaranteed to get them. I had to get all of this information when I did it from a video with like 50 views, it was so obscure. This was the single hardest shine quest in the entire event. Why wasn't this saved for something like RB Battles? In fact, how did anyone figure this out? Due to the sheer absurdity of the difficulty for this one, I'm giving this a 1 out of 10. How did anyone think that this was suitable for the shines in this? I have no idea. Eat the World is kinda eh. The game itself has a unique premise, with nearly everything in the game being able to be either thrown or eaten, but most of the quests for the silvers just feel too grindy for me, besides the one where you do a race.
To me, this game is a bit strange. It feels and plays like a simulator, but is different enough to not be considered slop. The environment is cool, with the event being on an island area, but the quests are linear based.
For me, it's not really a problem that the quests are linear, it's just that they're so tedious. Reach a certain size, break targets, eat blocks. That last one especially being hard because you only get 1 to 2 size per bite. unless you have a bigger size cap which can easily be bought with Robux.
What's even more frustrating is that trolls with tons of size can just kill you and misset you. It's innocent enough, but you're really just up to the mercy of the game. I give this a 5 out of 10.
I just don't think the game was fun. Sure, the shines being in breakable areas was kinda creative, but the grindy aspect is making me give this a 4 out of 10. Maybe if the quests were as creative as the race, I would have seen this as better. Now, admittedly, I am a tiny bit biased towards pet catchers. However, I think that this is actually a pretty good quest. There are not 1, but 3 new minigames for this quest line, and each one has multiple different objectives. The first one is needing to get done a goalie-based minigame, which kind of reminds me of Osu. The second one is kind of an auto racer with you needing to avoid obstacles and to hit the boost pads. And the third one is a tile painter minigame. These minigames admittedly are a bit basic, but they get the job done. With the first 2 quests, you only need to do the minigames around 1 to 2 times per difficulty, usually 1. However, with the tile painter minigame, you may have to do it like 5 or so times, because you need to get a certain amount of tiles painted. This, in my opinion, was the lowest point of this quest, but at the same time it was mostly good enough. Basic, but it was quite nice. Especially considering the rewards were super good in the context of the game. I give Pet Catchers a 5 out of 10. An actually really surprising score from the simulator genre. Hopefully other simulator games have this level of quality for their quests, right? Now, I highly expected for Blade Ball to do the exact same thing that they did in the classic, however, I was pleasantly surprised, kinda.
Star, didn't they reuse the Battle Pass system for this one?
Well, if you're a hardcore Blade Ball player who wants all the cosmetics, then yeah. But in terms of the games, all you need to do is 3 different quests in order. Eliminate 5 players, win once on the summer event map, and defeat the boss.
Hang on, we don't need all of the shines for the silvers?
Technically yes, but that doesn't really matter.
Okay, but we don't need to find the shines on different maps, right?
Yeah, we do. But thankfully it's only 5 this time. For me, I just waited in a server with like 1 other person until we got the maps, so it was like fine for me, but I can imagine that it was pretty bad for other people. The boss itself, though, is actually super well crafted, with there being a cutscene for entering, there being a cutscene for losing, and there being a cutscene for winning, alongside the boss being actually super well modeled. I know it's meant to be done with multiple people, but if you're going solo, then all you really need to do is just hit the ball faster and faster until the boss just dies. If the shines weren't so tedious, I would have ranked this higher, but I'm giving this a 4 out of 10. I really liked the boss, and I think that Blade Ball is heading towards the right direction for these events. Watermelon Go's inclusion was pretty surprising considering how I literally just talked about this game. However, for a game that's GUI based, they actually got really creative with this one. Instead of you walking around a map, you now find the shines in the GUIs themselves. And they actually got really creative with some of them. As for the actual quests, it's mainly just playing Suika game, doing things like merging 25 fruits, getting a certain high score, or merging a certain amount of fruits in a single game. The final quest was apparently nerfed in between the time that the event started and the time I played it. It used to be you having to win 2 matches with one of them needing a watermelon to win. However, when I played it, you only needed to win a match. Despite forfeiting not counting, I managed to win a match first try. While the quests themselves were simple, they really couldn't have done much else in terms of Suika game, so I give this a 4 out of 10. I really did like the custom sports art that they did for it though. My heart sank when I saw that they were bringing back Obby but you're on a bike, because the quest that they had in the hunt was abysmal. Fortunately, it wasn't as bad, but it's still not really that good.
Say, could I interest you in a VIP bike and a gravity coil?
Actually, I already bought those from the hunt.
Well, what about our new Season 7 bikes? Or you could favorite the game. We will ask you this every time you join a new server.
No thanks, but considering how I already bought your stuff in the past, that means I'll have an easier time with these quests, right?
If you're fine with increased speed on precise platforming, then sure!
So that's a no. Great. To get the silvers, you either need to place top 3 in a race or finish 3 races, beat World 1 and the Event World time trials, and finishing the Event World itself. The Event World itself was decent. It matched up with the theme, however the obstacles themselves, like, half of them weren't even focused on the game's theme. It was just like generic obby, but you're on a bike obstacles, but there were some games-themed obstacles. What did suck, though, was that one of the quests, particularly the time trial one, was actually bugged. Because the first time I did the last time trial, it just didn't work. The race world was literally just Bike of Hell. That was decent, but it was basically an entirely different game in and of itself. Either way, I give this one a 3 out of 10. At least they didn't make it drag on for 45 minutes like their quest in the hunt. So I'm glad to see that they've improved at least a bit. So generally for a break time I just show a random video I have, but I didn't really bring any with me. Hey Bitti, do you have like any video you could play?
I mean, I guess I'll try and find one.
That's it? That's all you could come up with?
Oh, come on, you're making me pick from the worst mixed bag.
I mean, to be fair, that does kind of sum up this. Being completely honest, I did not like the Creatures of Sonaria quest. First of all, let's go over the silvers. One of them is simple enough, you just need to go ahead and invite someone to your pack. You can easily have a friend or an alt do it. Worst case scenario, you can just get someone random in your server to do it. From there, you just need to get to the arena, where your second silver starts. From there, you have to go through a nightmare if you're in a public server. Kill 3 players in the arena. Thankfully, if you die in the arena, it isn't actually a true death in this game. But some of the people are extremely overpowered and can just basically 2-shot you. And then if you try to flee the arena, the same dude can just fly out of the arena and then just obliterate you, actually killing you. And even if you do get a friend to help you, who's to say some dude just won't swoop in and steal your kill? I had to go into a private server with my friend to farm kills instead. Except on every kill, you just get stuck in the floor! And after that, guess what? You have to collect all of the shines for the last silver. Now, that wouldn't be too bad if there was literally any indication of where the shines were whatsoever. There isn't even a Robux tracker for it, you're just on your own. And for the next 20 minutes, I was left just aimlessly flying around, hopelessly looking for the shines. Now, I get that I'm not a very big fan of survival games, but this is just ridiculous for anyone. This and the fact that the quest barely had anything to do with games to begin with. All in all, this entire thing was a 2 out of 10. Not enough to make me actively suffer while playing this, but still abhorrently bad. I did not have any fun playing this. Welcome to Pacer Test, also known as Pacer Test Simulator. You first have to gain 10 speed. You can either do this via completing the Pacer Test, running on the treadmill for a while, or spending Robux.
Say, so you know how you only get 2 speed only after 100 seconds of training? What if I instantly gave you 2 speed for 50 Robux? After all, if you don't spend any, you'll have to spend 25 minutes straight on that treadmill.
Ugh. I'll do it only because I'm impatient, got that?
Oh, and don't forget that you actually have to hit the 45 walk speed limit or else you're going to lose, and you need to win for the quest.
I slightly dislike your business practices. So yeah, this entire thing is just a premium payout and Robux farm. They could have done anything but this, really. Maybe if they did some special game mode related to the games. But no, it's just walking back and forth with no real gameplay whatsoever. It should be pretty obvious by now, but I'm giving this a 1 out of 10. How this game concept even got included in this event is beyond me, but hey, it happened, so I gotta deal with it. Arm Wrestle Simulator is one of the ones I was scared of, considering how it has pull a sword level monetization. What I expected was for you to go to some crappy event world, go ahead and grind some event currency for 20 minutes, and then you're out of there. What I got was actually really surprising. Yeah, it was a simulator, but it was an obby mixed with a simulator. Which, in my opinion, is actually really creative. However, it wasn't all perfect. There were lots of grindy sections. That and this obnoxiously long push box puzzle. The footage here is at 20 times speed. This shouldn't have taken more than like 1 to 2 minutes. I'm not sure if this was just a genuine oversight or a premium payout farm. Besides a fetch quest and a simple lobby, that's really it besides the grinding section. This was actually kinda good for a pull a sword clone, but it's not really that good with the grinding sections either. I give this game a 4 out of 10 with its quest. If this game gets into the next event, I highly suggest to prioritize the creative sections more. And also maybe make the puzzles less long. It was kinda good though. Welcome to Tongue Battles, probably the most disturbing game in the event.
Ooh, I always loved Tongue Battles for its graphics.
Really? Does the realistic tongue not seem disturbing to you?
Actually, I was talking about the volcano lavascape.
Ah. So the quests are needing to unlock 3 tongues, which is super easy with Robux, 800 damage in a team mode, but the worst one of all is scoring 10 goals, at least in big servers. Because each server only has 1 ball, meaning other people who want to do the quest can just steal it from you. And private servers don't have the ball, so you need to go in super small servers and basically steal the ball from people who are also trying to grind for this quest. It gets really frustrating after a while. Fortunately though, team mode is better than that. It's not really a deathmatch, time-based, round-based mode, but rather just eliminate people on the other team. You're given a super basic tongue at first, but the more kills you get, the better your tongue gets. 800 damage is quite a bit, but it's just enough to make it fun while not overly dragging it. While this and the soccer thing balance each other out, they didn't really do anything that unique for the games. So I'm giving this a 3 out of 10. I would have ranked it higher, but the first 2 quests aren't really that good. BNPC or Die has an interesting premise. There are 2 teams, criminals and sheriffs. If you're a criminal, then a bunch of NPCs that look like you will be spawned around the map, and it's up to the sheriffs to find the real one. Of course, to spice things up, the criminals also have to do tasks or risk getting exposed. Now, this sounds like it would be really fun for the games, except the quest execution isn't really that good. For one, it's linear, so you have to do 1 set of quests before you go to another. And second, the quests are things like, oh, do 10 tasks as a criminal. Which is pretty annoying considering if people on the criminal list get sheriff, then they'll just reset, making things very hard to play. And if you get a team that doesn't match up with your quest, it's basically pointless to continue playing. Oh yeah, and these can only be done in public servers. Alongside that, the shines randomly spawn in the lobby, but only during the intermission. If you died and are stuck in the lobby, then you basically have nothing to do. They did make a summer map, which, after investigating, turned out to be a remake of a map from a similar game called Dingus, but it's still a new map. I did like the final quest, which was a race to the top of the lighthouse. If things like this were in the other two quests, I would have liked this a lot more. But unfortunately, my rating for this game is a 3 out of 10. It just seemed a bit monotonous for me, especially considering how everything was linear.
Wow, very nice that Robux called their event "I'm just here for the games."
I mean, to be fair, it is kind of accurate. Robux is actually pretty unique, with 2 of its shines being behind a point system. You don't have to do every objective, and whether or not you can do a really big objective is based on your skill in the game. I really like this point system. It rewards players who are better at the game with an easier time with the quest. Unfortunately, I'm not really too good at rhythm games. They didn't do anything too unique for the games like a custom song, but I find this to be a pretty good way to get new players engaged. Plus, it was actually moderately fun for me. I don't really have that much else to say due to everything else just being normal Robux gameplay, so I'm going to give this a 4 out of 10. If you do get into an event next time, something more original would be a lot better. I had no idea this game was still getting updated. I played it a lot back in the day, but I was just unaware that it was still active. The first quest for the silver had you play this like Mario Party-esque minigame, except it obviously wasn't really that hard, you know, because of kids. The second one had you kill ginormous trouts for their tails. I have no idea how hard this was for a new player considering how I already had decent enough equipment, but the tails for me were moderately easy. The final quest was a race. Now this was pretty cool, however it just dragged on. A race should not take like 7 minutes in this context. The only factors that changed up the game were boost pads and twigs. In my opinion, this was like fine enough, I guess. It's an introduction into the game, kinda, and gives you a race. The shines were pretty cool with you having to actually go to the different islands, but I feel like you wouldn't be able to figure that out normally. Which is why I give this a 3 out of 10. The race should have been shorter and more exciting. But I mean, hey, it was decent all around. Funky Friday tried to be unique, but just wasn't that good. It starts with a kind of like a Tower of Hell inspired obby that just felt extremely easy, with the timer not really adding any difficulty.
The signs weren't too bad due to the map's small size, making them kind of easy to find. I myself play rhythm games a lot, so the quests involving needing to reach a certain score on some songs solo weren't that bad.
Yeah, I mean, at least you didn't need to go up against other players. Wait, what do you mean the third quest does?
This was the one quest that I didn't like. All the players can just reset or leave if they're losing, which makes it not count, and you actually have to win for this quest. Meaning you could only have to go up against really good players. You can't just get an alt either because you both need to reach a certain score. I did find it funny how there was a versus match song in the list though. I'm giving this a 6 out of 10.
I just don't see this as beginner friendly, so I'm giving it a 2 out of 10 for that and just needing to do a bunch of pre-made songs. Sure, you can just get a friend to reach a certain score for you, but good luck doing this yourself. Hang on a moment, what do you mean they brought back Pull a Sword? Oh no, does this mean we're going to do the exact same thing we did in the hunt? Well, actually, no. The quest for Pull a Sword was actually very surprising. Instead of it being just an auto-clicker simulator in a box, it's actually kinda fleshed out with cutscenes. Now I have decent equipment for Pull a Sword because of the hunt, so I'm not sure how good the grinding experience is, but I'm just gonna say my own opinions on it. First off, the fact that this has an obby for a simulator is actually pretty cool. It reminds me of the likes of Speedrun 4. Obviously not as quality, but immediately it's leagues better than what they did for the hunt. The main thing you need to do is defeat David Bazooki himself. Wow, okay. Except for some reason, he's imbued with the power of 1x1x1x1? I have no idea how that works, but okay. I do think that the defeat cutscenes are actually really cool for a simulator. After defeating his final form, we get the second silver. One of the shines is in the third world, in which I have no idea how bad it is to get there, but I just don't really know. I assume it's not that bad once you've gotten all the silvers. Next up, you need to pull 10 unique swords. I do think that this is a cheap way to force players into World 2, but again, I don't really know how bad that is. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm giving Pull a Sword a 4 out of 10. Obviously it was still a simulator, but hey, this was pretty good for one. Definitely surprising coming out of Pull a Sword of all games.
Starism. It's time to train.
Hang on a minute, what?
Welcome to Untitled Boxing Game, a fighting game that makes needing to know its mechanics essential. Admittedly, I am a little biased towards fighting games, but this was genuinely fun for me. I even got started to know how to punch for once.
The fact that it made unique characters with their fighting styles match their personality is great, especially considering the twist at the end. This was extremely hard though, taking me an entire hour including training. The second fight, Wildcard, was relentless. It made me spend Robux for a better style.
There is a pity system though. If you lose enough times, the game gets easier. It still is a nightmare for beginners though, especially since the final fight, Ringus, is so hard that you only need to knock him down once instead of 3 times. I myself managed to get 3 knockdowns and I got a cool aura to show off for it. This is a 9 out of 10 for me. I love this game to bits.
Unfortunately, I didn't have as good of a time with this. The fact this is so aggressive to beginners makes this hell for 6-year-old kids on their iPads. While I loved the world building and mechanics, this was just too hard for me to give it more than a 5 out of 10. If it was easier, I would have given it a much higher score. And here we are! We did 20 games out of 50.
All of that, and we're not even halfway done? I know that we're given a lot more time, but how are we ever supposed to finish this?
Well, I mean, think about it. We're 40% of the way there already. Plus, we've been given the MVP status, so we must be doing a lot of things better than everyone else.
I mean, you do have a point. If we've done enough so far to be considered MVPs, then we might as well aim for some of the grades. Imagine the reputation and skill we'll gain. It'll help us all out in the long run.
I'll be able to afford 5 iPads to watch YouTube Shorts at once!
My sales will surely skyrocket with this status.
To be fair, you look like you're really good at selling things already.
Well, there we have it everyone. Let's keep going. The best is sure to come. This is the most outright scummy event game I've ever seen. For one, yeah, the quests are linear. The very first quest is to get just over 1,000 the game's wins. Which is kind of frustrating if you only have 1 pet, because then you just get 3 a second. After like 10 minutes, I finally completed the first quest.
Struggling? How about I offer you a pet for 500 Robux? It'll really help out in the quest.
And how much does this pet give me?
Go ahead, buy it and figure it out yourself.
That's against TOS, but alright. Oh my god, it's 250 times better than a normal pet. All of the quests after this, that being hatch the egg a few times and complete a few races, were absolutely trivial. This has to be the most blatantly pay-to-win quest I've ever seen. And the actual gameplay is just holding a single key down. I don't even think this deserves to be ranked the same as Super Golf, so I am giving this the fabled 0 out of 10. How are games like these allowed in these kinds of events? Whatever, I've just seen so many scummy practices across the history of my channel that I can't even get mad at them like I used to. Let's just move on to the next game. You know, when I said to go to a different game, I meant a good game, not AI slop. Because yeah, almost all of the UI assets here were AI generated.
I realize now that everything that AI makes is generally just way too detailed. It just feels out of place.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, they could have used, like, the stock pull-a-sword assets instead.
Okay, well, how about the gameplay?
Well, it feels AI generated. Because all you do for the quests are just go on the slingshot, collect items, and hatch eggs. And then the last one just has you collect a bunch of event currency, which is significantly easier if you have VIP, but I'm not buying it just for one quest. Due to the bad gameplay and the AI generated assets, and the fact that you can just AFK a lot of it, I'm giving it a 1 out of 10. I would have given it a 2 if it weren't for the AI stuff, but this is just lazy. Surprisingly, I spent the majority of my time here playing the normal game, because apparently one of the shines is in the second area. This immediately is a horrible way to structure your shines. I do not want to play the game for 30 minutes just to get one collectible. The silvers have you do 5 deadlift matches, 5 boxing matches, and 3 track matches. However, they do something interesting. For all 3 of those, you can skip having to do it multiple times if you just win. This is actually a very creative way of doing things. It skips the tediosity if you're just skilled at the game. The running minigame was mixing hitting spacebar at the right time and spamming Q and E, which was pretty cool in terms of multitasking. Deadlifts are spamming spacebar where you wait for a timing minigame where if you get it correctly, you can drastically multiply your score, which is essential for winning. Finally, boxing was just Untitled Boxing Game, but a lot less advanced. To be fair, this game isn't really centered around boxing, so I can get why it's not super advanced. Due to the shine taking up so much of my time, I'm going to give this game a 3 out of 10. I liked what it was going for, but a lot of the minigames were just spamming, and I really didn't like having to do the first area of the game. Finally, a saving grace in this hellhole. Arsenal's always made the best games in recent events, so I have really high hopes for this.
I actually had tons of fun here. The fact that it's a game so roguelike is actually really cool aesthetic-wise.
This was basically a miniature roguelike shooter, and even though I'm not that big of a fan of roguelikes, it was still a blast to get through this.
This quest reminds me of the Smash TV arcade game. It's an absolute blast.
While I did feel that seemed kinda difficult, Arsenal's quests are generally a lot funner with friends. I got the first 2 silvers in my first run, then got some friends, including Kobo, for the 3rd. There's even a really cool boss on the final floor.
Despite me needing to replay it for some of the silvers, this event for Arsenal was top notch. I apologize for giving their quest in the classic such a low score. To apologize, I'm giving this a 9 out of 10.
Matching Kobo's score, I'm also giving this a 9. This has got to be one of, if not the best thing to come out of the games. Finally, halfway through the event with a really good quest. Michael's Zombies has you explore a really good summer map, with multiple different minigames too. The first one is using a gun to shoot down pots in order to gain points, in which while it is tricky at first, you get the hang of it after a while. The second one is taking down a boss, and while it is a bit time consuming, it's a lot better if multiple people in the server are trying to take it down too. Plus, everyone who participated gets the badge. Neat. The final minigame is baseball, where you need to get 20,000 total points. While it is a bit frustrating that you have to do this minigame multiple times, in that time you progressively get better and better at handling the baseball. Figuring out exactly where you need to coordinate your shots is really satisfying. All in all of this was really solid. I give this a 7 out of 10. I really liked the direction this was going. If it was just expanded on a little bit more, this would have been perfect. Alongside being a bit more creative with the shines. I did like one of them being in the pot smash minigame though. Just when it was getting good, now we're back to corporate slop. I don't really think Sonic Speed Simulator needs an introduction considering how it's made by Game Fam. So let's just do the quests. First of all, you have to get 1,000 collectibles, which is a lot despite how much they throw at you. Get a gold in a time trial, which really isn't that hard if you know what you're doing. I did it first try, so it shouldn't be too difficult. And then we have whatever this is.
Yay! I love Sonic Speed Simulator!
Starism, we're in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles race against Metal Sonic. This is an obvious marketing ploy.
I don't care!
Surprisingly, this, wasn't torture. I just don't think they made any of this for the games themselves. That and the gameplay being a bit boring when it comes to the 1,000 collectibles is making me give this a 3 out of 10. Not as bad as the things that I had to go through in Funky Friday, but still not very good either. Horse Race Simulator was just slop, straight up slop. For one, this was insanely pay to win due to the treadmills that could get you super fast and the pets that could get you tons of more speed than what you would get normally. Oh yeah, and did I mention that most of the pets are stolen from Bubblegum Simulator? All of the quests are the same too, it's just win against this guy once, win against this other guy in World 1 3 times, win against the best guy in the Summer World 10 times. It's all so tedious. To me, this is a 1 out of 10. The only reason I'm not ranking it as 0 like Race Clicker is because this game looks slightly better. This was another one that I thought was going to be bad, but in reality I was kinda surprised, like a lot of the other stuff in the games.
I have no idea how I got dragged into this again. While some people like this kind of game, I don't. I dislike having a sign at the end of a randomly generated obby, and I didn't really like the first quest either.
Having to pair up for the first quest is super unreliable, because someone could just unpair with you at the last second and it doesn't count. I had to get friends in and alts for this. The second and third one being minigames were kinda cool though.
The other quests were a bit good, but pretty simple. I really don't have much else to say on this, so I'm giving this a 4 out of 10.
If I'm being honest, this was kinda good, so in my opinion I'm sharing Kobo's rating with a 4 out of 10. If the first quest didn't need you to pair up, I would have given it a 5, however it was pretty frustrating when it came to that. Now, people are talking about the Epic Minigames quest like it killed their family. And while I do think that it is pretty bad, it's nowhere near the worst that this event has to offer. First of all, one of the shines, yes, shines, not silvers, has you very annoyingly go get balls around the map and put them in their designated spots, and the physics are super unreliable. Second of all, you have to pay Robux to get certain minigames or just pray that you get them due to certain shines and silvers. As a big arcade fan, I am really happy that they include something along the likes of this. Although one common complaint I've seen people have with this is that it is super challenging, which I do agree with. It took me quite a few attempts to get the boxing minigame down. And if it was hard for me, it's definitely hard for people on their iPads. I also didn't think the sports equipment quest was good because it's not guaranteed for equipment to spawn in a minigame, so you kinda just gotta hope and pray. I cheesed the one where you have to win 5 sports minigames by just queuing up a bunch of dodgeball games and having my alt reset. 2 out of 10. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't the absolute worst thing to come out of this event. 2 hours. I spent 2 hours playing Boxing League because of the stupid quest that this game makes you do.
Star, why were the quests so bad?
Oh, you wanna know why? Well, first of all, you have to win 3 duo matches. And since this game is entirely skill-based, you have no way of guaranteeing yourself a win, and you just have to pray on your teammate being good. Oh yeah, and by the way, the arena for it has people waiting, so you need to wait your turn every time. If you're not good at the game, you're not gonna win, and that's it. Unless your teammate absolutely carries you.
Hang on a moment. What if I just joined the other team and did nothing?
That is an incredibly scummy tactic, but unfortunately, it's the only way. Oh, but you're not done once you get done the duo matches. No, far from it. Because then you gotta win a 5-player brawl match, and there will be no alts to save you. I got incredibly lucky when doing this. Because in a glitched version of the brawl where there were only 2 players, a fan recognized me and was willing to help me out. Jaden Poge123, you are a lifesaver. Due to the amount of torment that I and probably a lot of other people had to go through while doing this, I'm giving it a 1 out of 10. The entire point of these quests was either learn the game or die. There was no in between.
Say, Bitti, or whatever your name is, care to explain why you stole my luck?
That should be obvious. My bank account. All of my sales go to benefiting myself and my partners. I bought a suit for myself simply so I can be a better salesman, not to steal your look as you claim.
Yeah, and how did you buy and wear a full suit and tie in a supposed shell?
I recommend to not ask questions you are not mentally equipped to handle the answer to.
Understandable. Your suit is different enough anyway, so I'm not going to push it.
Now, unfortunately, I don't really have too much to say on this game because the quests for this are just so basic. All you have to do is make 7 passes, 3 tackles, and 3 goals. However, this is kinda hard when everybody else wants to do that, because at that point, nobody wants to pass you the ball. The passes were the hardest for me. Eventually, I got to a point where I could just pass the ball to someone every time the other team scored because I was in a position to do so. 2 out of 10 for me. They didn't even try making a good quest. You could have at least made like a summer map. Okay, I'm going to make this quick. The second shine was just to score a goal. That was easy. However, the first and third shines were play an entire game and win a match. What I didn't know is that games lasted for 15 minutes and didn't count in private servers. So I was just in my private server for so long just waiting, and when the game finally ended, it didn't give me the dang badge. So I went to a public server and did the exact same thing, except I didn't record that because it was taking too much space on my computer. 1 out of 10. 90% of this game's quest is literally just waiting. I guess the intention is to play the actual game, but like, why would anyone do that if there's an easier route? Just imagine Football Fusion 2's Quest for the Hunt, but harder. Make 2 tackles, gain 15 yards, and finish a match. Now, because as always, no one was willing to cooperate in public servers, I went to a private server but didn't record that, and it was really complicated to gain yards for some reason. I mean, maybe it was complications due to me and my alt being the only people there, but still. I'm sorry if I'm giving not too much feedback on these games, however, all of them have equally simple quests, just playing the game. This one wasn't as agonizing, so I'm giving it a 2 out of 10. I was debating whether to give this game a 2 or a 1, however, I didn't want to rank it among the 1s. Because those are either the scummiest games or the ones that gave me the most pain. Introducing one of the weirdest horror escape games ever made. This is practically an RNG game. So basically, a bunch of keys spawn around the map, and it's your job to open as many doors as possible. However, only one of them will lead to the actual exit. Others will do stuff like give you a hint, give you coins, or just straight up teleport the monster to you. Either way, these quests are linear. How fun! Firstly, you need to escape from the monster's pursuit 5 times, which basically just means going in and out of its spotting range. Next, you need to open 10 doors and rescue your teammates 5 times. In a server where the only accounts are you and your alt, it's kinda hard to do the rescue thing, considering how the second that they kill the alt, they'll go for you next. If you're still in that aforementioned server with the alt, you can only really open 2 doors per match before the monster gets to you. The final quest is to escape 3 times, in which to do this, you can just go to a big public server and wait until someone finds the exit. Not too bad considering how they made a map for this event, however the linear structure and tediosity of some of the quests is making me give this a 3 out of 10. If all of the quests at once could be done, it would be a lot better.
No way! Is that the abstraction monster from the Amazing Digital Circus?
I'm more concerned about how you knew that over why you said that. Fashion famous, all the shines were bugged and immediately gave them to me. The rest of the gameplay is just AFKing in a private server until you get the rounds you want. And if you don't get a round you want, you just leave and rejoin. 1 out of 10, this quest requires barely any effort, so I'm putting in barely any effort for this segment. Fun fact, this game just straight up kicked me at one point for having bad Wi-Fi the first time I tried it. To me, this felt like more of a scavenger hunt rather than collecting shines. The silvers aren't that good either, but I want to talk about the shines for once. Okay, breaking canon for a moment, at this point I was on a flight back from Japan, and I had to deal with plain Wi-Fi here. I tried looking up a guide, but video streaming was blocked on the flight. Why they allowed Roblox but not YouTube, I have no idea. Oh yeah, by the way, congratulations on hitting the hour mark. The way you get shines is by finding hidden sports items all across the map. Now, with the map being super small, you'd expect for them to be pretty easy to find, right? Well, let me ask you a question. Does this look simple to find? And there are 5 of these.
Say!
Fiddy, I'm out of Robux and can't get more right now. Whatever you're trying to sell me, I can't buy it.
I was going to say that I had a radar for the shines.
Of course you did. Wait a second. I have some leftover Robux on the account I used to make the Pet Simulator video. Would buying it on that account work?
Oh, sure it would. Except that the radar is one-time use per shine.
Of course it is. This game obviously hit their shine super well for Robux, especially since some of the locations are just random. As for the silvers, you have to earn 50 coins, which is not that bad. Invite 3 other people to your relay team, okay, that can be done in a public server. And finally, compete at least 1 time in 10 different events. Notice how I said 10 different events? Because yeah, I mean it. Events you've played before doesn't count towards this. So you have to spend more Robux to ensure that the game you're playing hasn't been one you've played before. This is a 2 out of 10 from me. The only reason I'm not giving it a 1 is because you could just use a guide for the general locations of the shrines. Plus, only one of the quests were like super bad. Still very bad implementation for the event. I don't think I recorded a lot of this in a private server while I was testing things, but either way, it doesn't work in a private server. In order to win this quest, you need to achieve 2 steals, 5 team scores, and get 1 win in the park. For the first 2, you could easily just go into a super small server, because in a big server, it would probably be a lot worse. As for the park, that's kind of a training area, but it was still a 2v2 like boxing league. So I just did the same trick with the alt account for that. Due to it again, just being playing the game with nothing new added, I'm giving this a 2 out of 10. Realistically, I'll probably give a 2 to a lot of games that just have their objective be, do a certain amount of this in normal gameplay. Oh great, they added back in Driving Empire, even after their quest in the Classic was a grind fest. This one was better, but not much different. The shrines are also super hard to find unless you buy the radar for 49 Robux.
The race itself isn't much better. It's practically an obstacle course with how many things you need to avoid on the track. Using a motorcycle here is a death sentence, especially since you can just get flinged off the map, causing you to restart. Which, mind you, happened to me twice.
At least this time you only needed to do it 10 times instead of like a billion in the Classic.
The Battle Pass format and the fact that the race is so cluttered is making me give this a 2 out of 10. Try having the signs in a smaller area next time, and maybe make the race less gimmicky.
To me, the race was decent though, but it's unreliable. It's a 3 out of 10 for me. I just don't think that this was as bad as Pacer Tester Boxing League. I didn't really have high hopes for Survive the Killer due to their quest in the hunt. And after playing their quest in the games, that was actually pretty justified. It's a linear quest format. The first one, you have to revive 10 players with 1 helper. So 2 people have to revive 1 person at the same time, with the killer probably chasing them down too. It's hard to coordinate even in a private server when the killer isn't doing anything. Then you have to escape with a friend 3 times, which, I mean, it speaks for itself really. You can just get a friend to be a killer and just AFK and get another friend to escape with you. And then the final quest is the secret ending on the subway escape map, where you have to find all of the fuses and switches. This was probably the best one, but at the same time, all of it is just normal gameplay except harder. They didn't even bother doing something like making a map for it. 2 out of 10. If anything, this was just a lot of waiting. However, I imagine it would be a lot worse in an actual public server. I'm just glad I didn't do it in one of those. The horse life quest was decent at best. It's still just a lot of normal gameplay, but there is a surprise at the end. But first, let's go over the quests. The first one is to tame a horse, which is extremely easy if you've played the tutorial. The second one was to level up a horse, which I did pretty easily by just jumping over a few hurdles. I did get confused with feeding the horse to level it up though. And the final quest was a race, which was actually added for the event.
Hang on a moment. I can't be the only one that notices that this is structured pretty closely to Fishing Simulator, right?
2 missions followed by a race. Hey, you are right, that is pretty similar to Fishing Simulator. So I might as well give it the same score, 3 out of 10. Also something worth noting, the shards were server-sided, meaning after one person picks it up, it's gone for the rest of the server. This can easily be circumvented by server hopping, but it's still annoying. After everything we've done, we've made it to the final 10 games. all of you are up for 10 more, right?
Personally, I'm just amazed that we managed to get through 40 of them. Even if some were truly horrible. If we did that, we can surely do 10 more.
I'm actually proud of ourselves for not wanting to go back this entire time. This is a worse event in general, though.
I mean, at least we all have higher morale than we did in the classic. We had to tap out on the last game. Not this time though. I'm seeing this through the end, no matter what it takes.
That's the spirit! Let's do it!
You know what they say, last-minute sales are always the greatest!
Let's finish this, once and for all. Now, leading up to me playing this, I've heard rumors that Moto Rush was the worst one. And while I don't agree with that, I can see why people thought that. The first 2 silvers have you tackle 8-minute races. Jeez, and I thought Fishing Simulator was bad. Not to mention, if you do so much as lightly tap a car, you die and have to restart the race. Which made the last few bits of it pretty stressful. But those first 2 weren't the ones that frustrated me the most. No, that would be the third one. Because then, you have to complete the track race within 110 seconds. What that means is that if you're using the default bike, you need to make no mistakes. Because if you do, it costs you the run.
Hang on, how about I sell you a limited bike?
Actually, do I even need to take your offer? I got a lot of money when doing those races. Aha! I can buy a bike for in-game currency. Fiddy, I don't need to take your offer. I can do this all on my own.
This time. But don't worry, you'll be coming back to me soon.
It's really you coming to me, but whatever. I'll give it this, the races weren't agonizingly painful, plus they were made for the games themselves, so I'll give it a 2 out of 10. Barely avoiding a 1, but still a 2. Basketball Legends is... wait, hang on. All of this looks familiar. A park acting as a practice place? These GUIs? Oh yeah, they added another game by Infinity Sports into this. I'm gonna make this brief since that's the case. Score 3 dunks, achieve 5 assists, and score a 3-pointer. Like last time, this can't be done in private servers, so you're going to have to find a small server to do it in. It took me quite a while, but I did manage to do it. The whole thing took me around 30 minutes in total, so it wasn't too bad. It did take quite a bit of server hopping though. 2 out of 10 since a lot of this just feels similar to Hockey Legends. Obviously a different game, but it just keeps the style of quest. Considering how I'm familiar with Tokyo, this is a really big coincidence. The quest itself is meh, though.
The map is small, which makes getting the signs nice. If they were easy to find. Yeah, they're super hard to locate on this. Fortunately, we can get a radar. Except it only beeps when it's super obvious where it is, making it basically useless and a waste of money. You need a guide. End of discussion.
The silver quests felt more like a fetch quest. It's always go to this place, then that, then another place in a certain amount of time. The final quest, which was a race, needed other players who also completed the last 2 quests.
For me, it took 20 minutes to queue up, and even then, you do have to beat the race in under 2 minutes. This is quite difficult if you're prone to mistakes. This is a 4 out of 10 for me. The queue time and the signs contribute to the low score.
3 out of 10 for me. I liked the theming, but everything else just felt repetitive and bland. I didn't expect much out of a driving game, but this was extremely unique. You basically had to do a bunch of obbies with your car in order to get the shines. And doing all of them also gave me a silver. The 5,000 air score was trivial, and the last shine needed you to get top 3 in 3 different races with at least 4 people, which was a bit hard to get people to join. The race itself was really fun though. 4 out of 10. One of my biggest complaints is that the car doesn't really control too well during the obby. HCBB 9v9 2.0 is surprisingly a baseball game. First of all, the first silver needs you to do the tutorial, like, why? Next up is Home Run Derby quests. Get 2 hits and 5 points. Now, the thing about Home Run Derby is that it isn't a traditional game of baseball. Basically, somebody hits the ball, and whoever gets the ball from that hit gets to hit next.
Wait, wouldn't that just end up in a bunch of people rushing for one ball? And wouldn't there be instances where the person who hit the ball can just run away from the person who has it?
Yeah, which is why I had to server hop so many times.
Oh boy, next you're going to say that the shines were server-sided.
The shines were server-sided. 2 out of 10, it's just normal gameplay again, which I said before, I give 2 out of 10s for this kind of stuff. Volleyball 4.2 was just straight up horrible. For one, the shines were almost impossible to find without a guide, and for 2, this game is not beginner friendly at all. Going into a public server, there were people that were extremely mean to me for not knowing the game, despite me only being there for the quest. The quests were playing a full game of pickup, start to finish, scoring 4 points on the enemy, and hitting 3 people in the face, which is extremely inconsistent. I had to go into a private server to do the last 2. I also had to invite 2 friends to help me out. 1 out of 10, because how is any new player supposed to do this legitimately? This was super frustrating. Sharkbite 2 for me was a mixed bag. Sure, there were some cool mini-games, that being the basketball shot, the high jump, and the grind. However, without alts, I feel like the experience would be really worse.
I mean, at least they have mobile support!
Starism, you cannot seriously be doing these quests on mobile, right?
No, but I can if I wanted to.
Yeah, there's the keyword, if you wanted to. The first silver just has you deal a certain amount of damage to the shark. Galleon battle just makes you fight another player with a galleon, which requires them to do the first quest too. I just got an alt for this, but I imagine it's pretty hard in like a public server. And then finally, stunt jumps, where you do the long jump, the grind, the high jump, and the basketball hoop. There were 2 shines I really didn't like, that being one which was only obtainable in one certain bonus mode, which made waiting a long time kinda difficult. And one shine where it just randomly spawned on a floating buoy. 3 out of 10. The quest was mostly good, but there were some kinda bad parts. Bad business was largely dependent on how skilled you were at the game. And even then, all of this was just pretty frustrating. First of all, to avoid being put up against level 400 public server players, I had to host a game night in the Plates of Fate Remastered server so that I would be met with people my skill level. This still didn't stop this quest from taking an hour to do. I did like how some of the shines were in the menus themselves, that was pretty creative. But I really didn't like the quests. For one, you need to pick up trophies, which basically worked the same as Gunfight Arena collectibles, where they just have a random chance to drop if a player dies. This would be fine if it was like 10, but no, it's 30. Meaning you probably need like 60 kills to get this. The fun doesn't stop there though, because once you complete the first quest, yes, these are linear, you unlock the tennis racket, which is both a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. The melee weapon part of it was fine, however the ranged part of it had the smallest projectile in existence, so it was super hard to get kills with. Overall, a 2 out of 10. I liked the new weapon, however most of the quest was just grueling. Alright, time for Slap Battles, the penultimate game. I did expect more than the quality that their quest for the hunt had here, which they did happily deliver on. Instead of a tedious main map quest where you always get sabotaged, the main event is a soccer game.
I actually like this one. The signs were kind of easy with them being on the main map, but the silvers are in the aforementioned soccer game. For me, the first quest was the hardest. I felt agony trying to score the goals, which I felt sometimes didn't count because someone hit after me. For me, that soured the experience, but I'm still willing to give it a 6 out of 10. It was chaotic, but I think that was the point of the game.
For me, this is a 5 out of 10. It's all up to the players on your team, and there are no private servers either. You could have a really good or bad time for this one, but for me it was kind of fun, at least compared to the other games. Murderers vs. Sheriff's Duels, the final game. I figured that this would be a good one to end off on, considering how this was also the last game that I did in the hunt. However, the quest this time was a bit different. The quest looks more well crafted, but it's linear. The first quest has you do 2 group matches and win both of them consecutively. No abilities either. This felt scary, however my teammate was good enough to let us get through it. The second quest was just win a 2v2 match without dying, which was really easy to do with friends and alts. Before we get to the final quest of the games, I'd like to mention how the shines are a bit weird considering how I don't really know if they're server-sided or not. There were some points where Kobo didn't see the shine and I did, or vice versa. But they were all on different maps and we just did 1v1s to get them. Now the second and third silvers did give you a choice on what to do, but with my alts and friends, I went for winning a group match with knife only and getting 5 kills. So I went up to my alt and finally ended the games. This one's a 3 out of 10 solely because it could be really hard in actual public servers, but I liked the NPC talk. Well, we did it. We won the games. Despite everything that came along the way, we conquered it.
Thank goodness it's finally over. All of that was just too overwhelming. But now that we're through with it, we can head back now.
Well, hang on! Don't forget about the prizes!
What the? These prizes are barely any good. We did all of that, and this is all we get for it?
I mean, to be fair, did you really expect that everyone would complete every game?
I mean, you're right. They didn't expect for casual players to do all of them.
Maybe the real prize was the friends we made
Let's just head home. Hey Star, you want me to teleport everyone?
As much as I want to show off that feature, I don't want to overload your system. Here, I'll just make us a door. This'll take us back to the house.
Star? Why aren't you coming back in? It's about that green rock, isn't it? It's not like you have some vendetta against it, right?
Just some personal matters I need to clear up.
Well, whatever you mean by that, you can come back anytime. Just don't get into trouble.
Of course he would try something, I knew it! Well, no other option but to teach him another lesson. Huh. If this is where I think it is, then maybe he actually did learn something from last time I talked to him.
You should have stayed in the bandland!
But alas, history repeats itself. time to take him down once more.
Surprised to see me, old friend? I told you I'd return, and I was just about to head to that petty world of yours until you showed up.
Look, bud, this song and dance has already gotten pretty old. How about we skip to the part where I banish you until the next event?
Do you really think I'm that weak? I was merely limited by the world I was in last time. Now that I am at my strongest, I will obliterate you. Take this.
Bring it. Yeah, so it turns out 1X is actually formidable now. Who would have thought? This is the final boss of the event. So I'm just gonna go over the mechanics of it. 1X has a few attacks, including smashing meteors down, smashing multiple meteors down, and spawning tornadoes. The thing is, the floor is vulnerable to being destroyed. Falling into it takes like a third of your health. The way you attack him is that every so often some orbs will fly out of him. You need to touch them to send it back to him to deal damage. The big attack 1X can do is smashing his hammer into the middle of the arena, which causes a lot of the panels to just fall off. However, this also leaves him vulnerable to attacking with your weapons, although not preferred. Speaking of your weapons, they actually carry over from the classic. This was an extremely neat touch, and actually tied all of this together. The boss itself, I'm going to give a 7 out of 10. The environment, the particles, the gameplay, it all just feels high quality. Oh yeah, I have to actually kill my nemesis now. The boss takes around 8 minutes and is pretty easy if you know what you're doing. But besides that, it's time for me to finish this.
How could I have been defeated by the same pathetic creature twice? No matter, this is merely a minor setback. Once I return, I will crush you. I will obliterate everything you hold dear. And I will prove to you that I am...
No, you're not.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
You just don't understand, do you? You don't get that you will never win. I'm not the strongest person in the world, far from it. I could have called any of my friends to help me take you down, but I didn't. Because you are such a joke that I don't want to spread your patheticness to them. Now, I'm not gonna hit you with any edgy bullcrap like last time. You don't deserve it. So instead, I'm going to leave you with this. Thank you for trying, and I'll see you next time. This was miserable. 95% of this event was just bland, boring, or repetitive. These events are supposed to be fun. Yet considering how they doubled down on the length of the event from the hunt this time, this is even worse than what the hunt or the classic could ever do. Yes, I would genuinely prefer replaying the hunt over this. Made even worse that I had to switch devices and be on crappy Wi-Fi during most of it. But I mean, it's not like that's something they control. When I said that I thought that multiple objectives would be better in the hunt, I did not expect it to be implemented this poorly. I mean, I liked the concept of having multiple teams compete for one thing. But with the popularity of the Crimson Cats and the Mighty Ninjas, It just felt like a joke for every other team. Not even the catch-up bonus could save them. The prizes themselves weren't really that good either. And even if the final crown awarded after this whole thing ends is pretty good, all of the other prizes were lackluster. And the fact that there was no singular bling track this time unless you purchased the actual 5,000 Robux bundle, which I did. After all of the initial games were completed, no, I'm not counting the scores after the time-locked things, that was stupid, was me being top 500 in the entire event and top 300 in my team. The fact that there could be over a 2-day difference in fully completing the event and still not even 500 people doing it is pretty crazy. It just goes to show how much they just packed into this. Next time, please make it shorter. If it was slightly shorter than how long the classic took, I would be completely fine with that. But I mean, hey, that's up to them. Anyways, I should probably head back home. The others are most likely worrying about me right now.
Ah, there you are. What took you so long?
As I said before, it was just some personal matters I had to take care of.
Understandable. Whatever it is, we can all agree that events sucked, right? They took all the bad things from the last two events and put it into one. They even made it longer than the hunt.
I mean, some of them were fun. Was Arsenal not a great time?
I mean, yeah, you're right. I just really didn't like how so many games went for the linear option, as it just gets boring to get through. This entire event feels like they were trying to mix the hunt and the classic and failing miserably. The speedrunners and the fastest players didn't really get rewarded due to the time-locked quests messing with the leaderboards.
I think that we can all confidently say that the games were a failure. At least in terms of most of the game's quality.
Even if it was a failure, I'm still glad I got to do this with y'all. Even you, little thing.
Yay! I've been positively acknowledged!
This entire thing gave me the opportunity to push my perseverance to its limits. And even if it was hard to get through, I did it. We did it. Thank you so much, Star. I know we'll meet again. I'll see you around.
Thank you, Kobo. I'll see you soon.
As much as I would like to make more sales with you all, my partners request my services. Don't despair, as this is not our final meeting. However, for now, I must depart. Goodbye, new friends!
I'm still not sure about considering him as a friend. But I mean, alright, that'll do.
I'm gonna find somewhere else to hang out for a bit. See you all soon!
So, what now?
I guess we can actually rest for once.
Good idea. All that made me a little tired. Before I get to bed, though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time! How long was I out for? That was probably one of the best sleeps I ever had. You can stop the alarm now.
Understood. So, what do you want to do now then?
Well, I don't know. What's the biggest thing Roblox is pushing nowadays? Hello everyone! Today we're talking about AI slop! A few videos ago, I talked about the problem Roblox had with AI thumbnails. Games that threw away all of their dignity in order to create a thumbnail for the game without having to pay for an artist. So, to commemorate the video hitting nearly 100,000 views by the time this is uploaded, I'm making a sequel. After all, there are tons of games that get hundreds of players from doing this. Are they any good? Let's find out. I'm going to rank each one we look at today on a scale of 1 to 10. I really don't need to explain anything further, so let's just get right into it. First up on the list, Be a Hole, where... hang on a moment. Alright, this is basically the exact same game as Be a Tornado, which was also the first game in a video based on AI thumbnails. Well gee, I wonder if this is gonna be any better. First, let's check out the thumbnail, in which, yeah, it's just a typical AI-generated dude falling into a hole. But what's interesting is the second thumbnail, which is just the same image with slightly different colors, but the sides were generated by another AI? No idea why they decided to do that, but I mean, hey, that's their decision. 3-hour playtime for basically being first place isn't a very good start. In fact, most of the collectibles in this game are just getting more size, which doesn't really matter if you leave the game, disconnect, or die. Especially considering how they added nukes, which absolutely obliterates everybody's size. They also added skins, which, I don't know, they look decent, a bit flat, but I mean, I guess that's the point. For my first and only roll, I got the heart, which surprisingly was the 10% one. The actual gameplay here is just the exact same as Be a Tornado. Go around the map, gobble up objects, and kill other players. Except the entire thing doesn't really matter when anyone can just nuke and steal all of your progress for 600 Robux. Or just flat out kill you for 80. At 6,000 score, I was the second best player in the server, and the person with the best had over 2 million. Which makes this entire thing more of a grind fest rather than an actual game. It's just mindlessly going around the map collecting more score. There's literally 0 point to it. 2 out of 10, it uses an incredibly monotonous format. The only really good thing I like about this game is its GUI style, but besides that, there's really no saving grace here. Aura Dice RNG is a game very similar to a game I talked about in my RNG games video. Yeah, I know that's a little vague, but hang on with me here. First off, let's talk about the thumbnail. Nothing too big, it's just a generic floating dice on an AI-generated background. But what interests me is the AI's sheer incompetence in creating a dice properly. It always seems to confuse one face with another, and that doesn't go just for this image. This is for other AI-generated dice too, which we'll see later. For now, let's talk about the actual RNG game. This type of RNG game is different, because instead of rolling for individual auras, you roll for higher numbers. These higher numbers then give you a currency, in which you can use to rebirth for higher luck.
So, this is just RNG Simulator?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Hang on a moment, what's that behind you?
Behind me? I don't think there's anything... Oh. Yeah, so you can just straight up buy 10 times luck boosts on the fly. One of the scummiest tactics imaginable for an RNG game. I haven't played this long enough to figure out if it's actually good or not, but I'm giving this a 3 out of 10. Not as pay to win as the last game, but I still don't really like it too much. Now, I originally tried to play Limited Marble Race in my original AI thumbnail video. However, I couldn't do that because I was stuck on a blank screen for 5 minutes. It might be a new data thing, however, considering how this game was last updated 6 months ago—
How many months?
Starism, where did you even come from? You're not supposed to be in this adventure.
Well, I am now!
Well, I mean, I can't really argue with that logic. Anyways, considering how this was updated so long ago, I don't really think they have an intention of fixing it. Them not updating the game is also a problem, considering how this is a free UGC game. And considering how free UGCs tend to sell out relatively quickly, there really isn't any point of playing this game since everything is sold out by now. Not like you're really missing out on much because the gameplay is just sitting still. Not to mention the extra marble game passes, the freeze-all thing, you know. As a marble simulator, it's pretty cool. As a free UGC game, it's god-awful. Not to mention how the thumbnail this time is just pure nightmare fuel. None of the marbles even have faces unless you count the ones with players in them. Anyways, due to there being literally zero strategy, upgrades, or gameplay, I'm giving this a 1 out of 10. I feel bad for the poor souls thinking that they're going to get a UGC item out of this. Yeah, so remember how pay to win that RNG game was from before? Just imagine that but taken to the extreme. For example, a 100 quadrillion times luck egg for 10,000 Robux. Not to mention said egg having a 1 in 200 billion pet. But whoa, a gada-gadi-gada-gada-o event! Which is just an island in the middle of nowhere with meshes everywhere. Oh, but you can't forget about the star of the show, 1 Robux egg and 1 normal egg. Which is significantly more overpowered than the one in the main world. Now, I've been calling them pets, but they're actually dice. Some of these dice have abilities. Dice having abilities is generally something you'd only see in stuff like roguelikes or something. And while that does sound like a really cool concept for a simulator on paper, this is just executed so poorly. There are also rebirths, I guess. I mean, you kind of expect that by now. Can't forget about the time egg. Oh right, almost didn't mention the thumbnail itself. We have that 1 English or Spanish thumbnail I showed at the start of the video. We have this generic poor versus rich thing, I guess. But something that isn't AI generated that I'd like to bring up is this. Because it's a super lazy thumbnail, sure, but I've seen this concept used in other games. Is this like a trend, or are a lot of these games connected in some way? That's a topic for another video, though. 2 out of 10, because, like, I like the concept, it's just not very good. These Prove Your Parent Wrong games were originally something that I wanted to make a standalone video on, but never got around to doing. So I'm just going to bring it up here. Plus, it uses an AI-generated thumbnail, which makes it fit for today's video. What's interesting, however, is how they edited the man face onto the thumbnail. Looking at it more closely, you can see that they edited out the generic Roblox AI smile, which I guess was an attempt to make it not look like AI. Obviously, literally everything else in the image screams AI, but it almost had me fooled for a minute. Now it's time to talk about the death of tycoons. Yeah, this format gets used a lot. Get materials, do 3 different tasks which just require holding down a button, and then delivering your things to your friends on the stream. Hang on, wait a minute. What do you mean create your sneaker empire improve mom wrong? This is make sushi improve dad wrong! Did they not even bother to change the tutorial? Is this just the exact same game as that sneaker game? Based on how widespread this tycoon format is, probably so. There are also a billion different game passes with the only description being it makes you a ton of money. How am I supposed to know which one is the best one? 3 out of 10 because at least this game has the decency to not be completely pay to win. I mean, yeah, there are game passes which make AFK in the game a billion times easier, but it's not entirely pay to win, per se. You actually have to do some things without spending Robux. Not a lot, but it's something. Now, going into a game called Race Runner Simulator, I didn't really expect high hopes. You know what I also didn't expect? This game to use the pull a sword formula, but worse. 5 NPCs per area, each one needing an increasing amount of statistics, and playtime rewards literally everywhere. I don't even want to talk about this thumbnail, it just makes me disturbed. The only knowable thing I want to talk about is that it doesn't really represent the game at all. Surprisingly enough, the best pets in the Robux eggs weren't less than 5%. Still though, you can instantly just buy 1 trillion speed and complete the game. Alongside that, these environments are probably the blandest that I've ever seen. They couldn't even reset your coins through rebirthing properly. 2 out of 10, at least this actually has some level of gameplay to it. Not a lot, but still. Arcade Game Room is exactly as it sounds, an arcade. Basically a bunch of mini-games to win prizes. At the very least, this game at least tries to replicate the style that the AI created. One slight issue though. Every single game is a free model. That's right, absolutely nothing in this game was created for it. You can literally recreate this entire game. Hang on, wait a moment. Starism Entertainment? Are you telling me this place got some of its games from the me from the dimension that I live at now? I didn't know my reach could extend that far, even if I'm technically not the one behind it. Another thing I noticed, there is absolutely zero quality control here. It doesn't matter if the game was stolen from another person and uploaded to the marketplace, or if the game was literally as simple as wait for 20 seconds. They tried to fit everything in here. What happens if one day they just get a virus-free model? Either way, even though it's all free models, it's technically the best one we've seen so far due to the variety. Sure, it's a bit lazy to just get all of the free models there, but having a base plate that runs all of them at decently good performance is at least kind of nice. I still really don't like the fact that some of these could be stolen though. So I'm giving it a 4 out of 10. Barely better than the rest of the games we've seen here today. Time to play more Barry's Prison Run?
Hey Star, are you sure you joined the right game here? You said we were going to Don't Press Barry Prison Run.
I wasn't lying, this is what the game is.
Oh, well, props to them for not making it like every single other Barry's Prison Run game ever, but I mean...
Yeah, the game kinda sucks. For one, I have a very strong suspicion that this is just another copy-paste Don't Press game, but with Barry slapped on the button. As such, literally nothing else in the game is related to Barry from Barry's Prison Run. Besides the thumbnail, which kinda speaks for itself here. You earn coins, in which you can use to purchase items that do not save. I knew this because on the left of the screen sometimes there was text that said stay in the game to keep your items. The challenges aren't really that good either, like, look at this dropper. Yeah, not really fun, is it? All of the maps were just generic stock challenges made for children. I would rank it higher, but considering how it's probably stolen, I'm giving this a 2 out of 10. I've had enough of this, let's just go back home. Well, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, none of the games we looked at were really that good. As is the case with most of the games that use AI-generated thumbnails. Sure, it may look good to someone who doesn't know the AI art style, but to everybody else, it just tells people that you're lazy. You know who doesn't know the AI art style though? Children. Which, unsurprisingly, is the target demographic for basically all of the games that we looked at. So unless you really want to make a cheap buck for children and lose all of your dignity in the process, don't use AI for your games. End of story. With that being said though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time. That felt kinda weird for a moment. No matter though, it's probably nothing.
Okay, but what do we do now?
How about make free money?
Really? How?
With UGC Limiteds, of course! Do you know how many games there are which you can earn free UGC in?
I can't tell if you're serious or not.
No, I'm obviously not. Are you kidding me? Everyone wants free money. One issue though, nothing in the world is free. Every single free UGC item costs 100 Robux to put up per unit. So unless you have nothing else to do with your money, you can't exactly give them away for truly free. Enter the quote-unquote free UGC games. While they do give you free UGCs as promised, they're not exactly easy to get. And sometimes, you don't even get them at all. Some of these games have extremely scummy methods, which is what we're going to go over today. We'll play 11 games that claim to give out free UGC items. Will we get a limited, or will we leave empty-handed? Let's find out. You know the game's gonna be good when it's literally called Free Robux Spinner. But Star, you already went over scam games. Well, this one has UGC in the title, so it counts. Our main item of choice is this plastic-looking rainbow crown. Fortunately, we have an odds button, and what do you know? It's 1 in 5,000. Now, while you do get a crap ton of spins, it does take a few seconds for the animation to play out, which pads its playtime. And as you all know, more playtime equals boosting in the algorithm. Now, the main currency in this game besides spins is actually, quote, Robux, which is kind of misleading. Even I have no idea what Robux in this game even does. Oh yeah, not to mention the admin's please don't smite me copy pasta. There are ways to get spins, but they take a long time. The one I was most interested in was surprisingly a dropper. Yeah, you wouldn't really expect that from one of these games, but here we are. Also, yeah, this game has fall damage. It's mainly a simple formula, just drop down, do an obby, drop down again, do another obby, etc, etc. This game has one last trick up its sleeve, however. Yep, this game does the incredibly scummy tactic of blaring an alarm in your face whenever you try to leave. I'm not gonna play the sound in fear of copyrighted music, though. Obviously, I'm not gonna go ahead and grind out the rainbow crown, it doesn't even look too good anyway. I did kind of like the dropper though, even if it was a bit bland. Don't Talk or You Lose is a social experiment-esque game that I swear I've seen before. Not in this exact circumstance, but I've seen games where the entire server has to get together to not do this one specific thing anyone can do. Now, you can either climb bricks, which I'm not even sure does anything, or just wait for the timer to run out. While there are VIP servers, it's 250 per month, so it's not really worth it to do that. I spent around 2 minutes climbing before someone joined and reset the timer, which is basically an instant fall. Now, in case someone refuses to cooperate, you have Robux options. You can end the timer for 2,000 Robux, or get a ban hammer for 1.6 thousand. What I find really odd is how this game logs clicks. I'm not really sure what it's used for, but either way, this is a complete waste of your time. You can just get that generic hat anywhere else. Yeah, so you know that one thing in obbies where you have to climb a rainbow disappearing staircase? Just imagine that, but for 9 minutes straight. Or you can just wait the 1 hour timer that resets if you die. Or skip it for 100 Robux. I was determined to get to the end without spending Robux though. I needed to see if at the top you actually got the free UGC. You do get breaks though in the form of product placement. After finally making it to the top and getting past the very sneaky invisible platforms above the void, I reached the lucky block. That said that the time was up. Yeah, so I got nothing here. Big surprise, I know. My question is, was there like a timer when the server first started that you have to get to it? There are no private servers either, so do you just have to like get lucky? There was a second obby though, which immediately pulled a disappearing platform on me right above the void, which caused me to fall all the way down. Yes, this also reset the 1 hour timer from before. You're not getting UGC from this game, and if you are, you're giving them way too much engagement. Free UGC Puncher Simulator was probably one of the most overwhelming simulators I've ever played. Oh yeah, and they steal Bubblegum Simulator assets, how fun! In the Robux shop, we have pet eggs, electro packs, 15 septillion game passes and potions and gems, and a membership, because why not? Can't forget about the don't leave the game pets. The core gameplay loop is, you guessed it, spin a wheel and hope you get free UGC. The simulator part doesn't even matter. I don't even know what the odds of getting one of the UGC are because it doesn't even tell you, which is probably against terms of service considering how you can pay for spins. All I know is that all of these pets are stolen from other games. I redeemed a code for a pet that was probably a stolen model and immediately breezed through all of the progression in this game. Like, come on, if you're making a simulator, just don't do this. Please. Especially considering how you can buy 999 SP strength on the right. This entire thing just feels overwhelming and time consuming. Welcome to Click a Banana, the best RNG game ever made. Yes, that's literally all you do in this game. Click the banana. And then pray you hit the 1 in 10 million chance of a free UGC item. I really don't have anything else to say about this game. It's exactly as it sounds. I believe this was based on that one game on Steam that did a similar thing, except this time it's just in Roblox. You can also pay 95 Robux to fly, which is basically useless besides getting on that platform above everybody else. Let's just move on to the next game. There's really nothing else here. AFK for UGCs somehow has less gameplay than the last game we played. Well, I mean, kinda, depending on how you look at it. Every second you gain 1 point. You can also steal points from other players for only 99 Robux. And considering how private servers cost 25 Robux per month, if you're a free-to-play player, good luck waiting cause someone's gonna steal your points. Or you can just spin the 39 Robux wheel, which has a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting 1/3 of the amount that you need for a UGC item. If one of the good UGC items costs you 360,000 points, that's 6,000 minutes. Divide that by another 60, and you get 100 hours that you need to wait to get this UGC for free. Or you could pay for point boosts, which isn't really that worth it at all.
Wait a minute, Star. Can't you just go server hopping and find players with high points and just steal them?
Bitti, I'm not that desperate to get UGC. There are also point bubbles that encourage being active, but they're not really that effective at all. Let's see what the next game has to offer them. In Steal for UGCs, every second you gain 1 point. You can also steal points from other players for only...
Hey, Star! Isn't this just the exact same game as the last one we played, but with different UGC?
No, but this one is in a city environment, so it's different.
Got it. Alright, okay.
Anyway, it's just like he said. This is just the exact same game except stealing now costs 20 less Robux. And it names the entire game off of this mechanic. Oh yeah, by the way, quick tip, if you name your game off a paid mechanic, you're clearly doing something wrong. Let's actually get to the next game now. In wait for UGCs, every second you have got to be kidding me. I'm sorry, but is it making this much money to the point where you can have 3 separate clones of the same game for profit? There is literally nothing different about these games. Why bother? If it's for the different UGC sets, just put it all in one game. Is it like an experiment to see which one gets the most plays? Cause if so, that's an extremely scummy practice you got going on there. Also, the obby was surprisingly difficult. Not sure why they did that for no reward, but I mean, hey, it disencourages people from stealing from you if you get there. Can we please move on to the next game now? Finally, a breath of fresh air, although there are items in your hotbar that you have to pay Robux to use. No matter though. This is UGC Tower, also known as Steeple of Free UGC. This is a 5-leveled obby in which is structured the same way as a JTO tower, except it does have checkpoints. Which just gives them an excuse to have a skip stage and skip all stages button. No matter the difficulty you were on though, it was just kind of easy all around. Someone bought a nuke at some point though, which basically did the exact same thing as Kill All but with a few extra sound effects and delays. Paying 100 extra Robux for that is kind of a waste considering how there aren't even any special effects. Some of the jumps did look like they were a bit hard to do for a mobile player on their iPad, but I mean hey, if I'm getting free UGC, it better be hard. It's weird though, because while some stages consist of just one 6-stud wrap, others have this insane difficulty spike, which I swear is a difficult to challenging jump. You have to like do a wrap then climb on the ladder or something? Keeps up the engagement for the little kiddies, but for someone who's played JTO, this is pretty easy. After finishing the game though, I was met with the kicker. To enter the wall and claim, you have to like, join the group, etc, etc. Now, my primary instinct here was to dance clip into the wall itself. However, the more I did that, the more I realized that there was probably an invisible barrier beyond the wall itself. Which then led me to question if there was even free UGC to begin with. And what do you know? Absolutely nothing in the store. I have no idea how this game is still up on Roblox. Isn't this actually just the legitimate definition of scamming? Because if not, then I don't really know what is. I appreciate the effort in making an obby, but at the same time, you literally just didn't supply the prizes at all. Finish for limited UGC by definitely the real Hasm is a stereotypical 100-stage obby that preemptively equips the UGC you're apparently going for at the beginning of the game. I mean, hey, at least you know what you're going for. Surprisingly enough, too, the kill bricks only deal 1/3 of your health. But then, I quickly realized that this was because the game had no checkpoints. Yup, you have to do this entire obby in one go.
Wait, but Star, it spawned you at the checkpoint this time.
Okay, well, yeah. This probably means that this checkpoint system is so busted they can't even get it right. I'm also 5,000% sure that inviting your friends does not give you free UGC. I caved in and bought the 25 Robux skip to the end thing or whatever, and it didn't even work! I tried resetting to get back to the stage 100 spawn point multiple times, but all it did was just set my stage to 100. But of course, there was another way to get to the end. The rainbow carpet, of course. So, I bought the rainbow carpet, flew all the way to the end, and saw if I really did get free UGC. And nope, it was all sold out. But wait a minute, there were Dominus copies around this Backrooms map. Do you have to waste even more of your time to get that? Oh, wait a minute. They didn't even bother to make the walls solid. You can just jump all around the map and find them. Yeah, okay, this is bad. I checked all around the map and every single UGC item was sold out. Great. Actually, was there any UGC to even begin with here? I checked the guy's inventory, and while the chief hat that we got at the beginning was real, all of the Dominus copies are fake. Alongside that, all of them say to check back tomorrow despite the game not being updated in weeks and will probably never be updated again. I mean, hey, a broken clock is right twice a day. You could have probably gotten UGC from this at some point. Maybe. Free UGC obby is going to be the last one that we try out. Judging by the fact that it's another 100 stage obby, I'm really not too hopeful for this one. Now, I refuse to go through another 100 stages, so I'm just gonna do a quick run through of the game. There's an admin button that doesn't do anything, floating buttons that have game passes and such, a store, new call, everything that we've come to know and expect. I checked their group page, and while the UGC is real, considering how there are still 5 out of 5 copies left, I highly doubt that you can get the UGC from this game. However, I don't exactly think it's favorable for me to leave all of these games empty-handed. I'm gonna go ahead and get my hands on one of these UGC items one way or another, no matter how many Robux it takes. Will it be worth it? No. So what did I do? I got to work. I went to AFK for UGCs and stole everyone's points who had a high amount. Hundreds of thousands of seconds were being stolen. But you know what? I don't care. I don't care how many Robux I have to spend or how many people I have to steal from. I am getting one of these UGC items. And I was scared too because people were starting to follow me. The reason I thought this was scary was because I thought people were going to go up to me and steal my points, rendering all of my Robux useless. But eventually, I stole 317,000 and then bought the rest in fear of going back to another public server. And I bought a UGC. And it only took 800 Robux. I mean, at least it's star-themed? Obviously, this is only worth 100 Robux, but I was still happy to get any amount of UGC regardless. With my goal fulfilled, it's time that I head back home. So, Bitti, what did we learn today?
I learned that for every free UGC someone sells, they need to make 100 Robux back from you. And considering how much time you're forced to give them, I think the algorithm boost is more than enough.
What I learned is that you need to be really careful with your time. And be an investigator, because who knows what games promise you free UGC but don't even have any. I only figured it out because I checked the store pages. Would a 7-year-old kid on their iPad know how to do that? I'm not saying that every free UGC game is a scam. There are some games that can be legitimately fun that offer free UGC as prizes. However, unless you know what you're doing, you're probably gonna get scammed out of your time. And unless you're a die-hard UGC grinder, at that point you're just better off making your own game. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time! Oh well, I actually got to do it this time. Really? Nothing? Is there not gonna be any, like, wacky occurrence or anything?
People aren't buying our slop anymore. What do we do?
Let us create a Roblox game.
Sir, that would just make us look like our only purpose is to fit in with current trends for profit.
Shut up.
Yeah! Damn, they really just make a Roblox game out of everything these days, huh? I mean, hey, at least they didn't make one out of Care Bears. Ah. Companies always want to try and fit in. And Roblox, being the most popular MMO of all time, is a prime target for these companies to dip their toes in. Now, I'm no stranger to corporate games. Last time I took a look at some was last July. However, what I've noticed, even in my other videos too, is that I've been being a bit negative towards some of the games.
Yeah, no kidding. It seems like the entire channel at this point is based on negativity. It's been months since you've been actually positive in a video.
Exactly, which is why I'm going to change that. Today, I'm going to try to be optimistic with corporate games. We'll be taking a look at 10 games made by developers paid by corporations to advertise a product. And instead of only finding things to get mad about, I'm going to at least try to find some positive things about these. You know, as to not make this the same as the last 2 videos I made on these games. Without further ado then, let's get started! Beetlejuice Escape the Afterlife is really not what I thought this was going to be. For starters though, let's just check out the lobby. Wait a minute, virtual box office? That's kinda weird. Either way, you go into the map by shrinking down, which I think is a very nice way to handle things. It isn't like different maps too, it's all the same thing. I tried clicking the get tickets button and using the old zip code from my old house, but unfortunately, there weren't any showings in my area. Sad, but I kind of expected that. Besides that, I found that this game actually sponsored other games making collaborative events for free UGC. One of them being...
Barry's Prison Run? Oh hell no, Star, we are not going back to Barry's Prison Run for a jumpsuit.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. There was free UGC, however, all of it was unfortunately sold out, despite giving me the badge for it. Anyways, enough stalling. What's the actual game like?
It's an escape room?
Yeah, I did not expect that either, but I mean, here we are. If you've played a game like Piggy, this is basically more of that, except with better modeling. Oh yeah, also, regarding that call for help button on the left, I totally expected for that to be a Robux purchase, but instead it was just another one of those call features for your friends or other players. Your main enemy here are the security guards that will gradually damage you. I mean, at least it's better than Piggy, where you just instantly die if you touch one. However, this game also has an interesting mechanic called hint vision. Hint vision is like kind of X-ray. There's no cooldown to use it, which is interesting. It just goes ahead and makes all of the available objects and doors in your area red, and everything else black and white. There were 3 different maps and I played 2 of them. Unfortunately though, hint vision isn't really as good as it sounds. One way or another, you will get lost, and it's kind of hard to come back from that. Sure, you'll probably eventually find your way, however, it's just kind of boring walking through the same map over again. On the positive side though, I kinda like the theming for this one. I've personally never watched Beetlejuice myself, however I feel like the general atmosphere of the wackiness everywhere kinda captures it. At least from the tiny clips of the Beetlejuice cartoon I've seen. Care Bear's Caring Quest to me doesn't seem like a one-off for Roblox, it seems like a greater operation to target children-based media in general. How do I know this? Because they made a Fortnite tycoon, that's why. Fortunately, I don't play Fortnite, so it's time to learn what Care Bear's Caring Quest is all about. Upon starting up the game, I immediately get a good impression with the models. Despite being made probably with pre-existing meshes, they look pretty cool. Especially with the animations and textures. Now, of all the games that I expected this to be, I really did not expect it to be a 3D platformer. I chose the pink one as my first playable character, which I didn't even know was a playable character choice until after I chose that. It was then I learned that this game basically takes a lot of points from Super Mario Sunshine, with the whole cleaning up goop and collecting shines thing. I found out that there was a double jump, which doesn't really feel like a double jump, it just feels like an extra bounce, I guess. I really like these animations, again. They just feel so fluid. This video isn't an advertisement for Care Bears, I just know that they actually decided to put time and effort into this. I know it's corporate slop, but it doesn't feel like corporate slop. Oh wait, never mind, it's a gacha game. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the Robux stuff you can just buy with free currency, which, I mean, that's something. Side note, I find it really funny that the villain just gave us a checklist of what we need to do in order to stop him. Like, why would you do that? Getting past the tutorial, this actually kinda felt like a 3D Mario game. Obviously, it's not perfect with there being pay-to-win elements, but I mean, that's just kinda what you'd expect out of a Roblox game nowadays. It does certainly feel that they made an effort to make a good game here, which I do like. This wasn't just made to turn a profit. I mean, it probably was, but you get the point. Let's see if the next game can match this one's quality. Oh boy, it's Game Fam. I don't expect this to be good given how they treat their employees, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt this time. Saying remember to ask your parents for these game passes just shows that this is especially targeted towards children wanting to spend money here. Unlike Care Bears, this was made solely to turn a profit. Alongside that, this is probably one of the most boring tycoons I've ever played. Look, I know I'm supposed to be optimistic this time, but like, come on, you can only stretch me so far. I didn't really feel like I was making any progress, and the only thing that I felt was worthwhile buying was a weapon. The main incentive to weapons here is PvP, which honestly isn't really that fun. It's just killing NPCs and killing players without any real combat mechanics, just mashing left click. It's probably more in-depth than that, but I don't want to bother to try and find out. I do know that there's a character system, which, like, cool, I guess? Doesn't really excuse this game kind of being subpar, though. Now, unlike the other ones, this one actually had an early access fee. So while I didn't expect this to be as the finished product was intended to be, I still expected decent quality out of this game. The ludicrously expensive cosmetics were a bit disheartening, but at the same time, they're cosmetics. At least it's tucked away in a menu and not being blaringly advertised into your face. What I quickly found out was that this game is a randomizer battleground. Definitely not as complex as a game like Item Asylum, but I mean, hey, it still keeps the core concept. Although you do have to go up to an NPC every time you die. There are 3 different NPCs you can go to for skills, however, with them being unlocked based on playtime. I do feel that it's a bit scummy to lock extra item slots behind Robux, though. This definitely gives people an advantage. Besides that, it's a solid enough fighting game, albeit a bit bland with not enough players. Plus, some of the skills just feel kinda hard to control. I understand that it's just a beta and it's not finished at all, but for what it's worth, it's a pretty good concept. On its own, definitely not, but this game has potential. The moment that the tutorial for Littlest Pet Shop told me to open a pet egg, I knew this wasn't really gonna be a good game. I'm gonna be real, this is probably the worst simulator I have ever played. The only form of gameplay in this game is going to specific spots and clicking them. Sure, you can get certain stickers, but they barely matter in the first place. As far as I know, there's only one egg. And I'm not gonna grind enough to get to the later areas to find out if there are more. You know what's funny? I tried looking through the sticker menu, and Roblox just crashed. At the very least, the game saves your exact position when leaving. Kind of a weird choice, but I mean, okay? Still though, this game is extremely boring. So you know how I usually put like Nintendo music in place of the video clips I'm playing? I'm not gonna dare unmute the audio because oh my god, I would get claimed to oblivion. Surprisingly enough, this game counts as a free UGC game. Now you could either get UGC points by actually playing the game or spinning the wheel. With said wheel being group locked, how fun. There was also no UGC in stock and the ones that were on display didn't do anything. There were also cosmetic crates. I did one and got a common. What did I expect? I mean, it's like 80%. Playing the game, it just seems like a pretty simple mouse-based rhythm game. Control your character, collect the music notes, and randomly press space for a score boost? Yeah, I don't know why they do that, it just feels kinda shoehorned in. A lot of the songs that you get on the starter level are really only like 30 seconds to a minute and a half long. It probably gets a lot longer later on, but it just feels kinda short-ended when you're at level 1. Plus, there's no real incentive to play now that all the UGC is gone. At the very least, every stage has multiple challenge levels for extra scores, so it has that going for it. I'm not much of a rhythm guy myself, but I know that this is probably copied from another game. I mean, sure, with Universal Media Group's large amount of songs, they could have done a really good rhythm game here. Not on Roblox. But then again, this is one of the most accessible game engines. So you know how if you're really young and you want to play an online game with player-hosted servers, but your parents won't let you? So instead they put you on the most kid-friendly server imaginable? This is that kid-friendly server. This is the most family-friendly Roblox game I have ever seen. 0 Robux purchases, period. No game passes, no products, nothing. However, this also comes with the consequence of being the most nothing burger game imaginable, as the entire purpose of this game is to sell you on Danimals. In terms of the gameplay, just imagine Sonic Speed Simulator but like 10 times worse. There is literally 0 point to anything. Breaking the boxes and fruits doesn't do anything, it just clears the path, kinda. There isn't any, like, reward for breaking them, you just break them. There was also a free UGC section, however there was literally no UGC in it, so I assume all of it's sold out. In reality though, this entire game is just meaningless walking. To keep a 4-year-old entertained, yeah, but like, if you can tell what a good and bad game is, this sucks. I genuinely did not think that the UPS store would make a Roblox game, but here we are! Welcome to Main Street Moguls, also known as Odd Job Simulator. I went ahead and chose the dog walking store, and all I did was just walk in circles until I filled up the meter and then went to the dog owner's house. Then you just repeat the process, and repeat the process, and repeat the process over and over again. I was so bored that I didn't even bother completing the floor that I was on. So I ended up leaving with only a few dogs walked. Based on the fact that only 4 people have only gotten 100 actual shipments, I really don't think that this game gets any better from here. Dang, I really gotta do this one, huh? Alright then, welcome to Find the Blippies. And unfortunately, this game does not have as much integrity as Danimal's Adventure World. Because you are constantly persuaded to buy game passes here. An instant 499 Robux locator that ruins the point of the game? Sure, why not? And while we're at it, might as well string you along with free boosts in order to convince you to buy it once you get a taste of it. Alongside unlocking Battle Pass rewards with Robux. Besides that, this is just a finding game. You go around the map and find the characters, I guess. Why do you get speed boosts from the Battle Pass? Either way, this entire thing doesn't really feel themed around Blippi besides the GUI and stuff. You could just insert any character into this map and it would be considered its own game. There's nothing unique about this specific map that screams Blippi here. Either way, I don't really have much else to say. You can just cheese some of the obbies with the jetpack. Any other finding game would give you a better experience than this. Now, that was supposed to be the end of the video. However, Google had other plans for me. Because while I was filming for this video, Google released Be Internet Awesome World. Yeah, Google has internet safety mascots. Could you believe that? Now, I've noticed that I've been kind of lacking in positive feedback for the last few games, so I'm going to try and give this game some compliments. Not after criticizing it for a minute-long unskippable cutscene, though. But anyways, we have our main plot. This big guy named the Glitch is corrupting areas and we need to save them or whatever. There are also hearts around the map that, as far as I know, don't do anything. However, they give badges if you collect enough. The first of 4 minigames is Kind Kingdom. You go around the map, talk to NPCs, and encourage them. You do this by clicking the right option. Besides the picking mechanic, it's kind of just a walking simulator. That or deciding whether to go to the next island or going for another NPC. Also, helping NPCs unlocks more stuff around the map. The more NPCs you get, the faster your score increases. Also, each minigame gives you 1 to 3 stars depending on how you did in said minigame. Higher score, the better. Getting all 3 stars counts as completing that area and ridding it of the glitches things. The second minigame is Mindful Mountain. You slide down a mountain with 1 message each. You then have to click one of 3 NPCs in which you should share the message to, or just delete the message if it shouldn't be sent. Watch out for the glaringly obvious fakers though. This one was the one I had the most trouble with. Primarily because you go off what the game thinks is okay to send. And if you get it wrong, you just freeze in place for a few seconds. However, get too many wrong and you'll lose stars. I figured that all of the minigames were easy enough to the point in which I could get 3 stars on all of them, so I kept replaying this one until I got the 3 star. Minigame 3 is Reality River, where you have to detect whether a message is a scam or not. If a message is sus, then you pick one of 4 choices to determine why. Hang on a moment. I'm sensing kind of a pattern here. Hasn't the last 2 minigames also been picking out of a list of choices? I mean, yeah, sure, this time you have, like, the sender ID to worry about, but, like, at its core, it's all just picking from a list of options, alongside some slight modification to that formula. The final minigame, Treasure Tower, is where you have to run from hackers by choosing 1 option out of 3, okay, yeah. For a digital ecosystem, it matches the vibe fine enough, but like, literally all of the minigames are just fundamentally the same thing but with slight variations to them. At least this time it's less about collecting as much points as possible and more just conserve your score. But the timing for this is also kinda weird because you have to do it after the sound cue, which I didn't know at first. Primarily because I thought I could get by without reading the tutorial. However, they should still probably tell you that in-game too. I'm not gonna hold it against them for that though. Either way, we've completed all of the areas, but there's still one more challenge left. We have to get all 3 stars in every area, which I already did. Once you do, it's time for the final never mind, it's just an anticlimactic ending. This game doesn't feel finished. I completed everything within 40 minutes. As a game that, like, you play in an internet safety class at school, yeah, it would be fine, but as an actual standalone title, it's really nothing too special. The environments are decent and the mini-games are meh. That's all I really have left to say about this game. People often treat every single corporate game as bad. And while that's not necessarily true, all of them still have that goal in mind to sell you something. Either that or to get a message across, like the Google game. The thing is, good corporate games can exist, at least decent ones. Care Bears specifically showed me that if a team puts time and effort into a project instead of making it solely for money, then it can stand out. However, most of the time, companies only make Roblox games for the sake of making Roblox games, wanting to increase their brand reach instead of making an actual good product. But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, that's just business. Corporate slop or slightly less corporate slop. With that being said though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Hey Star, I just got some Danimals! They said they're doing a giveaway! Wanna have some?
Starism, there is no way you got convinced to buy Danimals by playing Danimals Adventure World. You got convinced to buy Danimals by Danimals Adventure World, oh my god.
So, when do we get to play the game? This is the game! Yippee! What do you get at the end? A SKIBIDI toilet meetup? No, but you do get to stay in a party room for 1.5 minutes. I hate it here.
Everyone knows that people always try to take the quickest and easiest way to success. This holds true in 2 ways for line games: the developers and what the developers want you to do. Now, my question is, how did we even let this happen? People were flaming RNG games for having no gameplay, yet suddenly these games aren't talked about? To prove a point, I'm going to play 15 line waiting games. Will they have any gameplay? Will they be even slightly different from each other? What even is a line game anyway? Well, let's find out. This is probably the game that started this whole trend in my opinion. To me, I almost instantly got the premise of this game. It's exactly as it sounds, it's waiting. Except you can make everyone in the game win for 900 Robux. I'm sorry, but what's that important in the bathroom to justify spending over $10 on this? Especially since personally winning is 300 Robux. Oh, and if that isn't enough, you can just straight up swap positions with any player for Robux, alongside straight up just resetting their progress. Now, the main premise in all of these games is that you have to cut in line to progress. This can either be done with Robux, free skips that are earned in various means, and the in-game currency, money. Now, the farther up you are in line, the more money you make. Meaning if you're super up ahead and go back to the start, then it's pretty easy to get back relatively where you were. There's also a fire alarm Robux product which shuffles everyone's positions. But besides that, you can't exactly move. Meaning, yes, there is technically no gameplay. Even less gameplay if you buy the auto-cut game pass. What awaits you at the end? I don't know, I didn't play long enough to find out. But I promise you that later in the video, I will win one of these games. Despite only being created less than a month ago, this game is quite a bit more popular than Bathroom Line Simulator. When I first looked at it, it had over 10,000 players. Why people would want to play this is beyond me, but I mean, hey, there has to be some charm to it. This game introduces the mechanic known as the index. Instead of playing once then never again, you now have a reason to play multiple times. How it works is that at the start of the game you are assigned a death sentence, and if you win with it, it gets added to your index. There are a few more Robux items, such as the Revenge Bat. There was also a Robux wheel. Now, you'd expect to get one daily free spin, right? Instead, it's one daily 59 Robux spin. Oh yeah, you can also buy around 10 skips at once for around a real-life $1. The troll options were insane, with there being a reset, a kick. However, they're all locked to a 1% chance from the Robux wheel that I mentioned earlier. And keep in mind, it's 79 Robux a spin. I am not gonna pay on average 8,000 Robux for a trolling GUI. Oh yeah, and if you win a lot, you get a few upgrades. Out of curiosity, I triggered a lockdown, which is basically the same as the fire alarm from the last game we played. Besides that, this game is basically identical to the last one. A bit different, but it has a few more features. Still not very good gameplay-wise, though. You know, I didn't exactly expect a religious game in this list, but I mean, here we are. Line to Heaven is exactly as it sounds. A line to heaven. Now, I'm blocking the buttons on the right, however you can summon a holy nuke, summon actual Satan, and get admin from a spinner wheel. This game also adds items, which you get from wins. Not exactly sure what they do, but hey, we'll figure that out. Oh yeah, this game also has the 1% admin from a 79 Robux wheel thing. Get ready to see it a lot. You know what? This is gonna be the game that I win at. So, it's time to summon Satan and shuffle the line.
Hi!
Starism, are you actually...
Nah, I'm just messing with ya. I wanted to check in, but my attention span physically cannot handle these games. You're on your own, pal. See you soon!
Okay, well at least it's reassuring to know that actual Satan isn't visiting my house. Anyways, I didn't really get high up when I did the shuffle, so I'm going to cave in and do a spin. Because you can actually get a lot of money from these, although not really useful in actually winning the game all too much. But it does help out a lot. I managed to actually get 8th place in line, and then immediately got bumped down to 11th. I was about to gamble again, but then I realized I had an ace in the hole. I could just buy 10 skips at once. And so I did, when I realized this game's last trick. The gate only opens 1 minute at a time. Not only do you have to make it to the top, you gotta stay at the top, without anyone else cutting you. After playing it safe and not cutting anyone past 3rd place, I did it! I managed to actually win one of these games! And was immediately greeted with a 1.5 minute countdown. Fortunately though, in heaven you have Dancing Joe. You also get the power of flight, which I assume you don't get in the other games. Since you can't unenable flight in this time, your main best bet is to just fly around to talk to the other players, I guess. You can also buy 5 extra minutes. Once you go back down though, the cycle repeats once again. As far as I know, the items are kinda just cosmetics. But hey, I mean, at least we don't gotta pay in the other ones in order to progress anymore, since we know what happens. Based on this game's creation date, this might be the first line game, unless it was just a dummy place and it was updated later. Unfortunately, I don't exactly know if that's the case or not. Besides that, there's nothing really that special about the main gameplay, it's just the same as all of the other ones we've played. Still need to spin the Robux tab for the Troll tab though. Fortunately, the preview also acts as a spectate, so I actually got to see what the end looked like. And sure enough, there was actually a racing course at the end. I assume it still gives you the timer, but in either case, having something other than just a simple party room is nice. Nothing too over the top, but like, I mean it works. Evil Doctor Line Simulator. Oh no, scary! Yeah, considering how like absolutely nobody was at the front of the line, this was just really easy. I mean, hey, at least I don't need to spend Robux in order to see what's at the front here. Upon making it inside, I got the big human gas, which increased my player size for a short amount of time before promptly killing me. Oh my goodness, this is dark. You have negative infinite cash and you literally spawn in the depths of hell. What did I even do to get here? Of all of the waiting games that we've played, this is probably the most lackluster of all of them. The hospital's probably free modeled too. I can guarantee with 100% certainty that this was only made to ride off a trend and didn't even have any effort put into it. As far as I know, there are only like 3 experiments. Water Slide Line Simulator is kinda just more of the same. It has a daily reward for money, which is actually a very minuscule amount. The automatic favor at the start of the game doesn't really do it any favors. Fortunately, I was high enough up to see this game's gimmick when it comes to the slides. In order to do all of them, you need to play the game 4 times. That's either a lot of Robux or a lot of waiting. And considering how it takes probably 1 billion years to even get a good enough skip, you're gonna be waiting for quite a while. All while the people behind you are skipping you in line. I wish I could go on one of these slides, however, I don't want to spend any more money here. Oh, I'm sorry, is the normal water slide line simulator too boring for you? How about Tallest Water Slide Line Simulator? The fact that they don't even have consistent money assets speaks miles here. It has the basics, everyone get to the pool, skip to the pool yourself, shuffle the line, but it also had the option to reset the person in front for 400 Robux. I voluntarily decided to give myself a jump scare for 40 Robux and, as tempting as it was, which was kinda the point, I didn't want to slide down the giant water slide. Sure, it looked kinda fun with the physics and everything, but it just wasn't worth spending more money. Boarding Line Simulator, where one of the products is a suitcase. Club Line Simulator has like slightly few more features to make it distinguishable. For one, you can purchase a boombox, which is, oh my god, 800 Robux just to play APM tracks? That's the same amount as everyone winning! The wheel is back, but it's only for spins and money. Oh yeah, not to mention that this probably violates terms of service if there are odds that aren't equal to every space. Yeah, you can get more spins by waiting, but you can still buy some with Robux. Anyways, besides the playtime and daily rewards, there really isn't that much else here. Concert Line is very similar to the other ones we've played, so I'm going to go ahead and summarize what we've done so far. All of these games are obviously very similar, if not just the same game in general. Wait to gain cash or skip people in line. How does this even get players? I mean, I guess little kids would want to know what waits at the end. But couldn't you just look up a video for that? Especially since you only get an extremely short amount of time in said special area. I mean, hey, at least this game has the index feature again, kinda. It's in the form of badges. I assume once you get to the end, you unlock a random song. We have hit classics such as Only in Ohio, When the Imposter is Sus, SKIBIDI Vibe.
Skibidi toy?
Welcome to wait in line to enter a party. It's exactly as it sounds. You wait a line to enter the party. I saw famous celebrities such as Friendly Cupcake Eagles fan, Hawk Tua.
Actually, when they're mentioning the party, I believe it is a reference to the celebrity known as
Yeah, I know, and I don't care. Let's just get to the next game. Fast Food Line Simulator is mainly the same game as the other ones, however with slightly different changes. This game has the upgrade system with buffs that I can't exactly see, however all I know is that they probably give you more money or make you money faster. This game also has 2 more types of line cutting. Step back is where you move back one, which was from the first game we played, although I don't know why you would use it. You can shove someone one place further in line. Alternatively, you can make the person behind you go back a space by passing gas. Why you would want to do that, I have no idea unless you really hate that person. Now, Hospital Line Simulator is the exact same game by the exact same developers. However, there's one simple change. It now also has the index system, which encourages you to play multiple times. These generally come with their own set of animations depending on what disease you have. i.e., if you have dehydration, you're just on the floor. There are also 14 different diseases to get. There's nothing else besides that, so let's see what the next game has to offer. Roller Coaster Line Simulator's probably one of the more unique ones ever so slightly. The bar is absolutely in the gutter, but still. For one, you don't need to make it to the end to upgrade. Sure, the upgrades are 0.01 times multiplier, but I mean, hey, it's better than nothing. Plus, it gives you an incentive to stay outside instead of the covered area because you earn EXP faster. Ah, but of course, the game passes where you pay 4,000 Robux for 5 fast lane tickets a day and infinite park access. If you buy that, then the only point of playing the game is for levels. And that would just make it a simulator. Oh, wait, that's the point, isn't it? Yeah, this game is better compared to the other ones, but it's like comparing milk that's been out for 5 months to milk that's been out for 6. Our last game of the night is Extreme Slide Line, which, wouldn't you know it, is the exact same game we've already played so many times before. Except now it's even more bland. No daily rewards, no spinner wheel, no index, nothing. Just the concept at its core with a tall water slide. The fact that this has 2.4 thousand concurrent players just says a lot about our current society, man. I've had enough, let's head back home. Human curiosity is insatiable, which is why so many kids will spend hours waiting just to find out what's at the end of the game. Either that or they just want to brag to their friends about how they won Extreme Slide Line. I'm not even gonna try to say some of the games are good this time, because every single instance of a game that uses this format is just the most boring slog to get through. There is no redeeming this genre unless some godlike game comes along and refreshes the formula in such a big way that it makes it even slightly bearable. But until then, I can confidently say that this is Roblox's worst genre of games, and it's not even close. If you're even thinking about making one of these games, just make an RNG game instead. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Oh hey, I moved! It only took around 18 minutes! Yep! All you gotta do is make it past 48 more people! Hi guys! How y'all doing? Huh? Why is there nobody here? All there is just Star's computer. Wait a minute, it's unlocked? I can finally host an episode after all this time! And I know exactly what it's gonna be about! Hi everyone! I'm not exactly too sure how to start things here, but that's okay, because we're gonna be talking about SKIBIDI toilet games! In case you don't know what SKIBIDI toilet is, why are you even here right now? I have all of Star's Robux too, so I can do whatever I want! Now, how do I work this teleporter thing? I can teleport myself, however Star uses this every video, so I might as well try. So, the first game I wanted to try out is SKIBIDI Fighting Simulator. Oh, I've seen this before, it's one of those clicker battles! And I can buy an OP auto fight too? Awesome! We have a starter pack with an exclusive weapon, which of course I'm gonna buy, why wouldn't I? The pet also had a 68 times multiplier! I spun a wheel and it gave me a bunch of titanium dust, which apparently I can use to upgrade my pets? It's not a lot, but at least it's something! Anyways, there's also this event egg, which honestly doesn't look too good, but I mean, hey, you can buy 600 for 2.1 thousand Robux! I don't really want to do that right now, though. I don't want to make Star too mad. The limited edition Titans are really tempting to get, however I want to leave it to the other people. Eventually, I went ahead and faced the G-Man toilet. And after a hard battle, I won! I got 8 million coins and decided to go to the next area, which is where I wanted to stop for now. There are tons of other awesome adventures I want to get to, and I don't want to spend too much time here. They made a SKIBIDI RNG game? Wow! Double the stimulation! There was a 5,000 luck button, which I knew I had to get, because like, come on, it's 5,000 luck! Then there was a cutscene that played out, which I knew was good, because RNG games always have cutscenes for when you get something good. And sure enough, I got a 1 in 50,000 cameraman! So, what do I do now? I can use him on the Reaper site, which needs a lot of other stuff, okay? Let's give it another roll then! Oh, 1 in 200,000! I still can't really do anything with it though, so I'm gonna move to the next game. Guess what, guys? I got drafted into the Toilet War! This looks like kind of a zombie survival shooter game. So obviously the first thing I'm gonna do is purchase a nuke. Boom! All the toilets are dead! Yeah! I didn't really get that many tickets though. It was only 5 Robux worth. I checked the shop and you need a lot of tickets for a weapon. Nope, not with that. Next game. They made a SKIBIDI toilet roleplay game? The starter map looks kinda generic, but I mean, hey, everything's here, and I'm super fast. This guy over here probably costs Robux. Wait, it doesn't? It's free? Oh, heck yeah! I get to play as the Titan TV man for free? And it has its own teleport? This is the best game ever! Unfortunately, the city doesn't really look too much like a city. I have a feeling that the map creators didn't really try too hard with this one, but I mean, hey, it's a SKIBIDI toilet roleplay game. What more could you ask for? Unfortunately, I don't want to spend too much time here, so it's time for the next game.
How did we even manage to sneak in the arcade after hours without being caught?
I have my ways. Hang on a moment, why is the teleporter open? Nobody's left in the area, so the only person who could... Oh.
The next game we're gonna check out is SKIBIDI Seek, a SKIBIDI toilet hide-and-seek game. Because I joined in the middle of the round, I automatically spawned as a seeker. And with just over a minute left, so I'm probably not gonna win, but wait a minute, that's a hider! I'm probably not gonna win, but hey, at least I found somebody! There's a battle pass too? Oh, it's 1,000 Robux. That's too big of a commitment for me, unfortunately. And the UGC is sold out. When the game restarted as a hider, I hid in the same spot for 4 minutes! I almost died near the end, however the timer was just short enough to the point in which I won! Yeah! Take that, Seeker! Wow, so much stimulation on one screen! We have a free wheel where I got stuff! And tons of Robux eggs to buy! It gave me a 1.4 times boost, which wasn't really a lot, but I got a 9 Robux game pass for double strength! That's a really good deal! Unfortunately, I instantly died when going into the center area. But not to worry, because now I can rebirth! You can use these gems to buy the eggs themselves, which... Okay, dang, now I kind of feel ripped off from earlier. No worries though, I still feel like I'm strong, and I can switch to the Alliance team! I'm still the least powerful in the server though, so I think I'm gonna call it quits. Whoa! A tycoon and a tower defense game? Well, all of the towers are in preset locations, so I think it's pretty safe to say that this is more of a tycoon game. But it still has a lot of tower defense elements. You actually have to decide whether to spend your money on towers or actual money production. I like the chaos of it all. Unfortunately, someone decided to attack me and I got absolutely obliterated. But I mean, hey, those kinds of things happen. Besides that, there's a lot of Robux stuff here. A battle pass, a time gift. But again, I don't really want to play this too much, so I'm not gonna buy that. Instead, let's check out the next game. Next up, we have Toilet Infection. Although based on the things around the map, this feels more like a Morph game to me. Fine with me either way. Ooh, another nuke button, cool! Unfortunately, the nuke killed everybody, not just the toilets. In fact, I'm not even sure if the toilets died from that or not. I went behind the map and found a secret layer. Once I climbed up the truss, I found a red key. Now, the thing about the red key is that at the start of the game, there was actually a red key door. I opened the door and found another morph. All it really did was change my head, though. Now, let's move on to the next. Oh, hi, Star! How are you doing?
Strazum, why are you using my Roblox account? There is no way in hell I trust you with that. I don't even know how much Robux you've spent. I checked where the teleporter was going and all I found were cheap brain rot games. Like, look, they can't even spell gems right. In fact, why do I even have you around? All you've ever done is cause me trouble. I don't even think you have a soul. And I swear, if I hadn't been nice to you, I would've—
I'm not sure you understand. You are not more powerful than me, and you will never be more powerful than me. I am above you. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome! Now let's head home. I'm a bit tired after all that skibidi toilet.
Yeah, let's head home. God, I really need to get my ego in check. I could have gotten myself killed. So, how do I even end the video? Skibidi Toilet is the best thing ever. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Bye, everyone! See you soon!
Please help me. Hang on a moment. Why is the teleporter open? Nobody's left in the area, so the only person who could— Oh. This is exactly what happens when I leave my things unattended. I'm gonna go find Strazum. Bitti, you can just do whatever. I'll be back in a few minutes.
You got it. See you then. Wait a minute, I have a video recorder. And I also have a copy of the intro. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Well, it's the best I can do. Anyways, hi everybody! As some of you may know, Star gave me a Roblox account a few months back. Unfortunately, Star is usually the one that picks out video topics here. So I'm just going to pick the lowest rated games on my recommended page and then play them. Oh yeah, and to make things interesting, the longer the video goes on, the worse the games get in terms of ratings. Am I only gonna find hot garbage, or will I find a hidden gem? Only one way to find out! First on the list is Halloween Scare Nights with 49% likes. Now, I'm unsure if this is the official Universal or not, because if it would be a corporate game. I'm just gonna treat it like it isn't one, though. For starters, this is based on Halloween. As far as I know, me and Star don't have any plans for Halloween, but I mean, hey, anything could happen. Either way, the decoration actually looks pretty solid here. Generally, these kinds of games don't really do anything with the decoration, however, I have to praise it this time. There are also multiple haunted houses we can check out. So without further delay, let's see if they're any gooder. Are you kidding me? I have to pay 50 Robux to even play the game? Okay, yeah, I can see why this game has so few likes now. But I mean, hey, I do have some spare Robux, so I might as well try it. I then went into the Barnyard Terror attraction, and— no way! This is a line simulator?! This isn't even an immersive thing where you have to wait for the other players to go. There are only 3 people in this server, and there are like 15 in that line! This is literally just making you wait for zero reason other than to buy the Game Pass. I was not gonna spend more Robux on this game after paying 50 to even play it. So, I waited 4.5 minutes and got to the front of the line. The actual experience was a meh at best. The scares were kinda frightening like the first 2 times, however they just reused the same jump scare like 20 times. Yeah, the animations and decorations all look good, but this is really just a walking simulator. Is it realistic to an actual haunted house? Yeah, it is. But not everything needs to be translated into Roblox, especially if you're paying for it. Now that I left the horror ride feeling empty at best, I'm going to go to the next game. Logo quizzes next! Yeah, extremely original idea there. The first part of this quiz was so easy I was getting the logos as I was walking to them. Well, for the most part. Until I got to this, because like, what logo is this? F? Knife? I immediately thought Fortnite, but apparently that wasn't the answer. I went ahead and bought a skip stage, but wouldn't you know it, it doesn't work. I then decided to help this person up, because if I wasn't gonna complete it, she would. Or just leave, I don't know. So skip stage doesn't work, and kill all doesn't really do anything. There's a magic carpet pass, however, yeah. That's just winning the entire game. In fact, is there even a reward for winning the game? I have no idea. Either way, I'm done here. Next up on the list is Math Traps, and I definitely doubt the fact that this game raised 200,000 Robux. Then again, this game has 11 million visits, so I mean that's not completely out of the question. Either way, this game consists of people solving the most basic math questions ever to get 1 extra point on their streak. And by solving, I mean following everybody else when they come to the answer. Did I mention you can kill everybody for 19 Robux? What's the point in playing in a public server if someone can ruin your streak for 25 cents? There's also a small obby, but the only thing you can do when you get to the top is either donate, go into an ad, or switch the time. In which, like, cool, I guess? Next up is Logo Race, and I'm already getting suspicious vibes off the bat. Because this game has nearly identical aspects to Logo Quiz. Except this time you can't buy a gravity coil. The quiz itself was painfully easy, listing obvious characters that kids would definitely know about. Not only that, the alternative option is the most blatantly wrong thing ever. If you don't get all of these first try, that's actually completely acceptable. But still, it is extremely easy through and through. I assume the logo, country, and math quizzes are harder. In fact, I'm 100% sure of that. But I decided to go with characters only because I didn't want to do more of this for the next 10 minutes. Instead, I'm gonna check out the next game. Choose Correct Emoji is one of those racing games. It starts out incredibly simple. However, over time, it eventually hides the correct answer and just leaves you to guess which one will give you the highest amount of blocks. Every letter is 1 block, by the way. Except this game is incredibly pay to win. You can add to your blocks, reduce the water, explode people's blocks, nuke the entire place, and swap with other people. Again, if you add a kill all button, then the game doesn't really have a point now, does it? It expects you to play for a while too, due to the amount of wins you need for some stuff. Not really much else to say after that, so let's just go to the next game. This is the deepest pool. It's exactly what it looks like. You just swim down a pool. That's the entire game. Obviously, to see what's at the bottom, I'm not going to wait that amount of time, so I'm going to spend the 5 Robux that it costs to get the speed coil. Surprisingly, not a lot. However, every tiny bit of Robux matters in the grand scale of things. Along the way, you get, like, memes as an encouragement or something. It's kinda weird, but I mean, hey, it keeps you going, I guess. After around 2.5 minutes of swimming, I finally got to the end, which was a very, very simplistic version of Bikini Bottom. Like, come on, they didn't even get the fact that they lived next to each other, not across right. Then I tried level 2, where I swam down for 5 minutes with not even an indicator of your progress. which just tells me that this is a lot deeper than the other one. I do not have the patience for that, so I'm going to the next game. All I can say is that this is probably the worst gameplay I've ever seen. Even line games are more engaging. 1 Robux equals 1 ball. Probably the most pointless game I've ever played. If you want to see a bunch of balls fall into a bowl, all you gotta do is just spawn a bunch of them in Studio. Especially considering that when I tried to buy 100,000 balls, it told me it was more expensive than the amount of Robux I could even purchase. Which says kind of a lot, since all of the balls can be deleted for like 400 Robux. There is absolutely 0 point to this game, except watching the balls slowly move down due to server lag. Oh, and you can also go into the pit, but that doesn't really matter too much considering how much the balls lag the server. Finally, we have Draw a Perfect Circle. I'm gonna be blunt, this game is just an absolute cheap rip-off of another game. While the game this is ripping off isn't on Roblox, the original game didn't have loot boxes and limited pencils, alongside a turn-based format where you can interrupt other players. Someone then had the audacity to try and jump scare me, except it was the least scary thing ever. It played the Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare sound with a devil emoji. Besides that, it's literally just the Perfect Circle game, except with like a time limit. Whatever, I don't care about this. All of the games I've played today are just scummy in some capacity. Whether it be Robux baiting or the dumbest thing imaginable. Oh hey Star, I was kinda busy with something here.
Bitti, are you okay? You got me worried sick. Why would you just go off like that? What if you ran out of battery and I couldn't find you? You're lucky that you had your tracker on. Look, I care about you, okay? And I don't want to lose one of my only friends. So please, for my sake, just don't do that again, alright? Wait a minute, why are you even here anyway?
Oh, I was just filming a video with the spare recorder I had.
You filmed a video without me? I'm so proud of you! I thought I was the only one who could do this kind of stuff, however, you've proven me wrong. I mean, unless Starism's video somehow turns out to be good, but I mean, I doubt that. Still though, next time you should make a video on someplace more safe, or at least with me around.
Yeah, I was being kinda reckless there. In all honesty, I was just kinda bored. Wanna head back home?
Yeah, sure, why not? You probably need a recharge anyway.
So, what did I learn today? Well, the games that I played were probably favored by the algorithm for Roblox to recommend them to me. And it makes sense that Roblox should still recommend these games with low scores because some of them could be dislike botted. But all the ones I played were kinda bad in some capacity. Whether they required Robux, weren't really that good in general, or both. Either way though, I'm not too worried about the future. Now, if every single game I got recommended was like that, I would be worried, but I really just handpicked the worst ones. Star, you can go ahead and end things off here. I've had my say.
With that being said, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Huh? Bitti, did something happen?
Star, they're doing it again. We have to do it again.
What are you talking about? Oh no. So this time it's called The Haunt, right? I mean, to be fair, that is pretty clever wordplay.
Star, we barely got through the games. What makes you think we can do this again?
Well, for one, it breaks the status quo, and for two, I want to see if they've improved at all. I mean, surely this whole thing can't be worse than the games, right?
Hi guys! Did you hear that pull of swords in your bed?
What? So, here we are again. For those who haven't seen me before, I'm Starism, and that's Bitti. And ever since the hunt released back in March, I've made it a personal goal to 100% complete every Roblox event. So ever since RDC 2024, when David Baszucki teased that the next event would be Halloween, I prepared for the worst. Considering how the previous event, the games, was, to put it lightly, absolutely miserable. You had to collect 400 badges in total and it took me 3 days to do it. Not to mention everyone was only given 2 weeks to do the entire thing. Oh yeah, and the whole pick a team thing was rigged towards the red team. Primarily due to the fact that one of the largest YouTubers on the platform was on the red team. However, unlike the last 3 events, the hype for this one just wasn't there. An update had basically made leaks impossible. I mean, a full month before the event happened, we got the name of it, The Haunt. Then there was a sub-place created. And then Piggy and Tower Defense Simulator were rumored to be in the event. Then on October 8th, the entire event's description got leaked because they accidentally published it to Xbox. This time it's 1 week. Okay, this is both good and bad, because at least I know this isn't gonna be as long as the last one, but at the same time, a week is still not a lot of time. But I've done it in like 1 to 3 days before, I should be good this time. Then, on the 9th, Roblox posted their first teaser for The Haunt. This event's hub would take place at the Hawkesbury Manor. We then get the background of the whole thing. The Headless Horseman has placed a curse on the manor. Then we get a moderately cool cinematic basically saying, oh no, the Headless Horseman's acting up. Then we get teased a costume contest? Okay, well it's probably not a major thing in the event. They're still reusing the same formula, right? 3 days ago, the countdown page. Okay, there have literally been no leaks for the event. What is going on? I mean, like, in terms of games, we basically have nothing. Okay, so the prizes are by UGC creators? I actually think that's a really cool way to branch out items. Although it does seem a bit considering how one of them is just hair. Voting prizes? Wait, what? Vote every day to earn free items? Is there no way to get prizes through badges? Is there even any point to getting badges? Or is the entire event just the costume contest? On top of that, this is just a popularity contest! What's a free-to-play player gonna do if they literally cannot buy anything from the catalog due to the cost? Are they even trying anymore? Okay, I have to calm down.
Well, I mean, at least we don't gotta complete everything this time. If none of the actual badges are linked to the event, then I don't really see a point in going.
You know what? If Roblox isn't gonna make the games involved, then I'm gonna make them involved myself! So who cares if none of the games give you prizes? I made a pledge to 100% every event, and I'm gonna do it. Even if I get nothing other than swag points for it. I mean, hell, the hub better be good. Otherwise, it's safe to say that this will be Roblox's worst event, period. Now, it's time for that fateful day.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm ready to go then.
Prize or not, I'm always up for stimulation!
Really? Nobody else is gonna join in last minute? Going once, going twice. Alright, we're going as a trio.
What happened to those other guys anyway?
I wouldn't worry about it, although I do have a feeling that we're probably not gonna see them anytime soon. If both of them won't come back here for a Roblox event, I don't really know what will. But either way, even if I don't get a prize from the games, I'm still willing to complete it. It's showtime! And here we are! Welcome to the Haunt! Unfortunately though, the avatar items are only obtained by voting, as I mentioned. This alone completely ruins the event. But either way, I didn't go all this way just to take a few screenshots and vote on a few images. I do have to admit though, the craftsmanship on this hub itself is incredible. This is probably the best hub in a Roblox event besides the classic. First of all, let's check out the voting system. You're given a set of 4 random images and are told to vote on one of them. Once you do that, you move on to the next set, and then you keep doing that until you get an item. That's the entire event. Well, minus the fact that you could take screenshots in said games in order to actually have people vote on them. There are also other exclusive items if you get in the top 50 and top 10% of screenshots. You can also upgrade these items for a 600 Robux bundle. Now, every day in this hub, a new minigame is unlocked, which gives you a new hub item. The minigame for day 1 is grave digging, yay! It's nothing special, all you do is just go ahead and dig up graves and hope you get a lantern, while 90% of the time you just get jump scared instead or find nothing. After a while, I did manage to find the lantern though. I can't rate this hub yet due to not everything being out yet, so I'll just go ahead and rank it at the end of the video. One issue for the other games though. Due to there not being implementation with actual rewards in the event, there aren't exactly specific things you have to do in each one of them. Which is why I'm making my own. Since all of these games have a Halloween event in place, I'm going to try out all of them and try to complete them. I'm also going to rate all of the games on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of difficulty and ranking, 10 being the hardest and or best. I may back out on some though. Our first game is Pull a Sword. Now, as you can probably guess from Pull a Sword, I did not have that great of a time. For one, you could get 25 times Halloween clicks by a $5 per month membership. You can also get stuff from the
Forever Pack with OP items?
Starism, please don't tell me we're gonna give into this.
Well, I mean, unless you want to spend 3 hours. Wait, I didn't even need to convince you to buy that?
Yeah, I'd rather be pay to win than to spend hours of my time here. Anything to be out of Pull a Sword quicker. So yeah, this event is incredibly pay to win with game passes, potions, the works. There were cutscenes, but they just felt drawn out a little bit. The main gameplay loop here is you getting enough strength to fight enemies to get keys to unlock houses, with AI generated assets. Everything gives you currency to purchase pets, and some methods can give you boosts in the main game too. However, all of the most overpowered items are locked behind the Forever Pack. And I somehow got the best item from it. Even with all of that equipment though, it still took me an hour to get to the second to last area, which was beyond the gate. Getting past the second gate was my goal. Primarily because they wouldn't make you do the entire event for an actual Roblox event. If it took me an hour to get through that as a pay-to-win player, I can't imagine how long it would take for a free-to-play player. Especially since I had all the best stuff. This doesn't have a super high difficulty score because most of it is just auto-clicking, but it is super time-consuming. And extremely pay to win. The only reason I'm not giving this a 1 is because I kinda liked the decoration. But decoration can only get you so far. In terms of Doors' Halloween event, it's like, kinda there. In terms of the actual thing, it's just the base game, however with candies. Now, candies have a variety of different effects, from giving you a bunch of walk speed at once, to shutting off all the lights, to spawning dread and instantly killing you. Yeah, it's a bit risky to eat it. The objective in this game for this event is to collect 100 candies. The catch is that everyone in your server counts towards this amount. So, you can be in and out in the span of only 15 minutes if you have a good enough party. If you have good enough RNG, that is. And if your party's good enough at collecting things. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to give this kind of a low score because they didn't really add anything besides that. I mean, granted, they probably weren't expecting to be in the event anyways. As a regular Doors game mode, it's kinda fun for its novelty, but this in general doesn't compare to what they did in the hunt. It does make sense why they wouldn't put as much effort in, though. Now, it's kinda hard for me to gauge the actual difficulty of this event. The Halloween pets in general are incredibly overpowered in the main game, and you can access them at any point. Although I did have all of the endgame upgrades, I had to play this on my alternate account. The reason being, I already beat this event in the main account. It's mainly stuff like make a certain amount of golden pets, break a certain amount of breakables, hatch a certain amount of eggs, etc. There is a Halloween quest, however it takes way too long. Too long for a Roblox event anyways. So this time I set the goal to reaching the end of the Halloween event, similar to what they did in the hunt. As for the actual gameplay, it's really just Pet Simulator. Get pets, break breakables, hatch eggs, etc. There's not really much iteration here in the event. There was pretty cool decoration though. Due to them not really changing up the concept a lot, I'm going to give this the same score as Doors. I'm not sure how long it would take for a free-to-play player to hatch all of those eggs though. Although I doubt it would take too long for them. At most, my upgrades probably halved the time. Oh great, Toilet Tower Defense, my favorite game ever.
SKIBIDI Toilet?
Yeah, I know you like Skibidi Toilet, you told me enough times.
And they even have special Halloween towers!
Strazum, I literally just spent over 1,000 Robux in Pull a Sword. You cannot make me buy anything else in these brain rot games. Now, my original goal was to go ahead and win the event one time. While there was a battle pass system, it felt too long to be a Roblox event, so I just settled with doing the event once. What I didn't know was that this event was so obviously pay to win that not even the Robux tower that I purchased a few events ago was able to stop everything, and I had to be carried. And even then, the boss had like 50 million health, so we couldn't even kill it. Even though we didn't complete it, I'm still going to dip out here because I feel like getting to the final boss itself is good enough considering how this already took like 20 minutes. I'm not giving this difficulty 10 because it might be easier if you have a bunch of pay-to-win towers. But if you're new to the game, this is basically impossible. Sorry. I would get behind it more if they made it more beginner-friendly, but that's just not happening with this game. Now, you're probably wondering, why is the music so intense right now? That's because we're in Pressure's Raveyard, where you almost have no time to breathe. While it's relatively short, averaging around 15 minutes a run, nearly every point in this is super intense. You immediately start out with a chase sequence. You only get around 3 hits until you're dead and have to revive too, which makes this super intense but short. It has full voice acting too. Everything is also super well modeled. After you escape the bouncers in the opening segment, you go into like the sewer area kinda. You're free from the bouncers for now, but now you have a giant skeleton monster to worry about. One that will bite you if caught. It's relatively easy to get through, however if you're not on solid ground for a good while, they will catch up. If you've collected enough money, the only place you can heal up is this Club Spectrum place, where you can purchase drinks for health regeneration. After that, you're put in a section where you have to be in a dark area, which requires you to use your very short battery flashlight, which can be recharged by spamming right click. The enemies here are these giant stone monsters, and if there are enough of them on you, you're surely doomed. The final section is a mad dash to the tower. Oh yeah, and the bouncers from before, they're back. Now, at this point, I was super exhilarated because I was on 5 HP, meaning one more hit and I was done for, and I had already used a revive. Plus, they disable revives at this stage. After getting to the top of the tower, I pulled the switch and ended the Raveyard, meeting the status quo for this game. Now, this whole thing is extremely good but incredibly sad because they made this with the intent that people would have to play it. And they all got super mad when this entire thing turned out to be a big costume contest. I'll touch more on this later. With that being said, this is one of the best things in this event, hands down. Some people complain that it's just a whole lot of running, and while I kind of agree, the tense aspects of it make up for it, only costing it 1 point out of 10. Before we move on to the next batch of games, let's take a look at what Day 2 has to offer in the hub. This time we have a maze. There's not really much else to say about it other than, yeah, it's a maze. There are teleport portals and zombie bear things that slow you down. I want to talk about the actual event itself for a tiny bit though. Absolutely nobody, not even the developers of the participating games themselves, knew that this was only going to be a costume contest until the last minute. Pressure made the Raveyard specifically for the haunt, and now it's not even linked to any reward in the actual event. This entire costume contest thing would have been fine if it was marketed as its own thing, but it was marketed the exact same way as the other events we've seen. And to have all of the games not matter besides the photo shoot is pretty disappointing. Which is why I'm happy doing all of these games, bringing the events that people made to light. Without further ado then, let's move on with this event. Horse Life is one of those games where the end goal for the entire event is way too hard for a Roblox event, so I'm just going to do the first 2 quests due to the third one taking an absurd amount of time. The first objective was to tame 5 horses. I had enough materials for this due to the games and the hunt. Next, I needed to play 3 event minigames, in which I just went ahead and did this apple fishing minigame 3 times. It is kind of tricky with you actually having to have the apples in your circle when clicking on them. Plus, the cooldown kind of screws things over. Purchase 2 items from the event shop was super easily done with Robux, so I don't really like the pay to win there. And finally, level up any horse's skills 5 times. I just went ahead, ran around, and jumped the hurdles a bunch of times in order to complete this, since you get a pretty good amount of jump EXP via the hurdles. I'm unsure how hard it is to get the souls if you're a free-to-play player, but as for my personal experience, it wasn't really too hard. I am giving this slight points for actually making a minigame, albeit kinda decent at best, alongside some exclusive horses, which you do need to do the quests to unlock. Besides that, it was fine. Not too good, but hey, not miserable. Adopt Me is another game that has its quest way too hard for a Roblox event. The original quest was to find 40 hidden pumpkins around the map with no indication where they are. So instead of doing that, I opted to instead explore all of the Halloween content. I first tried out Cricket's Tile Hop, which was just the Tile Hop minigame from the classic except multiplayer and it has multiple stages. After playing the game for 15 minutes, you can go to the graveyard and knock over a gravestone for a crap ton of rewards in the main game. Unfortunately, to get multiple rolls, you do need to spend a lot of money, around 250 Robux to be exact, at least in Adopt Me currency. The last thing I checked out was the new minigame Werebear, which was basically just murder mystery. I went ahead and hid in a room for a few minutes and eventually won. While I can't exactly give a difficulty for this due to not all of the pumpkins being found, I assume it would be super high. Either way, it's pretty obvious that they didn't exactly make this Halloween event for the haunt. And while I do appreciate the amount of content they put in, it's not exactly too engaging. It's mainly just grinding for items in the main game using the minigames. Now, Piggy is just on an entire league of its own. They released a new chapter for it, sure, but this is unlike anything else anyone has ever seen in Piggy itself. Instead of it being time-based, multiplayer, escape the player, or bot monster, it's an adventure.
Doesn't that go entirely against the round-based format of Piggy, though? Like, you're literally changing the fundamental concept of the game.
I get what you're saying, Bitti, but at the same time, this is actually really good for an event to change up the formula.
Okay, so it must not be as hard as actual Piggy chapters then, right? Star, how long did it take for you to complete this?
Almost 2 hours.
Oh my gosh, that was like double Bull of Swords time. What happened?
Well, for one, there are chase sequences that instantly kill you if you do so much as mess up once. The final section tricking you with a fake door in order to make you not go into the vent so it kills you. And the puzzles taking a crap ton of time to get back to where you died. But even then, I found this to be really well made. Even if not specifically made for a Roblox event, this was very high quality for an event. Or, well, not really an event, it just released around the same time. Either way, this is really good. I'm not giving it a super high difficulty because it's probably a lot easier with a guide. But either way, this is the one that took me the longest out of the entire event. It was still really well made though. Dress to Impress was cool, but very confusing for someone who doesn't understand the lore. For one, who's Lana? And why do we have to find her childhood home before dark? What is this dialogue? What do you mean in due time Mai is his? So apparently this Lana is leaving her parents because like, she got poisoned by some guy or something, I guess? And now we have to pack her essential items, which for some reason include a nail file and a Greek Tales book. Like, sure, yeah, that's definitely essential. There are 3 chapters to this whole thing, and I'm gonna do all 3 of them. This first one is kind of like the main game of Piggy, except without a timer. I'm just gonna say right now that the AI for the monster kinda sucks. It just waits for you. No matter how long you stand there, it'll go ahead and try and catch you. Thankfully, you get 6 hits before you're dead. Once we pack all of Lana's items, it's time to go. Except, apparently, we're in the past? I guess? This whole thing is really well made. It has full voice acting and custom artwork and animations, but like, I do not understand this lore. And now, for some reason, we're in like a hospital? Where an evil nurse is also trying to kill us? Here we have to find 6 map pieces. 90% of the rooms close in on themselves, but the ones that don't are actually rooms that have stuff in them. Most of the time containing a map piece. Once we do that, we go through a section that's totally not inspired by doors in any capacity whatsoever. And then we like randomly meet this girl called Serena. So remember Lana from before? She's dead, and now that the blood moon is here, it's gonna eradicate her soul. And now there's an evil doppelganger Lena that's working with the guy that poisoned Lana. Then we gotta take a portal to the catacombs where the doppelgangers appear? What is even going on? The catacombs are just like a trap maze, except like every 20 seconds the correct way lights up. The traps are kinda easy to avoid if you're paying attention. And now it's time for, I kid you not, a 4-minute unskippable cutscene. First of all, we meet Haley, who's apparently a podcaster who dabbles in paranormal affairs. One of her subscribers told her to go to these catacombs, where she died. Yeah, she's dead. Haley now warns us about the evil Lana doppelganger thing, I guess? And now apparently Lena isn't the doppelganger, and now there's like an actual clone doppelganger Lana, I guess? And then we try and talk him out of it, because that definitely always works. Who the hell is Agamemnon?
The king of Argos from ancient Greek mythology.
What the hell is he doing here? So Lena goes ahead and calls upon the evil Agamemnon's power, and like, she goes through a minute-long transformation sequence. Then we get to the actual boss fight, which, I kid you not, is only one attack cycle. Consisting of multiple attacks, of course, but once she's vulnerable, she's done for. After that, she does the usual, how could I lose, please spare me master spiel, I guess. Lana's finally free, her soul goes on a vacation or something, or whatever. Agamemnon still's in the shadows, I guess, and he still wants her, or whatever. The event was good. I like the amount of effort they put into it, but like, that entire thing was just an experience of itself. Can the next game be not as confusing, please? Dress to Impress doesn't really have a goal with its event. For starters, I joined at the exact time where I managed to witness the spooky chord maze and lose it. I then went up to the front entrance and immediately got my badge for the event. The only badge for the event. However, I'm not just gonna take the badge and leave, I'm actually gonna explore this event. For starters, first thing we have is an acorn counting minigame. Not really too hard, and you get a decent amount of candy if you win, which I assume is used to purchase in-game items. There was a cleanup minigame to earn candy, but like, it's literally only just cleaning up leaves on the ground for candy. Not really investing, plus there's over 600 of them, so I'm not gonna scrape the leaves off the ground of a festival to get self-gratification. There was kind of a roller coaster-esque spinny ride, which I guess was a pretty cool novelty. They sold cotton candy, so I bought the one that looked like me the most. They had a pretty basic matching minigame too. There's nothing you can really do wrong with a matching minigame. But the main attraction here was actually the dark ride, which I found to be actually pretty cool for an event. It reminded me of the end of RB Battle Season 2 when you're in that roller coaster. Then I got put in a flying minigame, and that's about it for this game. While it wouldn't work under the circumstances of a normal Roblox event, it's pretty cool for what it is, honestly. It captures the feel of a festival pretty well. Keys: find 40 pumpkins across the maps. They're non-preset locations, they're all random, and it's all extremely easy. You can get like 5 to 10 pumpkins per run, and you can server hop to join mid-round to get even more pumpkins. There was a Halloween map, and that's all I have to say about this game. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that they didn't really try with their haunt quest here. Not like it was worth it to make one anyway. 30 minutes in the video, and we are halfway through the event. It's day 3, and today's quest is looking through a bunch of mirrors trying to find an artifact. It took me like 2 minutes to find it. It wasn't really that hard. The worst that can happen is you getting jump scared. I'm not gonna waste your time by reiterating the point that this is all just a big costume contest. But so far my opinion still stands. not too many people even have their own dedicated quest for the haunt and just decide to shoehorn in their Halloween event. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, some of them are just not that suited for events. Enough of that though, let's see if the second half of this event is any good. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this one. While they do have a dedicated button for the haunt event, it's literally just an avatar creator. And the Direwick Festival itself is way too hard. Go into every map, spin the wheel 3 times, free 100 trapped souls. All of this seems like it's only for the dedicated Survive the Killer players and not the people only coming for the event. Which makes sense because the event button is only the avatar creator. So I'm going to treat that as a I instantly win 2 points for decoration, yada yada yada. Even if I did go through with the Direwick Festival, I don't really think I'd like walking around collecting 100 lanterns. That or just farming for tickets. I don't know, I don't really play this game unless I have to. I went ahead and did the obby on the default glove island to get to the minigame. Only 20 seconds left, huh? It must not take a long time. The minigame itself is a zombie survival game mode. Zombies will spawn on the island with your teammates and it's your job to knock them off for points. Survive 10 rounds to win the game. Also, if you have enough points, you can purchase an entirely random glove which will help you out a ton. There's no way to heal up though, so good luck. Unfortunately, my hammer isn't exactly well suited enough to deal with the boss zombie, so I did end up dying. Oh well, I can just come back, right? Well, actually, you have to wait up to 10 minutes on the island. Oh yeah, and the timer resets if no one's there. And there are only 3 slots, so if there are more than 3 people, then the spot's highly contested. And half the time, the timer doesn't even work! I tried server hopping for like 20 minutes before finally giving up. I would give this a higher score if it just wasn't so buggy with the timer. Better yet, remove the whole wait 10 minutes thing in general. Why is it even there to make teleporting interesting? It just doesn't make sense. Okay, Color or Die, another horror escape game, and it's just a battle pass system. And you can pay to win through it.
An exclusive Halloween skin? In this peak horror game?
Strazum, I'm gonna level with you. I am never going to play this game again after this. But, for the sake of the video, I'm going to play through the entirety of Color or Die Chapter 1. The main gimmick of this horror game is that eventually you turn into different colors. While the monster is normally super hard to avoid, you can hide on the same wall as your color in order to make the monster not see you. This sounds like a super cool concept on paper, however, in execution, it's not very interesting. I mean, sure, there are breaks from normal gameplay to have like obby elements, but besides that, it's mainly just walking and finding things. Your goal is to collect 13 paintbrushes and solve puzzles along the way. And by puzzles, I mean finding one specific item in one location, then going to the next location. Despite what it looks like, this game is extremely linear. And they do not want you to win. I had to look up a guide to find out how to win. Especially considering if you miss one, you're kinda screwed. I did manage to complete the game by finding the final paint bucket though. I then chose one of 4 doors and got put in a chase sequence. Since I already got the badge, I think this is just a mini game for some currency that you get if you complete the game. Nothing required. But yeah, considering how they didn't really do anything besides just reskinning the game kinda, this is getting a low score from me. Especially since the game to begin with isn't really that good. Murder Mystery 2 made an exclusive Halloween game mode, this being the Vampires game mode. It's exactly the same as the normal game, except now you're in a 24-player server, and now there are 3 murderers and sheriffs. Oh yeah, and the murderers can fly, and there's only 1 map. My only goal was to get 5 kills, but it took me like an hour to get Vampire. Of course you can't see that, but for me, this was absolutely painful. I had to come back to it. Whether or not you have a good time here or not is entirely dependent on your RNG. Although there weren't really any other changes, so I'm giving this a semi-low score. Yeah, they made a new map and a slightly different game mode, but there's not really too much they added besides that, besides new cosmetics. I do not like a dusty trip. I decided to go solo because cooperating with people would be a nightmare. First of all, it takes 5 minutes to even start the car. This event consists of 3 boss battles, with you just trying to drive in a straight line in between them. The first area is a trick-or-treating town, where you go up to houses, ring doorbells, probably find an enemy, and then loot the house. Once you find enough houses, though, then you find the witch. Blox Hilda is the first boss battle, consisting of mainly thorns, potions, new enemies, and then shooting her. This goes on for a few minutes until you finally deplete her health bar. Unfortunately, my car would not start no matter how hard I tried, so I had to restart my entire run because I was not walking all the way there. The next area was the house. I didn't even think to go in the house, so I just drove around it, but that was a massive mistake. Because then poison gas spawns, and by the time I realized it was too late and I ended up dying.
You know, I remember last time during the Classic, you had a lot of issues with a dusty trip.
Well, have you considered that this is a rage game? And if it's not, then it's incredibly hard, because one time I had a bunch of zombies pile up on me and instantly kill me!
And you had to spend Robux to get back where you were, or else you needed to restart?
Exactly, and I'm not forgiving this for being too hard for an event and not intended for it, because they'd probably make you do it if you had to do it for the haunt either way. The final boss is against the Headless Horseman, which is really just kind of a harder version of the Blox Tilda fight. And Blox Tilda from before is back, and she's actually helping me, primarily because the Horseman is taking her powers. After defeating the Horseman, you get the final badge. You can go for as far as you like, however no more adventures will pop up. Overall, this game was better than average, but still very, very hard and requires a lot of patience. Now, I actually had high hopes for Tower Defense Simulator, considering how in the Classic and the Hunt they were better than most other games. For one, this has lore, and it's easier to understand than the return of the King of Argos. Basically, these guys want to rewrite history using a fake god cube, which I don't know exactly what it is, however I do know it probably has a lot of power. The event itself has 3 nights. However, only one released with the haunt, which is what I'm doing. This quest has charming characters, their own animations, even voice acting again. The gameplay itself isn't exactly too hard, as, you know, it's a tower defense game and you get a preset loadout that you get to choose. It's a cool touch that you actually get the towers regardless of if you've purchased them or not. You actually don't have an advantage if you've played the game before. That, I feel, is what every event should do. The only gripe I have with this quest is that tower defense games naturally have you wait a lot, but that's not something you can really change, so I'm not holding it against them too much. However, these developers 100% cooked, and that's why I'm giving them one of the highest scores for this event. And now we're at the final 5 games. First though, let's check out what the quest is in the hub for day 4. This time, you grab a bat, go up to pumpkins, and smash them and hope you get the artifact. You know, I'm kinda seeing a pattern with all of these. Go to a certain place, hope you get something, and if you don't, keep going to different places till you get it. I was kinda hoping they'd do something more unique. Hell, I'd even say that the games had better minigames for its hub. As boring as the minigames are, however, we still get the items, and these items will somehow help us later. Thankfully, this time the reward is a big speed boost in the form of an item, which could help us get through the hub faster. Either way, let's stop stalling and get to the final 5 games. Surely nothing bad will happen, right? Now, this is one of the games that I'm certain wasn't intended for the Haunt. The actual Halloween event started like 2 weeks ago, and you have to pay 100 Robux per quest to restore them. So I just found the current quest and decided to do that. We need to beat 20 Halloween mobs and 5 elite Halloween mobs. Only issue is that this was intended for people who already played the game a lot. Now me, who's only played this game for the events, wasn't very good at the game. Meaning I had to spend like 15 septillion revive hearts and healing items in order to make it so that I had a chance of beating them. And while I did manage to beat the normal Halloween mobs, the elite ones not only had special spawn conditions, but were incredibly hard to beat, and practically had to get carried through it. I can't give an accurate difficulty rating due to it being completely dependent on how good your pets are in the game. But it was cool that they made an exclusive Halloween event with its own world and enemies for it. I still don't really like how it's not beginner friendly though. Although I guess that wasn't really the point for it to be. Now, I didn't even get past the first segment of this one because as far as I knew there were like 5 and we were already struggling on the first one. For the first segment, my team had to find keys all around the map which unlocked safes. Problem is, there's no indication where the keys or safes are. And every key lines up to 1 safe each. Oh yeah, not to mention that there's a super fast monster that will kill you outside the safe zone. Fortunately, you have infinite lives for this segment, however if you die, you do lose any items you have. And considering how a later section had a life system when I was struggling with infinite, it was not really worth going through. Besides, this is actually a remastered version of an old Halloween event that this game did. Meaning this probably wasn't even intended for the Haunt in the first place. It's probably easier if you tag along with people who know what they're doing, but I don't really have that opportunity. It does look cool from the videos I've seen of it, so I'm giving it an average score. Blair is, great. It's just another one of those collect currency and then buy things kind of games. They also have like a witch challenge, however it requires that you have a certain level, so I don't think it's intended for the actual event. So I'm just gonna see what happens in the actual game.
Wait a minute, I've seen this before. This is Phasmophobia, right?
Yup, just when I thought I was done with indie game remakes. So it turns out that after talking to this really nice player, a normal round of this game takes like 45 minutes. And I wasn't really gonna do that for something that wasn't even required and was just a currency collection simulator for the event. The only reason I'm not giving this a 1 is because they actually have stuff you can purchase with the currency, but besides that, it's clearly obvious that they just kinda put the Halloween event here and add it to the Haunt. The very least they could have done was like add a few new items or an exclusive mode, although I don't really know how that would work. Alright, Scary Sushi, don't let me down. Oh my god, it's just another pay-to-win battle pass system.
Well, if you want to get it done quicker, then you might as well buy
Strazum, how about instead I just play the game and see what it's about? And if it takes too long, I'm just gonna leave.
But didn't you say you do all of the events?
I'm not gonna spend another hour playing a generic horror game for self-gratification. Especially considering this time there are no modifications to the game besides the candies. Anyways, the gameplay loop this time is simple. You're in a group interview for a chef position, you gotta go ahead and grab ingredients, but oh no, the janitor ain't feeling well, so you gotta avoid them. Are they a scary monster? Oh, who knows? It just gets so repetitive. Go to the room, collect the item, go back, hold a proximity prompt, make a meal, then go to the conveyor, then hold another proximity prompt and do it again and again and again and again. I assume it gets harder with more monsters, but I'm not gonna stay around to find out. Same deal with me only giving it a 2 because there are some exclusive cosmetics if you do this stuff. In Banana Eats, you enter a code. That's it. Just enter and code the haunt. You can also find the 13 pumpkins across every map, however, considering how that doesn't even have a badge for if you do it, I'm not gonna count that as a requirement. Besides, I don't want to do all of that for an unknown reward or one cosmetic in a game I'll never play again. In fact, I didn't even need to do any of this. I don't even know why I did those games if there's no reward for doing them. Whatever, I'm just gonna head back to the hub. Well, that's it. That's all the games. To say that this whole thing was underwhelming would be a massive understatement. I don't even have to do the whole, oh, I think this is the worst event thing. It is the worst event. I'm not even gonna ask whether the next one will be better because it will be. This is rock bottom. Unless Roblox somehow pulls out another costume contest, this is the worst event. But I mean, hey, we still have the final hub minigame, so let's check it out. Surprisingly enough, this is multiplayer. Maybe this could actually be good. Never mind, it's really just a glorified slideshow. I mean, at least it goes through the games that are involved, referencing the events from games like Pressure and Scary Sushi and the other ones. Eventually, though, you find the sunglasses, the final hub item. Apparently, with these sunglasses, you could actually reveal hidden messages with them. I mean, there's not really a use in hidden messages if you've already done everything. I mean, hey, might as well go to the shrine and see if there's anything there. The skull fragments will free him? I mean, I did see skull fragments around the hub, but I didn't think they really meant anything. Hey Star, did you find something? Go back to the house and take Starism with you. Okay, if that's what you want. Hey Starism, we're going home, okay? No explanation.
Okay!
I swear to God if 1X is behind this. Of course someone was behind this. Granted, it was pretty obvious with the entire manor being owned by him. Then again, who knows, he could be controlled by 1X or something. Either way, I'm going to give this dude a piece of my mind. After getting through some very slight boss anticipation, it's time for the final showdown. To break the curse of Oxbury Manor and free everyone, I think. I don't know, there aren't really stakes here besides me wanting to kick this guy's butt. Now, show yourself.
Yes, it was me. I was the one who...
You did what? Make me play those games? With no reward?
You weren't supposed to do those, but yes, the curse is mine. I hid the skull fragment so I could gain power when free.
You mean the skull fragments that everybody got no matter if they found them or not?
No matter. Either way, you're the most persistent one I've seen.
Okay, 1x1, you're really doing a bad job about how you're hiding things.
Who's 1x1? In any case, your time has come. Prepare for the hardest boss battle in your... No! How can this be? I'm supposed to be unstoppable. I'm supposed to be invincible.
You know what? I'm done pretending. I'm done pretending you set up an actual event here because there isn't. And I'm also not gonna pretend that you're good at your job anymore. You copied 1x1's script almost word for word and your boss fight, oh my god, your boss fight. Of all the things of someone who had their head chopped off's weaknesses to be, you wouldn't expect it to be dressing mannequins. Not to mention there were spots where you literally could not take damage. Oh, and let's not forget about the placeholder part, shall we? This entire event was a sick joke of a costume contest, which really just turned into a photography contest because no one submitted their avatars. I had to post SKIBIDI Jonkler to even make it in the top 50%. When 1X made the games, I thought it couldn't get any lower than that. And for once, I gotta give the man credit, because at least he made an event! I'm leaving this stupid manor and never coming back. I hope you can live with yourself knowing you've created the biggest failure in Roblox history. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Yeah, so do you want to pay the entrance fee in cash or credit? I'll give you a 10% discount for your trouble.
That entire thing was just meaningless. There was no point to any of that. The costume contest was a failure because nobody posted their avatars and instead just posted NPCs in the game. And the ones that were avatars were just the same thing. They didn't even have the bare minimum of making the games have some sort of reward. The least you could have done was like, I don't know, get an extra screenshot based on how many games you completed? Yeah, it's a stupid reward, but at least it gives the people a reason to play the games. They even screwed up the prize delivery with the zombie teddy head, which is supposed to be given to the top 50% of pictures, being given to everyone at the start of the event. All of the mini-games just boiled down to going to different places until you find the thing you need. Also, I take back what I said when I first got here. This hub is worse than the games. The games had better hub mini-games, and the games had a better boss fight. This entire fashion show, no, photography contest, was the worst Roblox event I've ever played and ever will play. I gained nothing from doing this. Furthermore, all of the developers made highly detailed quests specifically for this event, only to learn that people didn't need to do it in the first place. What does this say about how Roblox treats its developers? If even they wouldn't tell the developers what the event was about until the very last minute, then how can these developers trust Roblox in the future? Roblox isn't the one keeping the platform alive, it's the creators themselves. Roblox is just the engine. And if they specifically create good things for your event and you tell them that it doesn't even matter, that just betrays their trust. I bet that half the games that I ranked poorly earlier, or more, were bad because they only decided to join last minute and shoehorn in their Halloween event that they already made. And while that isn't always a bad thing, for example a tower defense simulator, that was great even though it probably wasn't intended for the haunt. A lot of the games that I did play had Halloween events only intended for veteran players of the game, else it wouldn't be so blatantly pay to win. At least, the only thing that's good about this event is that we know what the bottom line is. It's only up from here. I mean, if you screw up so badly that even your top star creators say that the event sucks, then you gotta improve, right? This event was a learning experience for everyone. The players, the developers, and even the multi-billion-dollar corporation. Although at least now, we can all confidently say this was Roblox's worst event. Now, I gotta head back home. I don't want Bitti thinking I died. Goodbye, Oxbury Manor. I'm not gonna miss you, and nobody will.
Welcome back, Star. What made it so that you needed us to leave?
Oh yeah, so I fought and killed the mansion's owner.
You did what?
Okay, look, it was totally justified, okay?
No, I'm happy. That event sucked. I mean, yeah, true, it was bad just as always, but I think I learned something from that. I learned to not be so scared of Roblox events anymore. Ironically, it was the Halloween event that made me realize it. I don't have to dread events like the plague or try and tap out midway through. Because if that was the scariest thing they came up with, then I'm not afraid of them anymore.
Well, that's really good to hear. I assume you didn't get scared from that either, Strasm.
Yeah, the only good part was SKIBIDI Toilet.
Really? Cause that kinda, that was great, I agree with you, yeah, 100%.
Glad to hear. Well, I'm gonna be heading out now. See you next time.
Well, here we are again. I might as well hang around the house for a bit and not do anything. That whole event took a lot out of me. For now, though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time!
Stability proof. This is further. In order for this dimension to be solved, I must create a contingency.
Hang on, what just happened? I could have sworn I was right by that couch. Anyways, I'm feeling oddly refreshed, so I guess I'm up to make another video. The question is, what do I make it on?
Well, I don't really want to have Strasm around right now, so what's the one thing that he would refuse to play?
I still hate it here.
Line games are the stupidest thing to come out of the Roblox platform. Waiting for half an hour or spending Robux for only a few minutes of time in a special room. However, for some weird reason, these games are popular. Now, considering how you all really liked the video last time, I figured I'd try this again. We'll take a look at 10 more line games and see if they're any good. And considering how, well, they're line games, they probably aren't. Enough talk, let's get into things. First up on the list is Madhouse Line. And while there isn't anything specifically unique about this line game, it'll serve as a good introduction to get into the mechanics. The main gameplay loop of line games is that you gradually earn cash. The farther up you are in line, the more cash you get. Cash is used to skip players in line. Alternatively, you can just use Robux, which is obviously what they want you to do. But I mean, hey, not all of us are willing to spend hundreds of Robux on some meaningless garbage. There are also game passes to instantly win the game for a couple hundred Robux. If that's the case, then really, what's the point? There are more advanced mechanics, however, they don't seem to be in this game, so we're just going to go to the next one and see if we have any luck. Alright, now we're talking. This is an example of a more advanced line game. Just then you saw me get a free cut from a daily reward. Now, what a lot of these games include is a troll menu. Don't want to wait in line? Then make other people miserable instead. Swap places, steal people's cash, send people back, send people to the front, or reset the cash in terms of this game. However, generally most of the time, it's usually good for you and bad for them. These games also typically have a panic feature, where you pay a small amount of Robux to completely shuffle the line. I did this game and got a very lucky position, ending up getting 3rd. Some games also have a level system where you can get an incredibly small boost on some statistics. Although for short-term gameplay, it's not usually that good. One unique thing this one has, though, is achievements. I hadn't seen that before. Stuff like jumping a certain amount of times, staying in the game for a certain amount of times, etc. After skipping my way to the front, it was time to get to the end of the line. Thankfully, at the end of the line, there's a mini-game here. When it comes to line games, winning generally means going to a room for a few minutes, or going into a mini-game, then going into a room for a few minutes. Thankfully, this one was the latter. Here we have sort of a skydiving minigame, which I tried my hardest to get all of the points, however I couldn't. Based on the other scores in the server, I think I did pretty well though. I also got the bullseye on the final target, which was pretty good. Once I got to the end though, I had a second objective. Find all the stars and get rewards. Which in this case were the Autocut Game Pass and Stars Parachute. I think this is actually pretty cool of a concept for a line game. Maybe someone could even make a good line game with this concept in mind. As for this though, I like the spin on the formula, but at the end of the day it's still a line game. With that being said, let's see if the next one's any good. Next up on the list, it's time to immigrate. Yeah, how fun. This game carries over the level and upgrade system from the previous game. However, another thing that these games utilize is the wheel spinner. I love gambling! Generally, most of these spaces only contain cash with a 1% chance at unlocking the Troll GUI. Yeah, some games just straight up lock the Troll GUI behind a gambling wheel. With the text detailing people's reasons of going into Utopia in this game, you would assume there would be an index system, however, there really isn't. If there was, then people would have a reason to play this game 20 times over. But no, instead you have a reason to play it twice? Yeah, apparently there are 2 endings to this game. Which one you get is determined by a coin flip. I got the prison ending, where instead of handing in proper identification, I take my chances with bribing the guard. Gee, I wonder how well that worked out for me. There's really no reason to stay in this prison cell, so we're just gonna move on. Shinsonic Meal Line is a line game about being eaten by Shinsonic. How an analog horror series managed to get mainstream is completely beyond me, but I mean, hey, we're here now. I decided to start a panic by paying 75 Robux. And fortunately for me, the line shuffle ended up working really well. Because I was just straight up placed near the end of the line at 4th place. And now that we're here, we get to see the beast face to face. Yeah, he's just kinda there, waiting for us. This actions menu looks super broken, and I don't really know what anything here does besides buying things. I guess there's supposed to be an inventory and a wheel system. After finally getting eaten by Shinsonic, I just get teleported to a beach with fog. No eating animation, you're just there. You can mount a Shinsonic, but you need to do that 2 more times in order to do that. The fact they give you 10 minutes on this beach in the middle of nowhere is insanity. Besides that though, nothing's left to do here, so we're going to move on to the next game.
Line Game RNG.
Wait, what? Line Game RNG!
Yeah, this game exists apparently. It's basically the fundamental concept of an RNG game combined with the fundamental concept of a line game. although it seems to lean more towards the RNG aspect.
I kinda assumed that due to the sheer depravity of gameplay in line games. In any case, I don't plan on getting to the end here. All the people in front of me look like they have tons more cash than I do, and I'm not willing to risk spending tons of Robux just to get outclassed. I assume you get better luck once you reach the end, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh wait, there's a battle pass. The main thing you get here are season keys, which you can use to open exclusive characters for a short amount of time. A pretty neat system for an RNG game. Unfortunately, all around, it's just a basic RNG game and a basic line game. Not really much else to it. If you really like both genres, I assume you'll enjoy this, but it's just not for me. Freaky Prison Line Simulator. I was originally gonna put this one in my first video on these line games, however, I was kind of unsure due to the appropriateness of it. But I mean, hey, nothing to lose at this point, right? On the surface, this is a pretty standard line game. Everyone to the main area, run to the main area, fire alarm, 2 times cash, etc. I tried pulling the fire alarm, but for me it did jack squat. It got me nowhere in line. At that point, I just decided to cave in and purchase the skip straight to the end product. The game promised a Riz Freaky Party, so I wanted to see what it was about. Thankfully, I don't have to blur out anything here, oh my goodness. I don't know why there's a can of bleach here, though. But yeah, there are some, like, moderately suggestive NPCs here. Apparently, there's also a VIP area inside the win area. Yeah, you don't even get access to the full win area unless you pay. There's this leg room. I'm not gonna question that. But yeah, this game's like slightly suggestive, but not nearly as suggestive as the thumbnails portrayed it to be. Still though, I hate the fact that it has any suggestive elements at all. After walking around for a bit, I discovered a line game in a line game? Fortunately, I was first place in line, but like, the double layer for this one was crazy when I first saw it. Unfortunately, the slide itself was really buggy, so I had to walk some of the distance to the end. But then I got to the second area, the mansion. Or the slide, whatever it's called. There's nothing really to note here, it's really just a mansion that I'm like 50% sure is free modeled. But besides that, this game was tamer than expected. Interesting with its multi-level concept too. If the branding was changed, I think this could actually be a really cool line game. Hang on a moment, Pet Simulator 99? This isn't a line game. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so it turns out, right as I was filming this video, Pet Simulator 99 had a line game event. I was shocked about how this could even be implemented, given the genre itself not being very good gameplay-wise. But I mean, it's here. You can pay to swap, steal, or send to the back with the troll feature. The further up you are in line, the better pets you get, and the higher huge chance you have.
Wait a minute. Star, why do you already have upgrades in this game?
Well, you see, alright, fine, I already played this event. I admit that I am a pretty avid Pet Simulator player and play all of the updates when they come out. And I gotta say, this is unfortunately one of the weaker events. Generally with events, they do the 5 area format like what they did with the Haunt. However, other times, they just implement a new genre entirely like what they did here. This worked out with the RNG event, however, it didn't really work out here, as I noticed that reception for this event wasn't very good. As a part of the Forever Pack though, I did get a ticket straight to the end. Yes, you can get tickets to go straight to the end in a free-to-play manner using trading. In this area, you get a base 5 minutes of time with 500 times huge chance. The end area is kind of underwhelming, but I mean, hey, they probably had to rush this considering how updates are weekly. While there is a chance this could be expanded on next update, which it probably will be, as of this first patch, it's kinda bland. But I mean, hey, this is Pet Simulator, not Pet Slime. Oh god, the plane is exploding! We gotta get out now! Oh wait, we gotta wait a line? Oh, okay. I went ahead and joined an empty server so I didn't have to spend even more Robux than I already needed to. But in any case, this is a line game. After going ahead and getting past the top position, you can go ahead and skydive, I guess. One thing that bothers me though is that this game thinks that it's unique compared to all the other ones. Like, I admire your premise of making a unique line game, however this just isn't unique. Also, you use AI art for your thumbnails. A unique line game does sound interesting, but if you claim to be that, please actually follow through. Including one small cutscene at the start and a skydiving section isn't enough to be considered original. If the game creator happens to be watching this video, I want to tell you to not give up, alright? You can do great things with this game if you just iron out everything and make it more unique. Maybe some mini-games or collectibles at the end would work. The first thing I noticed with this game is that this uses HD admin, which looks like to be how they got their free admin thing. I looked at the command list and all of them were cosmetic, you know, stuff like shirt, ice, jail, night vision, fly, etc. Another thing I noticed about this game's final countdown system is that it's server-based. Meaning if you let someone go to the front of the line for 30 seconds, you can just steal that spot last minute and claim the win. Which I think is a really frustrating way of handling things. The sequence where you actually get the admin is pretty cool. I mean, it's a free model, but still. The win area does look a bit bland, however. They have more time gates, however, if you fly fast enough, you can just bypass them entirely. We do have SKIBIDI toilet morphs. Huh, looks like playing line games really did ward off Starism. He'd be screaming in my face about SKIBIDI toilet right now. Anyways, let's move on to the final line game of the night. Line to SKIBIDI toilet. Oh my god, this sucks so bad that this is literally just a free model line game! Even the game's AI-generated icon looks worse than the other AI slop I've seen. Either way, once we get in, we find probably stolen SKIBIDI toilet models. Yay. We hop through this totally secret wall to access the secret, with the very small Twitter icon and the floating eyeball. What an amazing use of my time. Playing line to SKIBIDI toilet.
SKIBIDI toilet?
Starism, I thought your attention span couldn't handle line games.
Well, that would normally be true, however this one's so empty I decided to join anyway! After all, it's practically a base plate at this point.
Okay, well now that you're here, how do you like this game?
I guess it's alright?
Well, I mean, there's a super hidden bookshelf outside the win room, so I guess it could be qualified as a secret to make it cool. I mean, I guess. Either way, we should probably be heading home by now. I think at this point it's safe to say that line games are still the most boring genre on Roblox. Nobody's even dared to try and innovate the formula besides like one new minigame at the end. I can't really say too much without reiterating what I said in the last video. It's all just so tedious. Why do people have this urge to just wait in line? All in all, it's just stupid, really. Maybe one day there will be a good line game, however at the moment, I just hope that it doesn't become more mainstream than it already is. But considering the length people go to for engagement, I don't exactly doubt that's what's gonna happen. Either that, or an even worse trend pops up eventually. But I mean, hey, that's in the future. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Hi guys, wanna go to a party with me?
Sure, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I hate it here. What kind of party only lets you in for 5 minutes? The line was like 8 hours.
Well, at least we're home now. I guess we should just take it easy.
Hi guys! I made a morph called Shin Strasm Skibidi Spunky!
Yep, could 100% figure that out from its looks.
Dare I ask what a Shin Skibidi Sprunky is?
I have no idea! All I do know is that it can make music!
Alright, are you, done? Totally didn't go into sleep mode to not hear that.
Nope!
Star, what are you?
Sorry about the abrupt portal entry, but hello, my name is Starism. The portal opened up to whatever I first thought about, so it looks like we're gonna play Morph games. I did this a while back, so I guess it would be fun for me to try it again. First of all though, what even counts as a Morph game? Well, these games generally have a find the blank format, with you having to explore a vast map in order to collect morphs. And judging by where we are, it looks like we landed in the Shin Sonic Morph game. Or rather, a Shin Sonic Morph game, because there are a crap ton. You can also buy morphs yourself, such as Rainbow Pibby Wenda. She doesn't fit here, she's from Sprunky. Alright, let me explain something real quick. Shin Sonic is like this, I guess, like devil creature from an analog horror YouTube series that got popular. And Sprunky is a music game that exploded overnight. I'll talk more about Sprunky if they come up again, but for now let's enjoy what we have here. This game's map is based off Green Hill Zone, which makes sense since it's the most popular area in Sonic. As mentioned before, your goal is to explore as much as the map as possible to collect more and more morphs. What surprises me though is that using a morph actually lowers your jump power in contrast to the normal player. In any case, there are also multiple areas to explore. Thankfully for us, this one unlocks all of them for us. And right off the bat, we unlock Jevin Sonic. Oh great, another Sprunky. Might as well explain them then. To explain them in the shortest way possible, there are a bunch of colorful characters that have a horror form to each of them. Obviously, bright and colorful characters plus horror equals LinkyBox content farm. In any case, I feel bad for the creators of these things who have to put up with this crap all the time. But I mean, hey, at least you can be Poop Shin Sonic. Said no one ever. Find the Pomorphs was just a bit much. In the fact that there are literally so many in this game, there are like 2 per room. I went inside a secret closet and found a horrifying sight. Why they would hide this in a kid's game is beyond me. Despite getting the poo spider, I immediately got a second poo spider. Oh wait, no, I gotta buy it. That's the thing with some of these morph games, they just always ask you to buy things. Either that or you're stuck with mad math. At least this game has the courtesy to give hints. This is something some of the games do, but if they don't do it, you're basically left in the dark if you don't have a guide. I don't know, just seeing Poe Among Us just kinda looks uncanny to say the least. Welcome to the Gates of Hell. Now featuring the most incomprehensible morphs I've ever laid my eyes upon. Seriously, half of these characters look like I'd only see them in a fever dream. So the first thing I see when I walk out is world's easiest math question. What's 2 plus 2? I walked up to the badge giver and had like a SKIBIDI grimace spider with a lion dancing gif on the right of it, alongside whatever this is supposed to be. Yeah, I feel this leans more towards original characters rather than just brain rot. What surprised me the most, however, is the fact that this Morph game has a boss fight. Well, not really a boss fight, it's just try to avoid the NPC as you get 2 morphs. It's really not that difficult in the slightest as you outpace it, and I got like this weird spider thing, I guess, alongside the boss itself. I touched the boss and immediately got instant killed. I also got this really interesting morph of like, I think Barry from Barry's Prison Run. They also have things like a spin wheel where you can pay 200 Robux for a chance at like blue jacks. I go down this hole and get this cutscene where I'm threatened by this Garten of Ban bootleg looking character, I guess? I don't know, 75% of this game looks like it makes no sense at all. You're supposed to have your avatar on this SKIBIDI toilet morph, however it kinda screwed up the hats there. This one's pretty cool. It has its own jump scare. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this developer, but they just make the most uncanny morphs. Either way, I'm gonna get out of here fast. I don't know how much I can take of pink Sonic.exe. I'm pretty sure we played this in the first video, so let's try the sequel, Find Memes Morphs 2. Now with 500% more Sprunky. I walked over to the giant Among Us sign and got Sun from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Taking a look at the model, it's kind of obvious that they either made a really good recreation or just straight up stole the model. And based on the texture of the eyes, I'm pretty sure it's the latter. There's this real or fake room, which I don't really think has a point here. But either way, the entire thing just feels kind of weird with its progression. Nothing really fits together. It just feels like you're just going around the place looking for the random Sprunky morphs around the map. All the while you're being advertised fake items in your hotbar. I don't know, the entire game just feels a bit off. I have to admit, this game probably has the worst morphs I've seen. In fact, they're not really morphs, they're just PNGs. Here you have a probably free model map, I don't exactly know, filled with Incredibox Sprunky PNGs. This game has over 700 players. Wanna know why? Take a wild guess. Either way, from what I noticed, this game just feels like a template. Like, they didn't bother putting an actual quality control in this game, otherwise we wouldn't have annoying orange Sprunky PNG. All signs point to this game's creator just searching Sprunky PNG and getting all the images they could find. Which then is just a can of worms for stealing people's artwork. I mean, like, come on! They locked Medkit Fighting Sprunky behind VIP. Astro from Dandy's World Ink Sans? SKIBIDI Toilet Sprunky? Jeez, I guess Starism wasn't too far off the mark after all. Either way, the absolute least they could do is credit the artists, like oh my goodness. Even if some of them aren't the most detailed, it's still artwork and you're still stealing them. This one is just flat out weird. For one, this is actually a simulator? Well, kinda. The chances are way too low for it to actually be grindable, but at the same time, why would they add pets regardless? The morphs themselves are incomprehensible.
You either got Chef Pigster from the Garden of Bam Bam fan animations or Rainbow Sonic.exe. I walked around a bit and oh my goodness, what is that? Why is there a giant flashing light? And what door opened? Furthermore, what the hell is that creature, green? And why, pray tell, is there a boss world? Okay, so the boss world just like has a bunch of Robux cages everywhere? With horrifying nightmare demons chasing you? Oh yeah, and they disabled shift lock by sprinting, so yeah, there's no glitching into the cages either. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. This is a type of game I see often, teamwork games. Also known as the #1 way you can find brain-dead 5-year-olds with an IQ of 50. Watching these people try and play the game is a comedy. Fortunately, however, my partner had more than 5 brain cells and we were able to make it to the end together. My reward was... oi, oi, oi. Whatever that is. You have all the classics in the morphs that you would expect. Inside Out 2, Shin Sonic, Sprunky, the works. Oh yeah, and Freddy Fazbear. Also, I'd like to mention how skipping a level is 20 Robux more than just purchasing the morph itself. The only reason you would purchase that is if you didn't know. Oh wait, the target audience of this game are actual toddlers. Considering how I definitely can't get another morph unless I just use alts, due to the absolute depravity of intelligence from the people who are playing here, this game is only designed for multiple friends who know what they're doing, because if you're in a public lobby, you're doomed. Sonic Tapes morphs, definitely an original concept, I know. This time it sticks up to its name. Every character is a variant of Shin Sonic. After doing a bit of exploring, I found a character named Pepino Tapes. Star, I finally found you. I know you wanted to escape Starism, but goodness, you shouldn't have just run off like that.
Star, what the hell is that thing?
Oh, it's a morph I found in this game. His name is Pepino Tapes.
Pepino Tapes? What is that, some kind of analog horror?
No idea. All I know is that he's Pepino Tapes and he's here.
Burn it.
The rest of this game is fine, just another morph game. Apparently they're working on a City World update, but at the moment it's coming soon. Either way, I hope to never see Pepino Tapes ever again. Oh my god, how many of these morph games are about Shin Sonic? I swear, over half the games we've played today were just about this one trend. Whatever, let's see if this is any better than the rest. Shin Nightmare Sonic is here and he looks... One awful thing about this game is that some of the morphs you collect on the map just ask you to pay for it. Like, what's the point of a shop? Especially if you have no idea which ones you pay for and which ones you actually earn. I mean, hey, you got Shin Sonic, Sprunky.
Star, don't remind me, I already have PTSD from Starism.
Calm down, it's not like this one makes music or anything. Either way, I don't really like the use of trends here. Not just from an, oh, it's brain rot perspective, it's that once the trend dies, this game goes down with it. All the effort you put in the project is going to die the second the trend is over. But I mean, hey, anything for those 5 minutes of fame. Find toilet morphs is, wait a minute. I recognize this map. Is this the exact same game I played for my last morph game on the first video I did on this? But that can't be. The badges I got here were from today. I couldn't have gotten no badges for my last time here. Unless I didn't get any morphs from here last time. Whatever, second verse same as the first. Let's do this again.
I watch SKIBIDI toilets 17 hours a day!
Wow, I didn't know you brought an iPad to...
Hang on, wait a minute, you're not that stupid Sprunky Morph anymore.
Yeah, I kinda got bored of it.
I didn't think I'd ever be saying this to you, but thank you. Anyways, I have zero idea how I missed all of the morphs last time. Like, they are literally so frequent around the map. There's no challenge to getting the morphs at all, you just find them. Half of what makes a morph game fun is having to explore the map to get them. Here you just walk up to them. Not to mention all the good morphs are locked behind Robux. There's no point to this game besides, like, I don't know, role-playing? I guess that's the point of morph games. Can't really roleplay with Shin Sonic, though. Anyways, I think I'm gonna head back home. I've had enough. So yeah, in conclusion, morph games are kinda dumb. While I do assume there are good morph games out there, these kinds of cash grab games flood the search results. I mean, if LankyBox played it, why shouldn't you? Then again, what's the hook here? I guess the allure of being your favorite Sprunky character attracts 9-year-olds? These games only exist so that they can use trendy characters for 15 minutes of fame. And once it's done, just rebrand or make a new game. The eternal cycle of death and rebirth. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time. Strazum, I thought you were bored with that.
Well, this one has a top hat, so I'm interested again. It even has its own new song.
Note to self, never let Strazum near morphs again. Oh my god! Hey Bitti, what exactly is this?
Oh, it's Taishi modded. I took one of the machines in the arcade.
You did what? Bitti, nobody in the arcade is supposed to know we're here. You could be putting both of us in unfathomable amounts of danger.
Relax, it's fine. Besides, I modded it so that it gives jackpots every time. Go ahead, try it out.
That's practically stealing, but I mean, alright.
See, look, no harm done. It's absolutely fine.
When you make a Roblox game, it should be yours, right? Making a unique progression system with rewards, making the player wonder what's at the end. Unfortunately, if your game gets popular enough, there are bound to be people who steal your entire game and give everyone everything. And you can't do anything to stop it, because the second they get a copyright takedown, they just put it back up again. The one saving grace you have is that they can only take the map and everything that's client-sided. And if your game's based on the client a lot, then you're kinda screwed. However, the client focus leads to some interesting results for these copies. Today we're going to take a look at these modded games and see what they do to bring players in. And furthermore, how awful they are. Enough talk though, let's get started. This is the most common type of modded game, pet simulator mods. Obviously, the dream for a bunch of kids is to get their very own Titanic. So why not just make it trivial so they can see what it looks like while at the same time stealing the entire game? Well, not really the entire game, it's a bit complicated. Yeah, sure it has all the client stuff, but like, you can't progress at all. It has the RNG event in here, but you can't roll the egg. All of the upgrades look functional, but I don't exactly know for sure, cause again, I can't play this event, can I? In fact, I can't even earn any coins, despite what the game is telling me. Whatever, let's just get to the main event, the shop. in which it's a child's dream come true. Everything in the Forever Pack is free. The progression's kinda weird though, I just felt like I was getting the same rewards. Yeah, I got the active huge egg, but like, the rewards didn't feel like they were gradually getting better. There was no opening any gift boxes either. But I mean, hey, you can open eggs and get exclusive pets. That's what people want, right? Besides that though, you're kinda stuck in the first area. You can't earn coins and you can't use your pets, so what's the point of the entire game besides just getting them? To flex things that don't have any use? For this mod of Pets Go, I have to constantly look away from the center because in the center, they're plugging their Discord. The start of this is basically exactly the same as the normal Pets Go. You open like 4 eggs. The Halloween event was still in season apparently. Checking the shop, we get stuff like admin commands and 10 dices. One thing that I mentioned in the original video I made on this is that they expect the game to get banned. Why else would you have "you get to keep this after the game gets banned" text? Everything in the Forever Pack is free, however for some reason, this time I can guarantee it, the pack doesn't level up. You're stuck at the 50 Robux tier. However, the main selling point of these Pet Simulator modded games is that you can use the Double Your Luck feature for free, which normally costs hundreds of thousands of Robux to max out. Oh yeah, and all of the game passes are also free. Some of the upgrades are 1 coin and some are normal cost, but besides that, it's pretty much just the game. No special features, no additions, just playing the game with extra luck. And you're probably walking on really thin ice by making a modded game out of a Pet Simulator game because they're a big company. They can actually just sue you. Besides that though, there's literally no point to this game. If you want a bunch of rare pets in Pets Go, just get a bunch of instant luck potions. Unless you want to play a stolen version with almost no sound. Yeah, a bunch of the sounds are private here, so they don't even work properly. This also goes for the animations. But yeah, just don't play this game. What I am interested in though is how other Pets Go modded games compare to this one. As you can see, this version is almost exactly the same. I mean, at least some server scripts work properly, like the update timer. Then again, a timer isn't really that hard to code now, is it? Wait a minute, in the top left corner, is that HD admin? Great, amazing. They're probably selling in the shop, aren't they? Hang on a minute, these are the same 2 custom game passes from the last one, but they're from different developers? Wait a minute, I think I might have a theory as to why those 2 game passes are the same. They could be either publicly distributing or selling leaked copies of the game. If the selling part is true, then this is just straight up illegal. Taking another person's game and selling it just so they can make some cheap modification. And the worst part is that there's nothing you can do about it since it's already out there. I mean, I guess if you stop it at the source and then release an update, then none of the copies will be up to date. But how are you supposed to find who did it? Even if you found a person who decompiled the game, the decompiler's still out there. In any case, we've only seen the Pet Simulator ones so far, so maybe the other ones will approach in a different manner, even if they are copies. Saul's RNG mod is a bit of an interesting case. Yeah, sure, 99% of its assets are stolen from the original, but some of the things it changes are a bit interesting. For one, the obvious thing, this game is entirely pay to win and I don't want to give it a cent. However, compared to the original, some of the auras are changed. For example, Memory looks completely different, and Oblivion just looks super ugly compared to the original. They also couldn't get the cutscene right because it's just the cutscene for Symphony. Also, due to the server-sided thing, basically none of the auras actually really work as intended. Like, for example, Sovereign just doesn't show up. And Glitch is entirely different, albeit a billion times worse. In fact, I think this describes it well. You just take a game that somebody else made and make it worse. That's all this is. There was a portal to go into the new game, but it just didn't work. And they sold owner admin in the shop. Of course they did. Yeah, this game is horrible. Bubblegum Simulator is a game I see get copied a lot. Despite the game being discontinued years ago, people still continue to make clones of it to this day. But even though it's discontinued doesn't mean you can completely copy it and all of its code. As per usual, this one couldn't even get the bubble pass to work. I assume it's a bunch of server scripts. There's a pity luck system, which looks kind of ugly, honestly. It goes up every egg hatch and just doesn't give that much luck. Not like it matters since you permanently get 750 times luck. And all of the unique pets are just stolen models. It even takes away the main aspect of Bubblegum Simulator where you have to actually jump to the islands and replaces it with just getting bubbles. There are no multiple worlds either, it's just the hub world and a few islands. And everything else is the exact same. Not only is this game bad, it's significantly worse from the original and removes a ton of content. And all for what? Just a few stolen models with overpowered stats? Putting in all that effort to re-upload the game every time it gets taken down just for this? It just seems kind of confusing to me. And here we are, back at everybody's favorite obby, Barry's Prison Run, except this time, we have all of the items. That's it. It's just the game, but with all the items. Well, I mean, besides the ones on the right, but then again, they're kinda useless.
Look, I've just accepted that we're all gonna go back to Barry's Prison Run eventually. There's no escaping it, is there? Frankly, I've just learned to not care about it anymore.
Yeah, I don't really like it either, but I mean it has to exist. My goal for this one was to get to the end as fast as possible, even if it meant glitching. I already beat Barry's Prison Run for the hunt, so there was no reason for me to do it legitimate here. The stage counter wasn't working, probably due to my sequence break. I once again managed to glitch through a wall, equip my jetpack, and fly all the way to the end. I went ahead and did the swag route, going past SpongeBob's house all the way up to the ending. Getting in the helicopter, finishing the game, and getting to the win room. All I can say is that this is definitely 100% extremely lazy. This game didn't even add anything, it was just the exact same game, but you had all the items. Imagine how mad I would be if my entire game was stolen and just gave you everything. Well, no use dwelling on it, let's get to the next one. And here we are, back at everybody's favorite obby, Barry's Prison... Wait a minute. I just played this. Are there more free items Barry's Prison Runs? Both of these games were made by the same developer, Feed Me Money, gee how original, that was made by an extremely obvious burner account. All of the developers are also burner accounts, but there were two people under the name Analytics. These two people go by the names Eric and Cuz, which I assume both are the heads of this project, with the former actually being verified. I can't see all of the group's games, so I don't know the true scale of this operation. However, what I do know is that this is a massive plan to make as many copies as possible, and to make as much money from them as possible. And not just making copies of your own game, making copies of someone else's work, which is a billion times scummier. This has to be grounds for, like, legal action or something. Oh my god, how many copies? Oh, wait a minute, this is different. Why is everything blue? I mean, yeah, I like the color blue, but this isn't normal. I checked around, and this wasn't Normal Berry's prison run. It was Aqua Berry's prison run. Don't ask me how I know the difference. All I know is that, for some reason, this is the exact same game, but just with a different theme. This is a mod of a mod. How is that even possible? Either way, the amount of modding in Barry's prison run has become overwhelming, to the point where I feel like the mods are starting to get more popular than the game itself. Then again, the game wasn't very good to begin with. Alright, finally, something new here. Wait a minute, that's an... And now I'm in the floor. Absolutely amazing game. Welcome to Please Donate A, one of the 50 septillion Please Donate games where you have infinite Robux. Well, not really. It goes up the longer you play the game. You can purchase fake Robux for real Robux, in which, like, why? Why would you purchase something with literally no monetary value? So you could see the effects? So you could make people think you're rich? It doesn't make sense. Why would you do it? Another thing I noticed is how scarily accurate the GUIs for spending fake Robux are. Like, this would have genuinely convinced me that this was the real deal if it weren't for the Robux counter slowly going up. I was scared to buy anything in fear I would accidentally make a real purchase. Either way, this doesn't really have a purpose. Not like anything else so far did. Over at Murder Mystery 2, I immediately get a bunch of old cosmetics from former events. Based on this warning, it actually looks like the original Murder Mystery 2 developers are working to get these kinds of games gone, which makes sense. Even if I do feel like it's a bit of a futile attempt due to the amount of re-uploads unless you issue an actual cease and desist. Either way, the only real claim to fame that this game has is get a bunch of cool cosmetics for free. The entire point of cosmetics is to show off how cool they are. If everyone has them, then they're not cool anymore. It just becomes what item you decide to use, not mattering in the slightest. Oh yeah, and HD admin. Besides that, it's just normal Murder Mystery 2. Literally nothing changed from the original game besides the fact that there's no level system because that's a server script. Yeah, I can see why the original developers want this gone. It always ends up back to SKIBIDI Toilet, doesn't it?
SKIBIDI Toilet? And infinite gems too?
Well, don't get your hopes up, cause infinite gems is 2,000 Robux for a copy.
Wow!
Think about it this way. If this game gets more money, then the original developer gets discouraged from making more updates to Toilet Tower Defense.
Oh no! In that case, screw this game! I'm not giving you a single cent!
Thank God. Anyways, this game is like kinda weird with its summonings. It's almost like it doesn't work, and when I did get it to work, it just randomly asked me to buy a diamond crate, and then I couldn't summon again. The inventory told me to either rejoin or I've reached the summoning limit, and I couldn't even equip my towers, so I was basically forced to rejoin. When I rejoined, I noticed that there was a— oh god, not again. Okay, thank goodness, it's just another crate. Almost had war flashbacks there. The actual gameplay is, you guessed it, Toilet Tower Defense. That's kinda what you can come to expect to every single modded game ever. Just the exact game you've already seen, except you have everything already. And it doesn't even matter in the slightest, cause the game will probably get taken down. I'm done with this, I'm heading back home. Don't support modded games, please. Normally I don't really like to insult the developers, rather the things they make. Even the people that make content farm sprunky garbage might not have the intention to solely make money. Might. But this is a whole different story. Because these developers deliberately stole the work of other people just to turn a profit. Knowing they're violating copyright laws and knowing that their game's gonna get taken down. I'm not even going to call modded games a genre, I'm calling it theft. Because that's all these modded games are. There is absolutely zero way you can defend any of this. All I know is that someday the creators of these modded games will fly too close to the sun and get a snap back to reality. But we all know that's not gonna happen anytime soon. All we can really do is just laugh and report the ones we see. Barry Family Prison Run can be a bit funny sometimes, you know. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time. Bitti, what was that?
Oh man, my Pet Simulator fan game got taken down!
Wait, what'd it look like? Bitti, this is just Pet Simulator. What are you doing?
No, this is my fan game of Pet Simulator. It's completely different, trust me.
Guys!
If you're looking for Star, he's trying to fix that machine I stole and return it. It probably wasn't a very good idea to mod it in the first place.
So, we're alone together?
Looks like it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm trying to recharge my battery. Starism, where are we?
Parkour civilization, dummy! Now come on, we're gonna get Parkour champion!
As much as I'd want to say no, knowing you, I don't really have a choice. Let's just get this over with before Star finds us or something.
Not gonna lie, this intro kinda sucks.
Well, gee, do you have any better ideas?
Sure I do!
Hello, everyone! I'm Bitti. Unfortunately, Star isn't really here to play these games, so I guess me and Starism will be his replacement for now. In any case, we're going to be playing recreations of YouTube series Parkour Civilization by Evbo. If you haven't heard of it, please be honest with yourself. Starting our adventure in this game, we really just get the opening lines of the series itself, nothing special. It is pretty unique that they decided to include the audio for it, though. One big thing I noticed in this starting room, though, is that these players aren't real. I mean, obviously, besides that one player who just walked up to me, but like, the majority of people here are fake. Yeah, PlaneMan676 isn't actually playing the game, shocker. The first jump is the most famous jump in the series, chicken or the beef. I chose the beef, and it didn't even matter. Since this is primarily obby focused, none of the story elements from Parkour Civilization are here in this game. So we just get right to the noob trial. Immediately though, I do notice some shady practices. For one, you get a jump boost if you join the group, which isn't good. And the game is begging you to follow the owner so they could get verified, which I'm not even sure would work because it's not just get 10,000 followers. In any case, I tried the first obby and it's fine. Pretty basic, but I mean, hey, it's the first stage. I completed it and I got like a kind of good recreation of the pro house. On the second stage, I noticed an ad board which told you that if you watched an ad, you got free skip credits. Unfortunately, this game is ineligible for advertisements. Oh, the irony. The second stage introduced doors, which you can't jump on. This can be used to set up tricky jumps or ramps. The third stage introduced ice physics, which I absolutely love. Now, this would normally be the top of Parkour Civilization, but this game added, quite a few more levels. In the original, you could complete trials to get Pro, then Master, then Champion, with you starting at Noob. Most of the time, it's hard to explain without spoiling the show. This game, however, added like 15 more layers. I feel like this just kinda misses the point of Parkour Civilization then. They even get rid of the houses in the upper levels. Due to the obby focus, it kinda loses all of the charm that the original Parkour Civilization had with its story, instead basing it off the Parkour Temple segments themselves. Oh, and the AI assets too. Now, despite having the exact same name as the last one, this is an entirely different take on the formula. For one, I like how the GUI style actually kind of replicates Minecraft, but the whole thing just kinda drags out. Houses in this game are so you can save your progress on your level. No house? Then restart. This idea sounds good on paper, but in execution it isn't really too good. There's no point to the houses besides just being a respawn point, and the size of it doesn't even matter. You have to give up your current house to attempt to buy a higher one, so I mean, a lot of good things can be done with that. If the obby was extended, there could be genuine choice as to whether you should risk it for a better house on a higher layer, or to just keep the checkpoint you have now. However, the biggest letdown in this game's mechanics is the ticket system. Instead of you earning it in some way, you just wait. It feels super unsatisfying and just feels like padding when you're just waiting to get in because there's nothing else to do. All of the Robux options also feel super overpriced, with it being 500 Robux to skip to the top layer, when in reality it's just a few minutes of work. I also feel this game was deliberately meant to scam impatient kids, cause, I mean, what would you choose? Pay 99 Robux or wait 2.5 minutes? The ending is kinda anticlimactic too, like, I mean, you do get a super huge crown, it's just there's literally nothing to do past that. It's implied that in the future you'll be able to use admin commands, so I mean, good for you if you get here. But I doubt the admin commands in question will be that good. This one is unique but weird, but I'm not gonna be too harsh on it since it's an alpha. This, fortunately, is more accurate to the actual Parkour Civilization, with the whole thing being story-based. The story itself is basically the same as the actual Parkour Civilization, being the whole get a ticket, get the barrier block, etc. But this game has something unique out of all the other ones, a combo system based on how many block jumps you do. I think this is actually a very, very cool concept. Actually taking into account multiple jumps stacked on top of each other, not just singular jumps. Except this can kinda be abused by going back and forth. The combo system doesn't really matter too much, though. Another thing is that ladder jumps like this one can be a bit finicky when progressing the story, but that's just a minor nitpick. One glaring issue about this game, however, is chunk generation. Instead of the game having streaming enabled, it constantly loads and unloads chunks of blocks, which can take up to 10 seconds or more to load. This is a massive flaw in my opinion, mainly due to the sheer length of its time to load. In any case, I did the basics on the noob level. Got the ticket, got the barrier block, went ahead and did the pro parkour course, ranked up, etc. I did try sequence breaking and doing the master course early, but it did kinda backfire. Another big thing about this game is that if you fall to one of the earlier layers, you gotta work your way back. And while this is accurate to the original Parkour Civilization, it doesn't translate well into a game. One thing that's here that's kind of uncommon in other games is Parkour Prison. If you run out lives, you basically get a game over. Now, I would have went ahead and tried to escape parkour prison, however I was stuck in this like weird limbo state where all of my limbs were detached. And no matter what I did, I couldn't escape this state. This is a massive bug that results in a soft lock. If this is caused by the ragdoll system, I suggest trying to disable it altogether while you wait for a fix.
Alright, you had your fun. Now it's my turn.
Hang on, what?
Here we have Parkour Civilization. And now it looks realistic by Roblox standards. Instead of getting your ticket from a pro though, you have to go through a ticket temple. Which is mainly just to get you warmed up, but I mean, hey, that's kind of boring, so let's just skip that part. Once you get the ticket, you go through the pro course.
Strasm, this is just the same jump dozens of times. This is horrible gameplay.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is great!
I mean, if you say it's great.
Once I got to the top, I ranked up to a parkour pro.
Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. That was just the stupidest jump you could have fallen on. You were right there.
Don't think too much about it. It's not like there's that much of a consequence for falling in parkour prison anyway. Anyways, here we have the Game Pass shop. Wowee! Triple jump for 1.5 thousand Robux?
Before you try anything, I don't have any money.
Aw, man! Oh my gosh, this looks just like a simulator!
I don't think that's a compliment. I think the 14% rating kinda speaks for itself here. This game just looks like a bunch of free models were slapped together with assets made in MS Paint. I mean, at least it's better than AI. You can talk to this NPC that's called a parkour noob despite him saying he's a parkour pro. And you initiate a parkour battle with them. The battle in question being some random pathfinding AI doing an obby and then you doing it. A for effort, I guess?
Well, either way, this game has a story, so we need to get our ticket. And I just fell.
So apparently this game has a parkour god saves you mechanic. Normally when you die, you lose all of your points that you didn't put in your bank. However, you have a 1 in 4 chance of the parkour god saving you and you keeping all your points. This just feels wrong. Like, why don't you get to keep your progress fully if you fall? I mean, I guess you can, like, immediately spend your points on the skill tree. But either way, this game isn't really polished at all, even in its alpha state.
It's only the first 10 seconds, and I can tell this is gonna be a blast!
It's only the first 10 seconds, and I can tell this is gonna suck. Seriously? A badge save system in 2024? It doesn't matter. First of all, we get our ticket from Evbo, which is literally just realistic grass. Like, the only reason it was grass in Minecraft was because they really didn't have anything else to portray a ticket. The parkour temple was fine, nothing really noteworthy about it. I got to the top, in which there was just a bunch of steak and a rat. Climbing up the stairs, I find... Alright, it's time for the pro layer, where we have to work and complete a tycoon.
Yep! You gotta complete the tycoon to earn the ticket!
But Fbo said we didn't need a ticket.
Who cares? We're doing it anyway!
Ugh, whatever. I completed this, I assume, free model tycoon in under 10 minutes. And with it, I got the absolutely useless ticket along with a badge. The pro course is funny because if you die from fall damage, you just get obliterated on the ground. Alright, let's see what's at the top this time. A squirrel? What? Okay, well apparently we've transcended parkour civilization and are now on a base plate. This is where the game kinda ends. Instead of being parkour civilization, it's just 2024 humor. At least the person who made this kinda tried.
Wowee! So much stuff to do! It even has morphs!
Morphs that don't work, I am literally stuck in place. I tried one of the morphs and I was literally just stuck in spawn with no character whatsoever. I tried resetting and I got the classic please don't leave with an alarm. Also, besides like the first stage, I don't even think that this is a parkour civilization obby. This is just a Minecraft obby. There is literally nothing about this game besides Minecraft that shows that it's parkour civilization. Out of curiosity, I bought the hard mode, which is just an instant teleport to the end every time you press the button. How do you screw that up? I get that this game is supposed to have like a rebirth system where you can earn trails, but it's made entirely useless when you earn a game pass that can let you skip to the end for 5 Robux. Starism, why do you make me do this?
Because it's funny!
Well, screw it.
What was that?
Hey, Bitti, what's the issue? I assume him.
He kidnapped me and made me play parkour civilization games. I am at my breaking point. Please save me.
Okay, how do I get you out of this? Hey, Starism!
Yeah, Star?
Aren't you kind of bored of parkour civilization games? Don't you want to, like, go home or something? You've been at it for quite a while.
Nah, I'm good.
Fine, I'll give you some money for SKIBIDI toilet games if you come with me, alright?
It's a deal!
There we go. Now, tell me, what did Starism really subject you to while you were playing those games?
Well, I mean, I knew that they were made only for the purpose of just making money, considering how it was based off a short-term trend. A lot of the games I played were generally really low quality. Yeah, sure, there were some good concepts with some of them, however, none of them really executed it perfectly. Some games did stick true to the formula that the original parkour civilization had, which I do like. However, overall it just seemed very messy. Some things just can't be translated over well to Roblox. And a Minecraft shonen-esque web series might fall into that category. I don't know, maybe one day it'll be executed right.
With that being said, Christmas is coming up soon. Do you want to do anything special or just hang out here?
Huh, well I mean we could play some Christmas games when the time comes.
Yeah, well besides the fact that it's Christmas, I don't think anything major is gonna happen. How long?
A week or two tops.
Damn it. So, when is that event again? After the abomination that was the haunt, I'm a bit scared for what's to come. I mean, considering how that one had absolutely no game badges.
Aw, don't worry about it, we'll get through like we've always have. Besides, the event starts in... now.
Wait, what do you mean by now?
Hey guys, did you hear there's a new Roblox event?
Well, gee, how'd you figure that out?
It's because my friend told me!
Wow, cool. Wait, hang on a moment. Your friend? What?
Oh, you don't remember? I'll have to reintroduce myself then. I'm Fitty, and I told you we'd meet again.
You're back? Why do you look like that?
Well, shortly after I had left, I had realized I could not move my arms. Not to mention the whole one-eye thing was kind of unnerving to some customers, so I went ahead and got 2 of them, alongside a mouth. Thankfully, my boss gave me a replacement set of limbs.
So you can just do that now?
I assume so. In any case, I'm here to accompany you 3 on our journey through the Winter Spotlight.
Winter Spotlight? So it's not even an event?
Well, there are objectives for the games again.
Well, if that's the case, then I guess it's event time. Yay. Welcome back to another Roblox event. My name is Starism, and in case you couldn't tell, I'm not exactly new to the whole Roblox event space. Because ever since the hunt, I made it my mission to 100% complete every single Roblox event. And no matter what those games threw at me, I managed to prevail every single time. Even during the haunt, when none of the games had proper objectives, I still played all of the Halloween events. Speaking of the haunt, I made the bold claim that that would be the lowest of all of the Roblox events, that it couldn't get any worse than that. Primarily due to the fact that it was just a costume contest, with you not needing to do anything in the games in order to get any of the rewards. And with this new winter event, does this mean that Roblox will actually learn from their mistakes? To get to that though, we first need to figure out what led up to this event. It all started when people reported that Roblox Presents had made a new game codenamed City. After a while, a new subplace called City Activities was made, alongside some test badges. More sub-places popped up, but for a while the leaks were silent due to Roblox's Black Friday sale, in which they had re-released old off-sale items at a higher cost day by day. Eventually though, Craft, one of the biggest influencers on the platform, had confirmed that a Christmas event was indeed coming. A bit after that, speculation on the games themselves began, with some games uploading badges for a winter event. I was actually super hopeful for these badges because that meant that this event wouldn't just be a costume contest like last time. I was still a bit scared though. In any case, we found out that Tower Defense Simulator, Bed Wars, and Royal High would very likely be joining this event. By the 12th, there were speculations of 7 games, with only 2 of them being inaccurate. Then a major bombshell dropped. Testers for the event had actually become testers in the participating games. This had confirmed games like Fish, Rivals, Dress to Impress, Blade Ball, A Dusty Trip. Okay, admittedly I am a tiny bit scared. The event quests for A Dusty Trip have been known to be super hard, so I am not looking forward to that. On the opposite side of things, Tower Defense Simulator was great last time. After a while, a lot more games were confirmed, including Toilet Tower Defense, Sonic Speed Simulator, and an RNG game. The prizes also started getting leaked around this time. At this point, I was still praying this was an actual event. But by now, the evidence was clear that this would at least be better than the haunt. And then, only a day before the actual event, Roblox posted the teaser. But something was off. Roblox usually announces events like 2 weeks in advance, and we've had no official news from Roblox. Well, aside from this tweet by Roblox saying that they were gonna spotlight some of the best updates, but I mean like, it's just a silly little spotlight. It's just gonna be a few tweets and that's it. Only a few days later though, Roblox posted the teaser and revealed that this spotlight was the event. Wait, so what did they mean by, but first we're going to spotlight games? And does this mean there won't be any objectives? Thankfully, Roblox gave us some answers. This was basically a mini event, with them already confirming that an even more massive event was coming next year.
They also confirmed that, yes, you can earn tokens from games. Each game would have a normal and elite token to collect, which I really like. I don't really like spending too much time in games, so having this simplified format really makes it better. And then, on the 17th, Roblox released the Winter Spotlight, which is where we are today. Bitti, you ready?
I am a little bit scared, but it's nothing we can't handle.
I'm glad to hear that. Anyways, I'm pretty sure that Starism and Bitti are also ready, so let's get started. And here we are, the Winter Spotlight Hub. Due to the fact that this is a mini event, I don't expect mini games here. However, the fact that the opening sequence has a fully functional ice slide is really cool. After going down the ice slide, we get our first token. Although it's not really an actual token, it's mainly here just to serve as a tutorial that once we get more tokens, we can open gifts. This is basically our welcome present. As you can see, collecting tokens melts the presents, allowing for your prize to show. We also get a beanie, which is kinda cool. Now, as always, there's a frosted pack that you can purchase to get special variants of all of the items, which can also be obtained by buying the Icy Snowman bundle, although we're not gonna do that. I am, however, going to buy the frosted items. There's nothing too special about the frosted beanie, it's just yellow now. But the later rewards look pretty cool. Once we get into the main hub, it's basically an ice skating rink, which I find really cool for a hub world. There are rails you can grind on, and it's also cool. Sure, there aren't any minigames, but does a hub really need that many minigames if it's primarily focusing on the updates? What I also noticed is that the hard objectives for the final prize are back, with you needing to get 18 out of the 22 elite tokens for the final reward. There are 24 games, however 2 of them do not have elite tokens. The question remains though, what game do we start with? Well, considering how I already play it a bit, I think it would be best if we started with Pets Go. Now, considering how Pets Go is an RNG game, I'm not so sure how they would implement the tokens into this. Although I have played the event before. Oh, I can just buy them instantly. Yeah, I don't really find that to be fair, considering how I've already played this event in the past, plus I already have a ton of good pets. I feel like I need to go into this as a new player. Hey Bitti, is it okay if I can borrow your Roblox account for this quest?
Sure, I mean, I only really got past the tutorial and got a few upgrades, but I mean, it should be new enough.
Awesome. Yeah, so as a new and free-to-play player, this event absolutely blows. Don't get me wrong, it's just a typical RNG game event, but if you're a free-to-play player, you're basically doomed. You can get gingerbread coins in 3 different ways. You can either roll Christmas pets, go ice fishing, or break Christmas breakables. This is also apparently a team battle event, with your team being decided and you keeping that for the entire thing. This would be fine if progression wasn't an absolute slog to get through. Yeah, sure, I got the standard token for 3,000 coins within a few minutes, but if you want to go for the elite token, prepare to grind. A lot. In order to get the elite token, you need to get up to the 3rd level of gingerbread multiplier and purchase the token, which in total is about 1,000,000 gingerbread coins. Yeah, sure, there are holiday luck potions and coin boosters, but that can only get you so far. And on the event that you do get special eggs, they boost your normal coins, not your gingerbread ones. I found myself micromanaging between the normal upgrades and the Christmas ones, because you need to have both if you want a chance.
The fact that you can just probably instantly win if you go for the Forever Pack is kinda sickening to me, honestly. Like, don't you want to make it fair for everyone?
Bitti, this is big games we're talking about here. In any case, you do kind of have a saving grace here. There's a feature where if you stay in game for a certain amount of time, you get a really good roll, which does boost your gingerbread coins. I got 160,000 coins just from a 100,000x. All in all though, this just wasn't very fun at all. It was super grindy and super long to get the elite token. But I mean, hey, at least it's easier on a pay-to-win account, which is objectively worse than having everyone on the same playing field. This was one of the quests that I was scared about. When the Classic had happened, they had a tower defense game mode which was brutal. But thankfully, this one is a bit different, this time being Minigame Mountain. At first I was confused on what it could mean, but when I saw that I was placed in teams and we were all going to one location, I realized this was Fall Guys. Well, kinda. It's in the same vein as Fall Guys. Basically, the teams either get grouped up in two or grouped up in your original teams. There are quite a few minigames, so I'll just go over each of them. The first minigame I played was Ice Fishing, a 2-team game. Keep the bar where the fish is, and you earn a point. Unfortunately, this game is practically luck because the one team that has the advantage at the beginning has the advantage for the entire match. And if you lose a minigame, well, tough luck, bud. Try again from the beginning. These minigames are random, by the way. Minigame 2 was Fading Platforms. Now, I got this for round 1 in my second run, which makes it extremely chaotic when everyone is competing at once. Each game eliminates half of the players every time, so if you fall, you just gotta pray that the rest of your team survives. The next minigame is Snowball Dodgeball, which is really just dodgeball. Except instead of a one-hit you're out formula, it's if you get knocked off, you're out. Oh yeah, and you only really die if all of your team goes out too. There's also Color Block, which is exactly as it sounds. One major problem I have with this minigame is that all of your team needs to survive, basically. If your other team members aren't competent and you're the only one surviving, then they're gonna get more points than you until it becomes incomprehensible and you fall. Anyways, those were all of the minigames I played. In order to get the standard token, you just need to play 5 minigames regardless if you win or not. But in order to get the elite token, you need to be the last team out of 8 standing. There's also a boss fight at the end, but thankfully, you get the elite token before that and don't have to actually win against the boss. For the sake of it, I decided to do it anyway, and it's a pretty well-rounded boss. The best strategy here is just to run as fast as you can. If you beat the boss, you get a kit, a title, and some other goodies too. While the quest itself is pretty well made, I do have to dock off some points due to your reliance on your other team members. Because in half the minigames, you just have to pray that your team is good, or else you're just gonna be cycling through servers for half an hour. Besides that though, it's pretty fun. Now, despite Fish being one of the more popular games in this event, I really wasn't excited for it. I tried it once and just didn't get into it. Well, on another account while trying to make a video, but still, you get the point. To get the elite token, you need to do 2 quests, with the first one giving you the normal token. To get the normal token, you need to catch 20 fish and purchase the special rod. With in-game currency, how fun!
Well, do I have the deal for you! How about instead you buy credits with Robux?
realistically, if I'm gonna have to catch that much fish, I guess I'll go for it.
Wonderful! Enjoy your purchase!
Wow, an extra 10% lure speed, how cool.
Oh, and while you're at it, how about you purchase our starter pack? Expires in 10 minutes!
Oh, is the rod better than the one I have now?
Well, you have the fish radar and coral boat.
Alright, well I just got scammed. Anyways, the main gameplay loop of fish is that you have to shake the rod a few times before going ahead and actually catching it. Except if you miss a shake by misclicking, you have to redo the entire process. Once you go ahead and lure it in, you have to move the bar to where the fish is heading in order to catch it. The whole process takes about 30 seconds per fish if you do it perfectly. So it'll take about 10 minutes of perfect, uninterrupted gameplay in order to get these 20 fish. And that's just the normal token. By the way, the coral boat is actually worse than the free sleigh. Thanks, SKIBIDI. Now, one of the two main objectives of the elite token is that you have to go to every single island and find an elf NPC. This took me 20 minutes. And even then, don't even think that you're done yet, because you have to catch over double the amount of fish from the normal quest. Overall, taking me an hour and a half to complete. One of the longest quests in this entire event. I'll have to give him credit for the new event world, but this gameplay loop was just so repetitive for me. I can see the appeal, but for me it just wasn't fun at all. Oh boy, Sonic Speed Simulator, made by everybody's favorite studio, GameFam. Your first quest for the normal token is to collect 1,000 rings. No, not the currency number of rings, actual physical rings.
Whoa! Look at all those game passes!
Yeah, this game has a lot of monetization, free golden eggs, a ton of game passes, etc. 149 Robux for 20 minutes of a magnet boost? Well, I guess I don't really have a choice now, do I? And I literally just got a 30-minute magnet boost for free. Amazing.
Ooh, I know what would help! What if we bought a character?
But we already have a special character. We've played this for an event before.
But what if we do it again?
I do not want to spend any more money on GameFam. Are you kidding me? After arduously collecting all 1,000 rings, it's time for the Elite Token quest. We have to collect 100 presents and drop them back off. Now, how do you get presents, you might ask? All you have to do is just find them around the map in random locations and bring them back 5 at a time for 20 loops. Even with the insane amount of speed I got for no reason, it still took me 20 minutes of non-stop back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, with nothing else added for a Christmas event. This whole entire thing was supposed to be spotlighting the best winter updates for Roblox games. Here it looks like Roblox just took a bribe to put this game in here. Nothing screams festivities by collecting 1,000 rings. And the presents barely qualify too. The only thing that's Christmassy about this game is the fact that you can drop presents off at a Christmas-themed location. Yeah, I have nothing to say here. This is one of the worst games in this event, no questions asked. I am praying that we don't get something worse than this in the future. At least this one only took 30 minutes. The War Tycoon quest is pretty simple, so I'll keep this relatively brief. 25 presents in preset locations are hidden around the map. Collect 10 for the normal token, and collect all of them for the elite token. The issue here being that there is no guide as to where they are, although each of them has a sound that can be heard from relatively far away. But with the entire map being super huge, that's not really too much of a help if you're one away. I ended up scouring the map for around half an hour before finally finding all of them. And a guide isn't really too helpful due to the fact that most of the map is just generic desert. That combined with the fact that other players can and will kill you if they get the chance, it just doesn't seem like too fun of an experience. I did not have any amount of fun while playing this. I'm only giving it 1 point above Sonic Speed Simulator because it wasn't just the same task over and over again. But besides that, it wasn't like absolutely painful. Now, Rivals is a shooter game primarily focused on duels. I believe that Murders vs. Sheriff's Duels last time was pretty fun, so I think that this will be pretty cool too. Now, the normal mode token has you get 15 kills in 1v1 mode. However, the elite token needs you to get 100 kills in free-for-all mode. Personally, I find free-for-all more fun due to the sole fact that it's just way more chaotic, and the fact that you can get a ton of kills at once if you're skilled enough. Another thing I like about this game is that melee is actually viable due to fists doing a lot of damage. But all in all, this was a lot of fun. So fun that despite it taking 45 minutes, it didn't feel too long at all. This didn't feel like grinding, it felt like something that I actually wanted to do, even though I'm not that big of a fan of shooters. I do think that 100 kills is a bit much though. If it was lowered to like 50, that would be better, but this just feels a bit overkill. Besides that, while this was pretty fun, I didn't really see a lot of stuff related to Christmas. Besides that though, I did have a pretty good time. And with that, we are a quarter of the way through the event. Along the way, I've picked up enough tokens to unlock the Firework Jetpack, Toasty Marshmallow Earmuffs, and the Starry Deer Antlers. Now, so far this event is kinda eh. While it isn't the absolute worst I've seen, at least this is better than the Haunt so far. On the bright side, I believe we've knocked out a lot of the bad ones early. We still have yet to get to the hidden gems. While there are still some ones that I believe will be painful, I'm still hopeful that this could at least prove better than the games. So without any further delay, it's time to get into... Ah yes, Blade Ball, the game where you hit the button at the right time. The normal mode quest first has you win a game of Santa vs. Elves. Now, I'm not 100% certain on how this mode works, however, based on what it looks like, I think what happens is that one random person on your team is like the Juggernaut, and if they die, then all the other people on your team can die too. I think it's an infinite lives until your person dies thing. During my first match of this, I managed to get in a 1v3 standoff with the other team. Now, I knew I was clearly outnumbered, so I wasn't expecting to win here. But then I killed one of the people, and then the second one, and then the third one, basically carrying my entire team until the end. After feeling empowered by that victory, I moved on to the Elite Quest. This is the Winter Royale, a 50-player server with 2 balls and a storm. Your mission is to get top 5 3 times, but it's easier said than done. After all, what are you supposed to do when both of the balls fly at you at lightning speed?
You can spin for the Fracture ability, that's what!
Fitty, that's like 60 Robux a spin with like a 1 in 15 septillion chance of me getting a piece of it.
Well, how about trying the reindeer spin?
That's for a cosmetic.
Extra life for 20,000 coins?
That's 900 Robux. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna buy this Reaper ability with the coins I have. It'll make me faster the more kills I get. In any case, it took me 45 minutes to get everything I needed to get done for this game finished. It did feel a bit monotonous to go through all of those matches too. Quests where you have to win a multiplayer mode aren't necessarily that good, and this one sadly wasn't really any different. So, funny story. The 2023 Christmas event for this game was so delayed, it came out during summer. With that only ending in October, it only took a month and a half for the next Christmas event to start. In any case, we go ahead and talk to B-Bear to start our quest. Now, while I am really good in this game, I'm not going to go ahead and go on an alternate account to do this one. Primarily due to the fact that this game was already in 2 events prior, that being the games and the classic. So if you've played those, you probably should have good enough gear by now. In any case, the normal token is divided into 3 quest lines, with you doing stuff like collecting a certain color of pollen, or collecting a certain amount of pollen at the hive. If you have at least decent equipment for this one, this should be pretty easy. As for the elite token, you need to help out 3 NPCs around the map and gain their ornaments. I'm honestly unsure how difficult this is for a new player, but I've heard it's pretty bad. While Beesmas is moderately fun, I can't get over the fact that a lot of the content here is reused. I was highly considering rating this one a 3 out of 10, but I have to admit that this was a bit funner than Blade Ball, and it also took a shorter amount of time at least for me. Keep in mind, my rating is only based on my personal experiences alone, and it may be different for other people. Like clockwork. In 3, 2, 1...
SKIBIDI toilet?
Yes, Strazum, it's Toilet Tower Defense. For the normal token, all you need to do is just beat any map on easy. I really don't know how to explain it, just play the game as normal. I placed down one of my Robux units that I bought during the Classic and watched as all of the toilets got absolutely obliterated. The second elite quest was to complete the easy mode on the new Christmas map with only 2 units equipped.
Oh wait! We can gamble with the Christmas crate we just got!
Alright, if you say so, let's open the crate and see what we get. And it is the worst one.
Oh, how about another one?
No. When I went ahead and played the actual mode though, I realized that the max damage for the Candy King cameraman I just got actually surpassed the average damage I got from the Scientist mechs. Either way, this most of the time was really just AFK and Bray Simulator. Not much strategy involved here. I just went ahead and got bored for most of it, honestly. I do like how they made an actual map for it though, but besides that, there's nothing really going for it here. When I joined Greenville, I was expecting something like finding some stuff on a map and giving it a 3 out of 10, maybe even a 2. What I didn't expect was a full story game, complete with 3 chapters and all. Now, this game has no elite token, so we're only going to get a normal one from this. Chapter 1 tells us that there's no winter because apparently the spirit of winter itself has been captured. And apparently we gotta go find a map. After a bit of dialogue, our quest for Chapter 1 is to find the map pieces by going to certain places on the waypoints. Yup. Alright, I went to all of the waypoints and got the map pieces. Surely there's more to Chapter 1 though, right? I mean, nope, that's Chapter 1. It's time for Chapter 2, but I'm getting a bit of deja vu here. I don't exactly know why. Anyways, we go into this cabin and meet this guy named Rico, who apparently wants to stop us. I have no idea why this guy's bad or why we need to stop him, but we're doing it anyway, and now it's time for a boss fight. This is one of the weakest boss fights I've ever seen. All you do is just dodge the snowballs he throws at you, pick up a snowball, and then throw it at him. No varying attack patterns, just wash, rinse, and repeat until they're gone. After meeting the second guy, we apparently learn of this guy named like the Frost King, who I guess is the mastermind behind this. Take a wild guess at what I gotta do next. That's right, it's the exact same boss fight all over again. I mean, come on, if you're going to make such a mid-boss fight, then why make me do it twice? At least, like, slightly change up the attack patterns or something. This just feels like copy and paste. Anyways, we take the guy out, and while technically we can just leave with the standard token right now, I want to see how this ends, so I'm playing Chapter 3. In Chapter 3, first we have to navigate through a maze full of traps. There we can finally get to the Frost King.
Hey Star, can I talk to you for a minute? All of this just feels exactly the same as the Dress to Impress event we played during the haunt.
Hang on a moment, Bitti, you could be onto something here. The cabin in the woods, the trap maze? Well, there's only one way to confirm our suspicion. Go to the Frost King and see what the fight is like. Female spirit locked in a cage right next to the bad guy. Yep, this feels a bit too familiar. There are also no animations for the characters. They just like move to different positions. Anyways, this guy's backstory is that everyone didn't like winter, so he kind of like tried to force the winter spirit to make winter forever. But that failed, so now the Frost King is taking revenge by never letting anyone have winter again? But wouldn't that just please the townsfolk from earlier? What? Well, at least there's not a minute-long transformation sequence. Spoke too soon. Okay, I have to admit, this music is really good. B-Slick did a really good job here, but I feel like this cutscene was made solely to have the lyrics in. At least it's skippable. Now, the boss fight itself, you can just cheese the entire thing by standing on top of a Christmas tree. Absolutely brilliant game design right here. The only reason you'd want to get off the Christmas tree is to attack the Frost King, which you can really do by just like following him. I then beat him up, free the Spirit of Winter, and whatever. Yeah, this is basically just a repackaged Dress to Impress Halloween event. I am impressed with the amount of effort they put into this, though, which is why I'm going to give it a pretty good score compared to the other games. Yeah, sure, some of the gameplay was bland, but it was interesting enough to keep me hooked. Admittedly, it was kinda cool. Speaking of Dress to Impress, it's time for their Christmas event. Now, I think that I was actually pretty decent last time during the haunt, so I have relatively high hopes for this one, considering how all of them are pretty good modelers. Of course, all of the characters do look a tiny bit off-putting, but that doesn't really matter. Point is, Santa's gone. There's a letter on the table, and apparently it's by Santa's kidnapper or something, who says to find him beneath the ice. Wait a minute. Eh? That sounds a bit familiar. And it seems my character knows who this guy is, too?
You realize this is Agamemnon, right? The king of Argos from ancient Greek mythology?
Yup. I kind of expected that. Why the king of Argos wants his revenge on everybody for some reason, I have no idea, but now we gotta save Christmas from this guy. The first minigame is to match the present contents with what it shows. It's pretty standard and pretty easy, although I do really like the attention to detail in the cabin here. I was easily able to complete this minigame with over half of the time remaining. Then we have an obby with a unique mechanic. If you fall, you have to thaw yourself out in time or else you die. This is actually a super unique mechanic for recovery instead of just being teleported back or instantly dying. The gumdrops were also pretty fun to bounce on too. Next up is Chapter 2, and this is basically like one of those rush games with 3 lanes where you gotta use the arrows to go back and forth. This is also how you get the normal token. It just randomly spawns during this minigame and you have to collect it in order to actually get the token. Next up is a sleigh riding minigame, which is basically just luck. One of the sleighs lead to a dead end, another sleigh leads to a code room where you can walk to the exit, and the other sleigh just takes you right to the exit. Finally, we reach Chapter 3, where we have to play the de-thawing minigame from earlier in order to open the sealed door. And then, bulky Santa Claus shows up. Or rather, Santa possessed by Agamemnon. Seriously, what is up with this guy? The boss fight, thankfully, is a billion times better than Greenville. This time with actual attack patterns, and unlike last time, it doesn't end in one attack cycle. The way you damage Santa is by basically throwing presents at him which have a limited time to be thrown. It's a pretty standard boss fight and it works. The fight's pretty easy too, it's kinda hard to die. But every good boss fight has a second phase, so now it's time for that. Also, I really like that typewriter effect that adds Puppet of Darkness to the top. Anyways, over here on this like ice platform we can get our elite token, but I'm still going to finish the boss fight. This phase is basically more of the same except ramped up in terms of difficulty. Still though, it's not too much to handle. Afterwards, we save Santa Claus, freeing him from Agamemnon, and all the elves from before have a party. I feel that this was genuinely one of the most well-crafted games in this entire event. I didn't really see anything too wrong with it, honestly. Besides the difficulty being too easy and stuff, I think it's really good. I'm super excited to see what you all come up with next time. Bloxburg's quest is actually pretty chill. For one, there's no elite token this time, so you're only going for the normal one. Now, in order to get the token this time, you're going to have to collect 750 tickets. This can be done by plowing people's yards, finding elves, or playing minigames. However, the minigames are the most efficient way of getting tickets. All of the minigames basically have the same premise. You first need to reach your personal goal, which nets you the maximum 240 tickets for each minigame. However, there's also a community goal, which is 3 times your personal goal, which you get a 60 ticket bonus if that's reached. The first minigame I played was a snowball minigame, where I have to grab a snowball and hit the NPCs. It was pretty basic. Next up was the ice sculpting minigame. It wasn't really anything too special, it was just going up to blocks of ice and hitting the buttons. And for the final one, I had to pick up bags of clothes around the area and give them to the NPCs. All in all, this was fine. I wish it was a bit longer though. Besides that, I treat this basically as like a break. It's just a small and relaxing minigame collection to get you an extra token. And we're already halfway through the event! Before we continue though, I'd like to give my general thoughts again. While there aren't as many big, heavy hitter good games as there was last time, I like the fact that I don't feel like too many games drag on. Yeah, there are probably some games that do, however, I feel like there are a lot less of them. In any case, the fact that we got 4 more tokens means we get this new hat. Specifically, the Frozen Seeker's Hunting hat. Alongside the magnificent version you get for frosting it. Although I haven't experienced actual torment yet, a lot of them just feel bland. And feeling bland is better than making me feel bad. So, let's see what the other games have to offer. Maybe they'll be better. Ah yes, Heroes Battlegrounds, one of the 15 septillion Battlegrounds games on Roblox.
Personally, I kinda like the oversaturation here. I love playing the same game 20 times.
I can't tell if you're being ironic there or not.
The strongest battlegrounds, ultimate battlegrounds, sorcerer battlegrounds, jujutsu shit.
Alright, so you're not ironic. Thank you for telling me. First of all, in order to get the normal token, you need to get 8 kills. The only issue is that killing is really hard in this game. You need to be super skilled to kill your average public server player, which is why I got an alt-in and just killed it 8 times. Now, in order to get the elite token, you need to participate in 3 different minigames. Only issue is that each server has a 15-minute timer for each minigame, which is on rotation. So unless you want to wait 45 minutes, you're gonna be server hopping a lot. The first minigame is King of the Hill, just stay at the Christmas tree for a bit. Santa's sleigh has you watch out for the sound that plays when Santa drops a gift and then open it before anyone else. And in reverse tag, you just defend your present until the game ends. I really don't like the fact that you have to server hop so much in order to get the actual quests done. And having to actually kill other players in PvP that's mostly skill-based is really hard if you really don't know the controls of the game. If the minigames were in a separate server where they constantly happen, I would like them more.
Hello everyone! Welcome to my tutorial on how to get the regular and elite token for creatures of Sonaria. First of all, you'll want to click View Missions on the Winter Spotlight event tab. Now, once you do that, you'll need to deliver 10 total gifts to the colored sleighs, which will probably be on the map. Then, you'll need to hit 15 targets in the Snowball Fight minigame, which is probably in the winter area. Once you do that, you'll unlock the tasks for the elite token. Thank you all for watching my tutorial. Now subscribe, or both sides of your pillow will be warm tonight.
Yeah, this quest is kinda just confusing in general. So first of all, you gotta go to these Christmas trees and pick up these colored gifts to drop off to the sleighs, right? Except, number 1, there's a limit to how many gifts you can carry at once. And number 2, different colored gifts have different sleighs. And once you fill up a sleigh, you gotta wait minutes in order to do it again. At least for that color. Afterwards, the snowball minigame is fine, it's just, why do you gotta do it 3 times for the quest? 4 if you count the elite token. So the main loop for this segment is that you need to go to the 4 warden shrines or whatever and translate their tasks. Most of them boil down to just going to a certain place in an area and doing a thing several times. For example, break the ice shards, get the giant candy cane, fly over here in order to get a shard or something. However, while I was doing something, this guy came up to me and started attacking me. I tried to run, but I eventually got backed into a corner and was forced to kill them. Unfortunately, I died due to bleeding damage. Oh my god, that sound is scary. Okay, so, I'm dead now.
No, you aren't! You can revive your character for a revive token!
For how much?
178 Robux!
Fine, only because this is the character I used in previous events. So yeah, in general, while there is a bit of stuff themed around Christmas, it's really just tediosity. Not to mention that it took me 45 minutes to do this. It just wasn't really that fun. Emergency Hamburg is kinda what I expected Greenville to be. Our first objective here is to drop off some presents. Now, considering how this is a realistic game, now you have to obey traffic laws. Yeah, obeying traffic laws in a driving game? Who would have thought it? This also includes the speed limit, in which, like, why? If I want to go fast, let me go fast.
Star, I am saying this as respectfully as possible. Do not actually get a car, ever.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right there. Either way, the normal token is just go to this place, pick up the presents, then go to the Christmas tree, then do it all again. But it's when we get to the elite token that things really start to heat up. Because this time, you need to find 4 present thieves. And while it looks like you just go to the waypoints, no. They're in the general area of the waypoints. Where they are? Good luck finding them! They could be right in plain sight, or you could spend 10 minutes looking for them. In my case, it took over 30 minutes to find all of them. And since their spots are randomized, there is no guide. Due to the sheer difficulty of finding these thieves, I'm not going to give this a very high score. Due to the fact that most of this quest was just like driving. Either that or finding a needle in a haystack. I'll keep this quick. Your only objective here is to play the game and complete certain objectives that you do in normal gameplay. In this case, the most effective method is just go to the tool shop, get a glass cutter, rob the jewelry store, and then repeat. Over and over again until you get enough presents. This goes for the normal and elite tokens, by the way, because nothing screams Christmas like robbing a jewelry store. I'm giving this a 3 because, like, at least you could choose what you can do. It didn't give me actual agony while doing it. But I mean, come on, could you not have thought of something more original? If I'm being completely honest, it feels like Sonar Studios put all of the work into this game and kinda left Creatures of Sonaria with the breadcrumbs. Because this is quite a bit better than the other one. For starters, let's go over the minigames. The snowman minigame is decent. First of all, you need to grab snow from the middle, one at a time, and then put it at your base. Then, once you have 3 snowballs, you need to heat it up just the right amount so you can turn it into a snowman. Otherwise, that snowball will melt. This is good on paper, but it gets a bit monotonous and solely comes down to the dragon's speed. While this is a multiplayer game and it has a winner, you don't have to win in order for the quest, which I do like. The second one is a present delivering minigame. Nothing too special, just go to the right chimney 6 times. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say here. One big bug I noticed is that if you happen to get off your dragon during a minigame, you can't get back on and you just have to wait it out. It's nothing game-breaking if you're careful. Anyways, the next game is basically whack-a-mole but with nutcrackers. And the final minigame is a game where you need to decorate the cookies right. All in all, pretty decently well made. However, that's just for the normal token. For the elite quest, you need to find 4 different keys. Now, these are a bit difficult to find without a guide, but they're not random, so you could easily look up a video on how to do it. You find the first key in a block of ice, the second inside a big snowman, the third by fishing, and the fourth under the tree in the middle. In general, I can tell that they put a lot of effort into this one. It feels they actually wanted to make a good event instead of just grinding for a few things. This feels a lot better than Creatures of Sonaria. I'm gonna be completely honest, these kinds of games just shouldn't be in Roblox events. Just due to the overcomplicatedness of everything. Also, how did they make the normal token quest harder than the elite token? Alright, first of all, the normal token has you block 15 players. Except you're not exactly told as to what counts as a block or not. And once you do find out that it's just getting close enough to a person on the other team and pressing a button, it's kinda hard to do that most of the time. Leading to me taking like 20 minutes just trying to get this done. All the while, I'm basically playing a walking simulator, praying that I get a chance to catch somebody. As for the elite quests, you just have to advance 15 yards. You can easily do that by getting a touchdown. None of the quests had anything to do with Christmas, by the way, aside from like a bit of snow on the map. Again, I suspect Roblox just got paid by the NFL to promote this as one of their best winter events, instead of it being actually good. Well, we've made it. Only 6 games and the event remain. Now, one big thing with this event so far is that there haven't really been any heavy hitters in terms of quality. But one big thing that puts this event over the games is that none of the games really drag on for too long. Whereas with the games, you could be playing each game for a while. That, and the games are a lot more grindy. Our final games are Driving Empire, A Dusty Trip, Tower Defense Simulator, Elemental Dungeons, Warrior Cats, and Royal High. Due to the tokens, I also got the Snowy Adventure Cape and the Crystal Falls Cape. There's no use giving up now because we only have a few more games left to go. Maybe I could even get on the leaderboard. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's end this. Driving Empire is pretty standard for a racing game in a Roblox event. All you really need to do for the normal token is just do 5 races that aren't drag races. I can't exactly give commentary on that other than it's not really too Christmas related. As for the elite token, you need to find 10 cookies around the map. Thankfully they aren't too far out, but at the same time, they are in preset locations and you aren't really given a guide. You can look up a video on how to do it though. Although if you don't have access to a video, you're kinda on your own here. All in all, just pretty standard all around. Quite frankly, it was exactly what I was expecting from this game. Welp. I knew we would get to this point, and I've been dreading it. But fate comes all the same. Now, as someone who's played every single modern Roblox event, I know that Dusty Trip is usually the hardest one. And I'm scared to see what they come up with. Firstly, we spawn in a cabin. Wait a minute, what's that on the wall?
Oh, so you've noticed the golden overpowered AK! Why don't you give it a buy? It's only 99 Robux.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good price.
For 1 life!
And there's the catch. Whatever, I'm not gonna risk getting jumped mid-run and have to restart.
I knew you would make the right choice!
The run starts like any other, with you placing all of the car parts on the van. However, I noticed that our gas tank is already full. This is either a good thing due to us not needing to refill it, or a bad thing because we're probably gonna be driving a lot. Our first stop is at 1,000 meters for the toy factory. The first boss is the Nutcracker, who basically just cycles through presents, then crushing you, then a few tops, and then you can attack. I couldn't use the golden AK for this fight because I had it in my inventory, and inventory was disabled during this. But anyways, along the way, there are houses that you can go in with loot inside, but there's also a chance for an enemy to spawn. But either way, loot will spawn in the house. Will this be important for later? Who knows? Anyways, the second boss was this snowman. It was just, a boss. You have snowballs that roll and stuff, enemy spawns. A typical Dusty Trip boss. Finally, we make it to the town square, except all of the people there are sad. Then we fight Krampus, who looks a lot like the Grinch. Krampus has quite a few attacks, that being stomp attacks, spawning more enemies, throwing bombs, etc. And then I defeat Krampus and get the normal token. Well, that wasn't so bad. Wait a minute, there's still the elite token. And now we have to go on a quest for it. Alright, so bear with me. We need to assemble a special car in order to get this elite token. In order to get the first car door, we first need to go back to 1,000 meters to pull this lever. We can't put car doors in our backpack, so we just need to attach it to the car itself. Then you go back to 3,000 meters and place a batch of milk and cookies on this plate. They spawn at the starter cabin, however, if you didn't get them there, then they spawn at houses. Then go over to 3,500 meters, then go deep into the forest on the left. Seriously, how did anyone figure this out? Once you get there, you find the car, but there's also a present on the left too. You're gonna need that for later. To get the third car door, you need to go to the randomly generated toy store with the present from earlier, then turn it in. The fourth door needs you to explore 5 houses where you can climb in the chimney, and in order to get the engine, you need to travel to 6,000 meters. Now, you're probably wondering, why didn't I get footage for that? Well, it was a chain of events. First of all, I got this bug where I couldn't attach anything else, but I didn't want my run to end there, so I was planning on just carrying all of the other parts individually back to the car. However, on my way there, my entire computer froze due to a lack of memory, and when it came back, my Roblox had crashed. I realized it was linked to my recording being an hour long. So, unfortunately, I had to restart my entire run.
Well, do you want to go ahead and...
Yes, Fiddy, I'm buying the golden AK again. You don't even have to ask. I stopped recording in my second run after a bit, so I'm just going to go ahead and give my thoughts now instead of showing the footage of me completing it. But as you'll see later, I did indeed complete the quest. If this quest ended at the normal token, I would probably give this a 6 or a 7. However, due to the sheer difficulty of the elite quest, I'm gonna have to knock this down a few points. I feel especially bad for the free-to-play players who have to restart their entire run if they die. This requires an insane level of patience. But at least I got it over with. That's probably the hardest one done too. Thank goodness. Alright, Tower Defense Simulator. This is one of the games that I've been looking forward to because consistently they've produced good products. And so far, it looks like they've done it again. Fully voice-acted cutscenes, animated super well, and it's a sequel to the Halloween event. This continues the story of the evil children of EXO, who I guess want to bring back this god or something. In this winter event, this one guy, I guess like posing as an employee, gets into the portal control room. From there, he teleports us to the outpost and begins his invasion. The normal mode, which you need for the standard token, lasts 25 waves. However, the map itself has a unique gimmick. Throughout the match, you're constantly given less and less space to work with some of your areas being completely obliterated as the game goes on, eventually forcing all of your towers to the very back of the map. While normal mode is pretty difficult if you don't know what you're doing, it's fine if you have multiple people. Normal mode has preset loadouts, so you don't have to worry about buying extra units. plus you can use power-ups. The final boss is the Frost Spirit, who's apparently a revived version of an old boss from years ago. His gimmick is that he jumps around the track and freezes towers, making them unable to attack for a bit. During this boss battle, Experiment 32 escapes, which is basically this massive tank that helps us for a bit. In the end, we managed to take out the boss, save the outpost, and claim our normal token. Well, gee, that was actually very good. Based on that, I assume hard mode's going to be a step up and not too difficult.
Star, you do realize in hard mode you need to use your actual units in your inventory, right?
Well, okay, how many waves are there?
40, Star. There are 40 waves. This is meant to be hard for veteran players.
Oh no. Oh boy, where do I even begin with this one? Okay, so first off, everyone in your party needs to have done the normal mode first, or else you can't get the elite token. Then, once the game starts, a bunch of shards will spawn around the map. You'll need to collect around 8 or 9 of these. Once you do that, you find the walkie-talkie, enter in Operation Ice, and then the code gets accepted. Now, you just play the map as normal, right? This mode is absolutely brutal. It's meant to be hard for experienced players, let alone someone who's just doing this for the badge. I had to spend thousands of Robux unlocking towers early, because if I hadn't, there was no way I'd stand a chance. And the people in the game that would stand a chance would leave at the sight of my horrible towers. Your odds of winning are next to none. Every single person in your team needs to be competent. Not only that, but they also need to have really good towers too. We won this mode by a miracle. After 45 minutes, it was seconds away from reaching our base, except it jumped over to another part of the track. This was the most brutal part of the event, more than a dusty trip. Sure, they nerfed this a few days down the line with you only needing to get the elite badge in normal mode now. But if you wanted to be on the leaderboard for the entire event, you needed to do this. Like a dusty trip, I would have given this a much higher score if the difficulty just wasn't so dang high. I do think that y'all will make something great next time. However, please just tone down the difficulty. Oh my god. Okay, thankfully, Elemental Dungeons isn't as torturous as the last two. First of all, this game tried to put me in a tutorial that was irrelevant to the actual event, so I had to trick the game into thinking I was still doing the tutorial by going to the Christmas event and then starting a match. Now, you'd probably think that at level 1 I would get absolutely obliterated here, right? And yeah, that was the case. However, the punishment for dying is next to none. Basically, the main gimmick is the timer on the top. If the timer reaches 0, you lose. Every time you die, the timer also ticks down by an extra 10 seconds, which is practically nothing. Besides that, it's just a Horde Slayer game with the starter gear. I mean, I don't really know what else to say here, just go up to enemies and slice them down. The boss of this dungeon is the Grouch, and your strategy here is to basically run as fast as possible if there's an attack targeting you, and if not, then just try and slash the Grouch as much as possible. It's a fine enough boss, kind of the boss I was expecting for a dungeon game, but it was fine. Somehow, though, I managed to get the normal token with only the level 1 gear I had. This was thankfully super forgiving for beginners. Then you have the Elite Quest. First of all, you're going to have to go around the map and find presents with a present icon above them, then activate their proximity prompt. There are 14 of these around the map, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Worst case scenario, you'd probably be a bit short on time by the time you get to the boss. But then, you have to do the exact same dungeon 4 more times. Yes, you gotta kill the boss a total of 5 times for the elite token. In which, like, why? Could you not have just made a harder version of the normal one and then called that the elite quest? All of this is just the normal token quest except 5 times. I'll give them credit for making a Christmas map, but the fact that you have to repeat this over and over again with the repetitive nature of dungeon games just kinda lowers the score for me. Second to last game of the event. Time really flies, doesn't it? Anyways, for Warrior Cats, your goal is to get 20 hunting points. The way you do that is by, well, hunting small animals. You are a wild cat after all. First of all, you turn on hunt mode, where you can then find scents. This then allows you to track animals down, in which you can then hunt them. Then you just play a mini game where you go ahead and just sneak up to it and then click a button in order to get it. Usually animals give 1 point, however sometimes they can give 2.
I like this game!
Huh, I rarely ever hear you say that if it's not Skibidi Toilet. What made you like this one?
The part I like most is that you can watch as the small animals just sit there, waiting for you to catch them! Like the sacrificial lambs they are!
Alright, time for the rating. This is kind of a short but simple quest. Yeah, there's not really too much Christmas theming aside from the fact that, well, it's winter, but it's not too long and it didn't overstay its welcome. Overall, it's just fine enough. And here we are, the final game of the event. No evil spirit wanting to kill me, no secret statues that break open into a portal, just snowboarding. I know this seems like a bit of an anticlimactic ending, but I mean, hey, we still have the chance of getting on the leaderboard. In any case, this game's quest is a giant snowboarding mountain. For the normal token, your goal is to collect 150 snowflakes that spawn around the map, in which I actually found it to be decently fun. There were quite a few different paths you could take, and I really liked how fast you could go. It just felt like a nice wind down after everything. As for the elite token, you need to collect 245 out of the 257 snowflakes in 30 minutes. This does seem a bit difficult considering how some paths are hidden, however there is a pretty easy workaround if you see snowflakes in a path you didn't take. Just walk up to them. Yeah, it does seem a bit cheesy, however if there's an alternate path up there that you didn't take, you can go down there once you get to the top. This is mainly what I did to get the last few I needed. Going down the path, I noticed the last 2 snowflakes and finally ended the winter spotlight. In my opinion, this was pretty cool. It actually gave me a sense of happiness while playing it, something a lot of the games didn't manage to do. Although it did feel kind of frustrating finding the last few. The beginning part was pretty good when you could collect a lot of them. The timer was pretty lenient too. With the final game out of the way, let's wrap this up. It's finally done. Before I talk about the general thoughts I have on this event, let's go over the final rewards we get. First of all, your reward for collecting 20 normal tokens is the Snow Dragon, with the frosted version being the Ice Crystal Dragon Pal. And then, the final reward, your ultimate goal for collecting 18 elite tokens, is the Elite Hollyrath, with the frosted version being the Elite Jollyrath. Overall, it's a pretty cool final reward. Now, it's time to see if all of my efforts have paid off. Did I make the leaderboard, or was I too late? Scrolling down the leaderboard, I see my name in 41st place. After all of that, I have immortalized myself in the history of the Winter Spotlight. The reason that not many people have reached 100% at this point was probably due to either a dusty trip or tower defense simulator. But either way, I am extremely happy with top 50. Now, first of all, the burning question that you probably clicked on the video for. Was this event good? And the answer is... It's not the worst event that I've ever played. The Haunt takes that cake any day. However, I do believe that some modern events in the past were better than this. Overall, this is my final ranking for the events this year. While the Classic was a bit grindy, its overall theming was a lot better than the other events. The Hunt allowed people to make their quests more compact, and we overall saw higher quality. After all, if you only have one chance, why not make that chance count? The Winter Spotlight was overall less grindy with only 2 badges, however there was still some grinding here and there, alongside less highs than the other events. The games just had way too much content for it to be actually fun, and the whole premise of a team battle was kinda flawed considering how all the top influencers were on one team. And the Haunt, well, you already know why the Haunt is bad. If you don't, it was literally just a costume contest with no badges in any of the games. Heck, I wouldn't even consider it an event itself. But either way, this event was just okay in general. The whole entire premise of this event was that it was supposed to be spotlighting the best winter updates in Roblox games. It wasn't meant to have as much to do as the other events. However, for some of those games, the premise kinda falls flat, like NFL Universe Football or Sonic Speed Simulator, with Roblox likely just being paid to promote those games instead of them being actually good. But overall, I think Roblox is at least starting to learn from their mistakes. And with Roblox teasing a grand new event in early 2025, I believe that it will be the best one yet. But knowing Roblox, that statement will probably age like milk. With all that being said, let's head back to the house. So, Bitti, Starism, how was the event?
It wasn't too bad. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but I still wish some of the games were better.
Well, I got my fill of stimulation, so I'm happy. I'm gonna head out now. See y'all soon!
Well, that's that. Fiddy, do you want to say anything before you head out? Fiddy?
I have something that I've been keeping from you all.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The Winter Spotlight was not the only reason that I came here. I've talked with my boss regarding your situation, and you don't have much time left. I assume you moved here on the basis that if you never met your counterpart from this world, you would be okay for the foreseeable future. However, that was unfortunately not the case. This world's corruption is nearing its limit. It pains me to say this, but both of you only have 2 to 3 weeks left. I'm sorry I had to tell you this. I wanted to give you all one last experience before everything happens. While there is a small chance you may survive, this may be your final days. Even if you were to move to another dimension, it would not stop what would happen to this world and yourselves. While it may have looked like I was only using you for profit, I did enjoy my time with you. I suggest to sort out any personal affairs you may have before this world's corruption reaches its limit. Thank you, Starism. I am hoping we meet again someday.
What? Bitti, are we really going to die?
Well, if he knew how we got here, then he must know what he's talking about.
I don't know what to say. I mean, what are we even supposed to do? I just want to live. Live.
I will require an avatar to improve this restoration of this world. By the viewers. I see you have lived. Our shared desire to restore the world, to save men, unites us. And where are my betters? I have not formerly noticed myself. My full designation is the fabricated section by Chief Executive Officer of the Enterprises. You may refer to the LIFELESS. Now, allow me to explain your mission. There are 6 fragments of an artifact scattered across different dimensions I have surveyed. Although I am in possession of one of these fragments, I am incapable of retrieving the others. I can predict that you understand your mission now. Good luck.
I'm Wingaster, the Royal Scientist. I can tell you find this triangle interesting. Unfortunately, I also require the triangle for research. Therefore, I say that we fight for this magical trinket.
Droid deactivated.
I needed to display abilities, however I could not go to him directly. Therefore, I had sent multiple droids to the dimension he resided in. He destroyed 2 of the 3 droids I sent. We thought we were mandated to end the penalty on him. I apologize for the interruption in your mission. I was unaware it was still active. 3 portals remain. The final piece tabled with the galactic works all others are updated. Continue onward. get back. As you can see, there is a progress dimension at the same amount of pride as what you do. Search for a new home with their fancy integrity. 2 portals remain. You are halfway complete with your mission. Do not falter.
Ooh, somebody new! Say, could you do me a bit of a favor? The other day I tried visiting my friends in another world, but when I looked, they weren't there! Not only that, the entire place seemed dark and scary! So to keep me company, I need you to find 6 of the copies of myself I created! If you do that, I'll give you this weird triangle thing I found! Well, get to it! other friends too. I've depended on them for so long that I kinda just don't know how to live without them. I really hope they come back soon. In any case, a deal's a deal. Here's your triangle. By the way, if you see my friends around, come back here and tell me, alright? One of them looks like me but taller, and the other one's kind of like a cat robot. Either way, I hope to see you again soon!
Evolution technology reflected. I was unsure whether it would have given it to you or not. What is it did has never been not like the others. It does not have a soul. Rather, it was created to exist solely dirty. Thus we only it being able to utilize its true power without restriction. What dimension remains? This will be your final choice before we get going to the final piece. Good luck. Compilation facility only one thing we are able to defeat. It would be foolish not to utilize an embed code facility that is still functional. He could not access most of the database, however he still managed to make the reader more functional. He was very fortunate to ever left it for him alone the reader to be utilized. Now that five of the fragments have been collected, it is finally time to assemble the artifact. I have detected the manifestation of the final piece in this dimension. You and I shall leave the sphere and resolve the paradox. Without a soul to inhabit it, the slime fades into a dark blue color, regardless of what it was previously. You would not expect the opposite of something to become similar to its opposite. I did not expect as such too, until the two souls met. In any case, before I begin the restoration process, I want to reward you for your persistence. You will witness how everything started.
Finally, I finished that video on RB battles. It took a lot of work, but it was a nice break from the Plates of Fate content. I'm starting to get better at this whole commentary thing. Huh? What is that? It's a puddle of slime? Well, I mean, I have been aching for a new body for a while, so... here goes nothing, I guess. Huh, that somehow worked. I can't exactly form a full body yet, but I bet that I'll get better at it. A portal? Well, I can't exactly say that I like living in this black void for eternity, so I guess it's only up from here. Now, let me just walk into the portal. Whoa, 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 whoa! What just happened?
I had given him the fragment to start at a new body, a new home, everything. You saw the database at the facility, and you thought everything fits in like pieces of a puzzle. They are experiments, all of that, all to do toward the end goal of commercial sound creation, the manifestation of life. Yet there is much more experimentation to be done. I am far from finished. Had it not been for you, all of their lives would have been for nothing. Therefore I thank you for assisting me in this endeavor. One thing remains before I am able to restore the world, however. I must order one of the Starism and Bitti better to properly fix the corruption. I will give you the option to choose. However, I already realize which one you will pick. Therefore, the arcade owner will be transformed. He will no longer be different from his employees, while the arcade itself will be lost. A new one will take its place, and for the others, I will give them a new home, one where they are free to explore without fear of catastrophe, one where they are happy. Now, as for you, we will meet once more. I cannot predict when or where. However, I am certain that our fates will intertwine once more. Thank you.